Hey, everybody, I'm Mike.
Yeah. I'm Tim.
I'm Jim.
Yes.
I'm Bob.
I'm Andrew.
I'm Avery.
I'm Aaron.
Oh, yeah,
And
we
this
got
is the
everybody.
Game Rundown, and we are live from everywhere because we cover all the games all the time. Welcome to Friendsgiving, everybody.
Yay, we got Nick's. Andrew, did you even take the time to type it in the chat?
No, I didn't.
No, definitely not. Yes.
Yeah, who would do that?
Friendsgiving, everybody. And we asked everybody that watches the show to hop on the show. And they did. This is awesome. Loving it.
Yeah. We've got right now, as you can see, we've got Jim Cole over there, world-renowned artist and designer. I'm gonna pump you up. Yeah, Bob, Work Bob, joining us from work down there. So his break actually started 3 minutes ago.
True.
Katia, whoop whoop.
Hey.
We got Aaron. He and his crew designed one of our favorite games that's going to be coming out sometime soon, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Tim.
Then we got Andrew and Avery down there. That's like fan zero for us. They were the first fans that we got to play games with that we have never met before. Right?
I'm the best fan.
Yeah, agreed.
Hey, we should have a contest for the best fan.
So before we get started, like too much.
Got Evan.
I will say
everybody showed up. Love it.
Any of our friends that come on tonight are going to get entered to win some prizes, which we will announce what they are later. But I have they're board games, but I won't say what until way later. Some spoilers. So looking forward to that, but we'll do all that at the end of the show. So if anybody pops on early, just check in with us later, because if we do it now, we bury the lead, and then only Andrew and Aaron and Jim were entered to win. So that's not really fair to everybody, right? Like, well, those three won all the games.
Hey, Mike.
Who's on later too? I'm excited.
So just so everybody knows, our limit is 6 on the number of screens that can pop in. We'll find spots to fit everybody in, of course. But we're not sure how this is going to go. We're just everybody join in. We're going to run with it. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be awesome. So we asked everybody to bring either some kind of list or play like a quick game with us that pops on. So Andrew. I know Andrew wants to do Fairy Tale Campaign Trail, which we are 100% going to do a round of that because we've got one of the designers right there. And also he's an expert at it. But he also had a list. And Andrew, go ahead and tell us what your list was.
Well, our list was best family games.
Family games.
But also, but also it's our criteria was best kids games that don't suck. So for us,
there you go.
Who have to sit with a younger child and play, and so we tried to find games that we enjoyed playing with him. So we have a 6-year-old son, and he loves board games.
Nice. Always
making his own board games.
Yeah.
Currently has one on the table right now because we told him that we were going to be on tonight. So that's kind of what we went with.
That's great. My friends will need this list because they say gaming with me is like gaming with a 6-year-old. And after today, I don't have a 6-year-old anymore. I have a 7-year-old now. It's his birthday. So,
happy birthday.
So, all right. Well, anybody that has a family game that they want to talk about, we'll bust through these lists real quick. So we'll just do if anybody's got one they want to go, we'll let Andrew go first with his 5. I've got 5 written down. I think Mike has 5, but we don't expect everybody to have everything. So this is very chill and relaxed. So what's your all's number 5 first up?
Number 5 for me.
Oh, okay.
Is Via Magica.
I haven't heard that one.
We have a crossover apparently. We didn't talk to each other about our list. So
nice.
This is going to be
Crossover.
Bow, bow, bow.
if you know how to play bingo, you know how to play Via Magica. And we love it. My son knows how to play it, and it's something that we don't mind playing with him because it's quick, it's fun, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on it. So it's just a real quick rounds, and we can get a game in probably maybe 20 minutes, something like that. So it works out for us.
Not bad. Not bad. Avery, what's yours? Is that your number 5 too, or?
It was actually number 2 for me because I really liked it.
You don't want to tell them what the number is.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
Well,
it's okay.
Yeah.
What's your number 5?
Our lists are arbitrary.
Yeah.
It was my 5th one was Happy Salmon.
Yeah, we got crossover.
Salmon.
That's my number 5 too.
Why is it your number 5?
I like it. I did not like it actually, but it's for kids. But
Yeah, it's it. You hear that?
it
It's for
doesn't
kids.
suck. It's for kids that like to move around and stuff, but
That's right.
it's not
Well,
for me.
That's it. We'll give you that, Tim. It doesn't suck. So
Thank you. Thank you.
It sucks. Yeah. That was the criteria.
that's the criteria.
All right. Aaron, do you have a family game you like?
Oh gosh.
Thanks, Mike.
It's
I was
okay if you
slacking
don't.
here. I missed the memo.
No.
Shoot. You know,
Thanks, Mike.
I'll have to pass. Can you circle back to me later?
We'll circle back. Bobby.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So my number 5 on my list, it's actually funny because I'm taking this game down there, is Defenders of the Realm. It's a great cooperative game. It's pandemic style, but it's fantasy based, and you're all working together. So there's no people bashing heads or undermining anybody. You're all just trying to accomplish the same goal. So I find that helps a lot with family games. And my nieces actually requested that, so it's making the trip down with me tomorrow.
Right on. All right, Jim, what do you got? You got a family weight game you like?
Family weight, well,
Or style?
family somewhat themed, and it's also would be on my hipster list, so that's a check for Tim. But it's called Wabbit Wampage, and it's a game basically kind of like Looney Tunes, where one person's the farmer and everybody else are the Wabbits, and has different seasons, and it's like old school Euro
duck
puzzle
season?
game. What's that?
It's like duck season and then rabbit season. Duck
Yes,
season.
kind of. Yeah. So you try to do things through all the different seasons, and eventually, it's Wabbits versus the farmer, but it's very cutesy. I don't know if it's not super heavyweight, but I feel like a little kid Looney Tune style when I'm playing it. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's awesome. I like it. My number 5 was Happy Salmon because Avery was correct. That it was literally the first one I wrote down.
My
Mike,
number 5 would probably be a bit too heavy for your youngest, but it's The Spill.
Oh, Spill's good.
The Spill is a cooperative game where an oil rig is leaking and everybody's working together to save animals from getting covered in oil. So you're pulling animals out of the sea. You're trying to push the oil back into the oil rig. It's all dice based, so you're throwing dice in this dice tower that looks like an oil tower, and it drops them perfectly out into quadrants. The gimmick works really well in that game. It's a good family theme. The Spill is my 5.
All right, let's get back down to Andrew and crew. What's you guys' number 4?
Number 4 for me is a card game called Dead Man's Draw.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic game that I've taught my 6-year-old, and he can play and make good decisions when he's playing. I mean, it's pretty amazing to see that out of a 6-year-old.
Nice.
It's just real quick. Yeah, it's really fun. You're playing cards and blowing up the other players' cards or stealing their cards and using them for yourself. But then it's that kind of that mechanic of push your luck, But then if you lose it all, you lose it all. But if you get the treasure chest and the key, you get twice as much. So it's just a really cool push-pull, push your luck mechanic. Love it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay.
Yeah, number 4.
My number 4 was Jungle Ball. Charlie, our 6-year-old, he has asked me thousands of times to play this dodgeball game that you hit people and you knock them out with.
Nice.
This is
Jungle
the kind
Ball.
of violence, the innocent violence that children need this violence.
Yeah.
Knocking people out with dodgeballs.
I hear that.
Welcome to the club.
I feel that in my heart.
We're going to highlight our pick. Because I have not heard of this
Yeah,
game.
Jungle Ball.
That is not. That is.
That looks
That
like-
is not it.
Hungry Hippo.
Yeah, way to go,
this is
Mike.
Jungle Super Ball.
That's the sequel.
This
It's
is
different.
The knockoff version.
Yeah.
Maybe it's one
The
word.
hippos spit the balls out.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You have a game that made West list. It's so rare I can't even find it on BGG.
Nice.
I honestly.
Wow, you out
I can't
hipster
even-
Jim and myself. You
Damn.
out hipster the hipsters.
Hipster.
Aaron,
This
Aaron,
is,
do you want us
by
to pass?
Biagi.
Oh, go on.
Oh well, I mean, I just had a thought with
Alachia.
Avery's last pick. I don't know if there's any more of this violence that children need. But Avery, are you familiar with Throw Burrito?
Yeah.
Yes,
Is that
I
yes?
did that.
Okay.
And I
What are
He
your
likes the
thoughts?
violence.
it's very violent, and Charlie was not allowed to play, unfortunately. But I did almost knock out my uncle.
Oh,
For the
well,
record.
there you go.
Nice. That I'd call that a success.
Oh, Mike.
I think so too. Pro burrito
Yes.
thrower.
All right, Bobby, what do you got?
So my number 4, my nieces couldn't get enough of Werewolf when I first brought it down to them. So now this year I'm going to try Don't Mess with Cthulhu. It's actually a
Yes.
social deduction game that's a little bit lighter. It's a bit more to my liking. And so I'm going to take that down there and see how that goes over.
Good game. Very good game.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, you got another hipster pick in the pocket
I
there?
do, but I'm going to save it. And
Oh, okay.
Bob stole my number 4 as well. So I was going to go
Nice.
with just straight up Werewolf. It's super
Okay.
easy. You just,
Yeah.
whatever you got, some playing cards, throw it down, and all of a sudden you got kids quiet for a half hour.
Yep. Man, I've been playing that game back when we called it Mafia, and we did it with a deck of cards
Yep.
20 years ago. Great game. All right, my number 4 is Machikoro. It's really simple. Everybody's rolling dice. You get something. You're building a little engine. Uh-oh. Looks like I stole something off Avery's list, or did she made a face? Or do you not like Machikoro?
No. So he wouldn't let me play it when I was like 10. And I already knew all the facts. And he was like, no, you can't play. You can't play. You're too young.
That's fair.
I don't know.
And apparently it's a kid's game.
It's not violent enough for children.
Way to stir the
Yeah,
pot,
right.
Tim.
I know, right?
I heard
but
you missed him.
I prefer Machikoro over Space. I know that those get compared a lot, but
Yeah.
I still like Machikoro quite a
Can't
bit.
be wrong.
It's less fiddly and doesn't overstay its welcome like Space does. All right, Mr. Mike, what do you got?
I'm going to go with an old favorite of mine. It's Karuba. Karuba is just a great little tile laying, path building game. Trying to get your workers to pyramids faster than other people. And everybody's got to draw the same tile, but where you place it is going to end up totally different than everybody else's board. Fun little racing game. One of my all-time favorites. Karuba. It's great. And Haba, the company that originally published that, they discontinued their board game publishing part. So
They
get
did?
that. I read that somewhere actually.
Wow, Haba?
Yes,
They make kids games. Oh man.
they're doing other stuff and not games.
Boo.
Yeah, Karuba's great. Fun for everybody. Gamers, family game.
That's great.
Super, super simple. Lots of hard decisions. It's fun.
All right. Cardinals fans, what's your number 3?
No.
My number 3
No.
is Stuffed Fables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He took it.
This is a great
I've-
game.
Never played this, and I've always heard good things.
It's very cool.
It's a great
It's my
story-driven
favorite.
game. Avery's favorite game. I don't know if it's on. Is it on your list?
No, it is
Okay.
not
Well,
because
it's her
it's not.
favorite game.
It's not a children's game. It's kind of scary.
Kind of scary. I think maybe you had a.
I had a very bad nightmare about the little stuffed fables eating me.
Yeah.
So, anyways, mine was Cubito.
Oh, Mike.
Oh.
It's
The
just
theme drew her in.
it's
Yes.
they're like little blocks with little characters on it. It's very friendly. It's just a race.
Rolling dice and racing. I love it. It's really good.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just played it for the first time and then bought it immediately because I really
Yep.
liked it.
It's one of my
Lord and
all-time
Savior
favorite games.
SpongeBob.
Sponge
Amazing.
cheese.
Yes. Yeah.
Great pick. Great pick. I love this game.
Aaron, you got
I can't
anything
shut
else you
up
want to
about
throw?
it.
You got any other board games where you could throw things at children? Or
I
uncles?
guess- I mean,
I got bricks.
what was that, Avery? You got what?
I got bricks.
Bricks. Oh boy.
You'll see next time.
Is that a
It'll
game or just
you'll
literal
understand
brick?
it.
Okay.
The
Oh.
game
I
for
think
her
he's
is
leading
throwing
into
bricks
our
at
next
kids. so.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I don't know that you need a board game to throw anything at kids, but I mean, not that I would
Well-
condone it, but
Is that a challenge?
That sounded like
it's not
God.
intended to be. Not intended to be. But this is a game that I haven't really, admittedly, I haven't really given it the family test, but
one.
I think it would be a good game for. It's kind of in the social deduction realm as well. Saboteur was one that I got
Oh,
a kick
yeah.
out of. Where,
Mhm.
yeah,
Good one.
where you got a bunch of dwarves that are looking for gold, and then like a couple of you are secretly trying to sabotage everyone from getting the gold. It's pretty quick to pick up, and it's a pretty quick game that you can play a number of quick rounds pretty easily. You can play for pretty much as long or as short as you want. I had a lot of fun playing it. It was the sort of game where we could cut off within 10-15 minutes. If we wanted to, it would be a pretty quick duration for like each round, so you could play for as long or as short as you wanted, pretty much. But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know. That was a fun one for me.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, Bobby, what do you got?
All right, this one maybe not quite for kids, but still I think kind of family weight. I'm taking it down. Hopefully my nieces will enjoy it. Mission Control. I think that
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I think that they'll enjoy it. They're a little older now, and so I think that having the 3 different puzzles working together to get that 4th puzzle will be a lot of fun. I think that they're going to enjoy it. So yeah, it's not
Nice.
quite kid friendly, but still, I think it'll be fun. My lunch has arrived.
All right. Jim, what do you got?
I'm gonna have to go with Quirkle. I know
Yeah. Solid.
It's a great classic, and when I play it with kids, I always win. So I
Yes. Destroy them.
it teaches them early about life.
Yeah. I like it. Quirkle's fun. My wife and I can just sit and play that with our in-laws like for ages. All right, my number 3, super fun, whether you're playing it with adults or kids, and that is Rhino Hero. Rhino Hero is really fun. You're stacking up. You're drawing a card. It tells you how you got to play your little walls, and then you got to move the rhino up to the top, and that always makes everything a little more interesting because you're trying to not tip the whole tower. Super fun to play at conventions because you get it going. People are standing on chairs because the stack is getting really tall. Just an all around good game. Rhino Hero is my number 3. Mr. Mike.
I wasn't sure if I was going to put this on my list because I didn't know if it was family friendly.
Twilight
but
Imperium.
Since we're inciting violence, it's back on the list. It's Cash and Guns.
Yes.
Cash and Guns is an awesome game. You have foam guns, and you are pointing them at people. And you have the opportunity to duck out if somebody points a gun at you, because ultimately you're trying to collect as much loot as you can every turn. Well, if you get shot, you don't get to collect any loot. But the catch is, sometimes you can put a blank in the chamber, and they're not going to get shot. So if you bow out on a blank, you missed an opportunity to collect loot. It's really fun. It's lots of reverse psychology. It's really easy to play. Cash and Guns, awesome game. Especially because it's kid friendly. The guns, I think, are a great idea.
Yeah.
Hey, guns are kid friendly.
To point them at each other at a young age, I think, is a great idea.
Good lessons.
Don't worry, they're nerf.
Oh, hey, real fast. Jim, I saw you pour a stout, so I want to ask you what you're drinking.
Convict Hill.
Yes.
It's oatmeal stout from Austin, Texas. Very good. It's
sounds delicious.
It's nothing super fancy, but it's delish, and a 6-pack is still under $10. So
oatmeal.
Hey.
Yeah, oatmeal stout. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good choice.
All right, Andrew, you're number 2.
Drinking?
Number 2. I've got number 2, King of Tokyo. This is a fantastic game. We love
honorable
playing
mention.
That's my number 2.
Everybody gang up on the guy in the
It's
middle.
also-
We like violence apparently in this house.
I do.
Yes.
Beat up
You
on
know,
the little guy.
for the kids.
And it hardly ever, I would say, maybe one time that we've played that it actually ended in points. Usually it's complete destruction. So
Yes.
that's how we roll apparently.
That's how you know you're doing it right.
That's how you know you're doing it right. When you get thumbs.
All right, Avery,
Thank
what's
you.
your number? Wait, I'm going to pretend like I don't know what your number 2. Avery, what's your number 2?
Actually,
The hint was blocks.
the hint. You know how I said I like
bricks.
throwing bricks at kids?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can now be an architect where you can build up those bricks and throw them at people.
Oh, the architect, 7 Wonders Architects.
Yeah. 7 Wonders.
Nice.
I usually collect all the little horns, so you blow them and then make war and destruction, all that. Yeah, I usually there's like 3, 4 topics, and there's war and then something else. And there's
Doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter, but I'm always
War is all that
war
matters.
because
Right.
yeah, you get the most points for that.
Stuff
Nice.
doesn't mean anything, Andrew. You know that. Science.
No.
Aaron, you got one, or we can? It's there. Like I said, there's no pressure. You
No,
you didn't have a list, so
You're right, I didn't. So I'm kind of making them up as I go along, but I was thinking about as far as I guess kid themed games that even I as an adult still enjoy playing. Like Disney's Villainous is one that I think does that well, where it's oh yeah, for the kids, they can play as. I don't know how many kids want to play as the Disney villain, but maybe some kids are into that. But the theming is right up there with kids of whatever age. Oh no!
Well done.
I think we got a spit take. Hey, Villainous is a good pick. There's the Disney appeal. It's not that hard to learn. The art looks great. People like Avery can be the villains, which they clearly enjoy doing.
I don't know if there are any characters in there whose goal it is to throw bricks, but I'm sure you can find someone.
I have failed.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Say that.
There's also some fun. Oh, Wreck-It Ralph is good. Yeah, there's also some fun on Tabletop Simulator. There are people who have made some custom Disney villains. Someone added Chick Hicks from the Cars movie.
Oh wow!
Things like that, and it's I don't know. I don't know. I think it's entertaining as well, just to see what people come up with in spaces like that.
That is pretty cool. All right, Bobby, number 2.
So my number 2 is probably the most kid-friendly on my list. It's Ahoy Kitten. It's basically musical chairs with fish and your cats, and you want the fish. It's a great game.
Set collecting,
it's more fun than it has any right being. Yeah.
Oh, but it's so good, Bob. It is so good.
It is. Whether you play by Tim's rules or the actual rules, it's still fun.
One rule off, and it was still a great game.
Yeah, still had fun either way.
Yeah. See, it's all that matters. Jim, you got a number 2?
I do. Number 3, right?
2.
I think we're at 2.
Wow. Oh, yeah, okay. It would be Lunacy, but I like retro Lunacy. And,
I don't know, Lunacy. Oh.
What? Oh,
looking
I know
it's. Dude. Let me tell you, you get some Lunacy, you get a bunch of friends that are really like amped up, and you'll be standing over the table, slapping other people's hands and stuff. Dude, yeah. Retro Lunacy is the best one, which I think is currently out of print for whatever ridiculous reason. But all the colors are real close, and it boggles your brain and your eyes. And,
Bob can't play it.
Okay.
I'm out.
I had to.
There you go.
I haven't heard of it.
Oh, dude, it's good. It's good, and it's annoying, and it's like a great one to play at the end of the night when you need some energy to drive home.
Right?
It's the Flux designer.
Yep.
Andrew Looney. Wow.
Looney Labs.
You shouldn't have told me about that game.
So good.
Nice.
All right, Mike. It's me. My number 2 is King of Tokyo because it's awesome and super fun. Yeah, King of the Hill mechanic. Rarely does anybody in my house win by points. It is usually won by death and violence. But that is the way of the world sometimes. So, Mike, you're number 2.
Well, some of my picks got stolen, so I want to make this an official Whiskey Wednesday by making the list arbitrary and moving things around. So, we're already moving things around, and to fit the theme of tonight, I think an important thing to teach kids at a very young age is to blow money gambling, which is why my number 2 is Ready, Set. If you like racing, if you like Cubitos, how about having digital horses on a big screen TV, and you are betting on them live as they're running across the screen. And this is all based on a 2d6 die roll. One of my favorite party games, one of my favorite family games, one of my favorite games in general. Ready, Set, Bet is stupid fun.
Yeah. Come to Whiskey Wednesday where you teach your kids about violence and gambling.
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt. All right, Andrew, you're
right,
number 1.
I struggled with this.
No.
Okay. So just because that this list is arbitrary, I will include it. So my son has recently gotten turned on to a game.
Oh, I know it.
By Eric Lang, and it is Blood Rage, and he loves it.
Awesome.
Kids
Total
games.
family weight kids
family
game.
fun.
Wow.
So
Tim
that is my
just
spicy meatball.
switched his
number
number 1.
That's so good.
Okay.
If it's on the table, Tim definitely switched his 1.
Avery, yeah.
I had a very
Sorry.
spicy topic about hitting people. And so my next board game is Taco Cat Goat Cheese Pizza.
Yes, this was almost on my list. I love this game.
Where you slap people, which kids
hands.
literally love. They love going. Bow.
No, Andrew, you can slap people if you want. Just crack. That is my It's a narwhal, you idiot. Yeah. Hey, Mike, mute Bobby when it's not his turn, just because that that was so much
Background
nicer
noise.
when you did it. Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
Bob.
sorry guys. That's fine. I get it. I'm about to be done anyway. I gotta get back to work. So I'll give my number one, then I'll just quit and listen. So
Okay, well, we'll skip Aaron. Well, we won't skip. We will come back to Aaron. But Bob, what is
All
your
good.
number one? And then we'll go
So
back
my
to
number
Aaron.
one, all right, is not a family weight game, but I am taking it down there. I'm going to try to get my nieces to play it, but I do have a honorable mention after this. Is Nucleum. I'm going to try to get my nieces to play this with me because they're smarty-arties, and I think they can handle it, and I really want to play it again. So I'm taking Nucleum down with me. But other than that, though, I do take Telestrations, and we have a fun time playing that because English is my mother's second language, and so her spelling is not very good. And oh, what a difference an E makes when you're talking suit or sweet, you know, and words like that where there's an E or not an E, and oh yeah, it's fun. So
Awesome.
that's it.
Well,
I'm gonna go, guys.
Safe travels, Bobby. We'll see you in
Thank
the
you.
comments for the rest
Yep,
of the
good
night.
to see everybody. Bye.
Good seeing you, Bob.
All right, Aaron.
Oh,
My God.
wow.
See how much better it sounds? Sorry, Bob. I'm really glad he came on,
Yes.
but man, it's so much better without that noise. Aaron, do you
Well,
have a
so
number
actually-
one?
I actually was thinking about Telestrations, especially after, well, we have a history of playing Telestrations that was quite enjoyable. I still look back on that evening at Gen Con, and I was laughing so hard I thought I was feeling nauseous. It was the best thing ever. So yeah, Telestrations is great. I also saw, since I don't have an original number one, I think I saw David in the comments suggesting that someone should throw out their picks to the audience. Okay. So we got wits and wagers from David in the chat there.
There you go.
I haven't played Wits and Wagers. Has anyone
Yeah, Wits and Wagers.
Wits and Wagers.
Yeah,
Wits and Wagers
want
is
to
good.
elaborate on that?
Actually, a good trivia game.
You don't
It's a
actually
good trivia game.
It's one of those trivia games where you don't have to know the answer. You just kind of have to be close, right?
You need to know. You need to be able to guess who was closest because every answer is a number, and so the person who gets the closest to the number without going over wins. So after everybody guesses, they show all the guesses, and then you get to wager on which one you think is closest.
Who got
Your
closest?
wagers win you the game, so you're betting on who you think is right. It's really fun.
So, Aaron, you know this is a hit with Mike because it involves gambling. Now, if you're allowed to bring a gun to help make somebody change their bet, then it would become his favorite game. And Avery's too, apparently. I saw her get Jim, you got a number one, sir?
I do. I actually ran and pulled it out too, which would be Kabuto Sumo.
Oh, I want to play this game. I want to play this game. It looks so good.
Oh yeah,
It looks awesome.
It's
good.
great. There's like there's the standard your standard characters, or they have the kids kind of version where they're a little more simplistic. And I don't know, they're not really that more simplistic. I think I kind of prefer the kids version because I suck at the game. I tell you, I suck at the game, but I love the hell out of it.
That's all right. That says something, right? If you're bad at the game and you still love it, want to play it all the time, that says it's a good game.
A real simple dexterity game with some little tactics in it, but yeah, I love it. But Mike, speaking of gambling and guns and stuff like that, have you ever played the World Series of Russian Roulette?
No.
Okay. All right. It is out of print for obvious reasons, but
that's too bad.
Yeah, it involves guns, pressing your luck, and betting.
I kind of want to play that really badly.
I'm looking it up.
I'm not put off by problematic themes.
Sure. Right.
Some of my favorite humor is just the most off the wall stuff you can find. Aaron knows nothing about that. He's very straight laced and doesn't like anything weird. But yeah,
I'm a very normal person. Yeah.
Yeah, totally normal. Totally normal guy.
I saw someone call out Dixit in the chat too, which that's also a great one. Good call.
Yeah, that's a good Dixit's solid. Oh boy. Do you really want grandma in a sumo thong, David? Woof.
I had to look. I hadn't heard of it. Amazing.
All right. My number one has already been mentioned because it's like Highlander. There can be only one. That's Ahoy Kitten. This is one of those games where I like everybody. I'm going to make everybody play this. Next time I see Andrew, we're playing Ahoy Kitten. It's going to be super fun. It's kind of mean. You got to be okay with people stealing your stuff, but you can always protect it. It's really simple. It's very straightforward. And basically, you got these tiles with fish on them, and everybody's going to point to a tile at the same time. And if you're the only one pointing that tile, you get all the fish on that tile. But then those fish go to your tile, which means that people can point to your tile, and you can spend your turn to cover it up. But then you lose a turn on the bidding, like the next round, because you have to like recover. You're stashing your stuff, and then you come back. That was the rule I missed. We always just, you either covered or you were betting, whatever. Anyways, Ahoy Kitten, super fun. Really enjoy it. Mr. Mike, you're number one.
No joke. Number one was Ahoy Kitten. It's so fun. I'm not going to switch. It's just a blast. I've just played it so many times already, and I don't even own it because Bob bought the one at that tiny little kind of Warsaw before I could run over there and get it. I'm still bitter about that because it's hard to get right now. I've looked.
Now you have to wait for the Kickstarter to fill. Because we got some copies I got one, and then the lady that was selling hers at that little convention, she got that at Gen Con. So she had like an early release one. So, and then we got a review copy.
You can't just point at someone else's game and steal it?
Yeah, you should be able to do that. Just point to their stack of games that they brought to the meetup and be like, well, you can have those fish. I'm going to take these games. Thank you so much.
There's two copies of this game on BGG right now, and they both come from Europe. Only one of them will ship to the US.
Oh, man. Just wait. You can buy it in the States for $20 in like 2 months, 3 months.
Very soon. Yeah. It's a blast.
It's really good. It's really good. What about the World Series of Russian Roulette? Is that on for sale on BGG?
Oh, did I look? I did not look. Let's find out. Yes, you wait.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, I was waiting to look to see if there's any US sellers. There's a few.
What's it going for? Just curious.
Probably US between 40 and 70.
Oh, that's probably rough because it's probably just a card game, right?
There's little rubber bullets in there too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Some cards.
Yeah. Ramp up that violence.
There we go.
Yeah, right.
There we go. Well, good list, everybody. Let's for those who have them written down and have official lists, you want to run through your list 5 to 1 real quick. Like we'll just go around, recap for everybody real fast. So Andrew, we'll start with Andrew and we'll go around. If you can. If you can't, it's fine. I'm not going to hold you to it. This is fast and loose.
Yep, sounds good. So, number 5, Via Magica. Number 4, Dead Man's Draw. Number 3, Stuffed Fables. Number 2, King of Tokyo. And number 1, Spicy Meatball Pick, Blood Rage.
Yeah, so good.
5 was Jungle Ball. 4 was Cubitos. 3 was Happy Salmon. And 2 was Via Magica. And then 1 was I forget how to say it. No. I think I went 2 times. Anyways, it was Taco Cat.
Yep.
Taco Cat, Go Cheese Pizza. Good job. You got it. You nailed it. Aaron?
Oh, man. Test my memory. The first round, I think I passed. The second round, I said, did I say Saboteur the second round?
Maybe.
I know Saboteur was 1. I know Villainous was 1.
There you go. What's the one where you throw stuff?
Oh, right. Yeah, right. Throw burrito. Yeah, good
there
call.
You go.
That was the one I said back in number 4. Yeah.
Yeah. And then your number 1.
Wits and Wagers was what the chat came up with. But I'd like to give Dixit a shout out as well because that was one that I totally forgot about. But that's a fun one that I like too.
And also Telestrations. Like you got.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, but that was Bob. So
you got a full list with an honorable mention. It's like you're ready the whole time. You did perfect.
Oh, sure, yeah. I
right,
came
Jim.
prepared, definitely.
Tim just turned this into a memory game.
We did. Before we send Jim off to the forgotten rounds.
Yes,
Jim, what is your top 5?
I'm going to swap out my 4 since it was taken and I had an honorable mention, so I'm going to kick it into my 4. So number 5 would be Wabbit Wampage.
Yes.
Number 4, I'm going to go with Chicken. I don't know if you guys have played Chicken. Just came out this year at Gen Con. Basically, it's zombie dice on steroids, but super cute. So
nice. Chicken.
It's kind of fun. And it comes with a little turn tracker in the middle, and it's also a little more pressure luck than zombie dice. And you get to pay it forward too, so you can press your luck, stop, and then the next person has to decide to keep pressing or to lose points and scale back. So it's kind of cool.
Nice.
So that was 4. 3 would be Quirkle. 2 is Retro Lunacy, and number 1, Kabuto Sumo.
Nice list. Mine is number 5, Happy Salmon. Number 4, Machikoro. Number 3, Rhino Hero. Number 2, the King of Tokyo. And number 1 in our hearts and minds, Ahoy Kitten. That's my number 1.
Touch my heart.
The Spill, Cash and Guns, Ready, Set, Bet. What the heck was my 2? I moved stuff around and I don't care about it.
Arbitrary. The arbitrary
list.
Totally arbitrary.
More arbitrary.
Totally arbitrary. Now it's just 1. And my number 1 is Ahoy Kitten because I guess for 1.
Did you say Karuba? Didn't you have Karuba on your list?
I did have Karuba in there. There we go.
Did I miss that?
Karuba.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was the Old Forester fog in my brain or not, but I thought you said that one. David, nice. A soy kitten.
A soy kitten.
Oh,
it wouldn't be Whiskey Wednesday if we didn't have puns in the chat. So.
Well, real quick, because I know Jim's got a game night he's got to get to. Jim, thank you. I hope we see you next week for our 1-year anniversary show. So that's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be awesome, man.
Queued up for it. A special whiskey just for you guys.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Cool. Jim, thanks for being on for a little bit and hanging out with us, man. I appreciate you.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, Jim. Thanks, man.
Good to see you, brother.
See you.
Later.
Okay, so before we bring in our next guest, because we got somebody waiting, right? Or Mike, do you want to message them and do you want to see if they want to play? Do you want to see if they want to play a round of Fairy Tale Campaign Trail real quick?
Are you suggesting that we're bringing in whoever is most likely to play Fairy Tale Campaign Trail?
I don't care. Listen, man.
Also, I don't know what your guys' queue looks like, but feel free to tag me out anytime. Just let me know.
Aaron, don't sell yourself short, buddy.
I don't mean to sell myself short. I think we should upsell the people waiting in the.
Well, that's fair too. That's fair, but I think that Andrew and Avery should get to play Fairy Tale, at least one round of Fairy Tale with one of the co-designers.
I'd be happy to.
And one of the craziest guys I know. I love it.
Or Aaron, why don't you guys quickly tell everybody how this works?
Okay, so Fairy Tale Campaign Trail, real fast. Oh wait, I should let Aaron explain it. What am I doing?
Oh no, you're good. Hey.
Tim, what the hell are you doing? You were right again.
All right, so Fairy Tale Campaign Trail for the uninitiated is it's sort of in a similar vein to like Cards Against Humanity or Apples to Apples. Except the idea is all of us, everyone who's playing is running for mayor of a fantasy village, and the game is the political debate. So instead of a fill-in-the-blank prompt each round, the judge or the debate moderator, as we call them, will present the rest of the players with the problem that's currently plaguing the village. So it might be anything from, a new breed of griffin has emerged that's half lion, half parakeet. And then all the players will have a series of solution cards in their hand that could be anything from like a magic wand that can only conjure chickens to arm the children, who I think someone in here might be a fan of, or set it on fire, etc. Yeah. And then so each player gets to choose one of their solution cards to present to the others as the solution to the problem. And then there's a debate between the players for who has the best solution to the problem. The moderator chooses like a winner for each round, and then play will proceed. Though additionally, the moderator gets to choose a rules modifier card for each round that will change the flavor of how the debaters have to debate. So yeah, Tim's got them there. They might have you speak in funny accents. They might have you talk like a pirate. So it just kind of changes how everyone's going to be arguing each round just a little bit.
Yeah, and if you're Spencer, the whatever card you pick, you just make yourself look like you were the problem the whole time.
It's a strategy. Good one.
Yeah. That won't take much, David. It won't take much. Okay. Does I don't know if we've got a way to check with anybody in the lobby if they actually want to join in with this, but because we do have, I think, 2 people.
Yes, I've hit up the private chat.
Okay.
So you guys that are in there, if you check the private chat, if anybody's a taker, just send a message in there.
We'll bring you in. It's going to be super easy. I'm going to show you a card, and I guarantee you will not be worse at this game than me. So, and you will not embarrass yourself more than I will embarrass myself. So, trust me, it is my job to make you guys look like rock stars, which we will do. But
can I have a preset card that says throwing bricks at kids?
Throwing bricks at kids.
Ooh.
I will let you just choose that as your solution if you want. And you gotta work at that.
The problem that we're solving is that there's a child running around the village throwing bricks at kids.
Let's do that. Let's do that. That's even better.
No idea.
That's even
and
better.
I feel like that needs to make it into the final game. Just saying. Go on.
You know what? We'll take that into consideration.
Yeah.
I'll pitch that. I'll pitch that. We'll see what happens. I can't promise anything, but
Avery might get a card in the game due to her own violent tendencies.
It could be a goblin or a dwarf if it fits your theme better. But
yeah.
If
halfling.
A
halfling child is throwing bricks at other children. What do we do? She can't be stopped.
David wants a funny voice.
Modifier,
okay, yeah,
funny voice. Oh,
we could just let the chat pick the That's fine.
That's true. That's fun.
That's a good way to go. Okay, so I'm gonna pick a problem. I've been kind of goofing around with these cards, mixing them up. Aaron, I hope you don't mind, but I'm taking this game to Thanksgiving tomorrow to play with unexpected family, or unexpecting family. Like they're going to be like, "What are you hitting me with?"
I'm absolutely honored to hear that. I very much support and appreciate that, Tim. Hope y'all have
listen. Andrew, lots of pro athletes get hit with unexpected family lawsuits all the time.
Lots of money
and bricks.
And bricks. But that's from that halfling child running around.
Yeah.
So our problem is the King's Guard all read the story of King Arthur, stuck their swords in rocks, and now are unable to access their weapons. Okay. So everybody thought, oh, you know what? I'm going to stick my sword in a stone. I'm going to pull it out. I'm going to be king. And now none of the King's Guard have their swords. So that is the problem we are dealing with. The modifier is, we're going to jump ahead. The modifier is everybody has to argue in a funny voice. But I'm just going to give you like 3 cards to choose from for each of you. So sure. Andrew, that will be yours. Can you read that? Or is it backwards?
Yeah. No, you're good.
Okay. That's one of them.
Can we look?
No, you can't look, Avery.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And then there's this one.
Okay.
Do you need to see any of them again? Do you got one picked out?
Let me see the second one again.
Second one. I think that was this one.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay. All right, Avery, your turn to look. You just tell me when you got one you want to do, okay? Can you read that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you another one.
Okay.
Okay, I'll show you one more.
Okay.
Can you make one of those work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's good. All right, Aaron, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here's your first one.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
He probably knows all these after reading like 3 words of it.
Got it.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna go with number 1.
Do you need to see it again, or are you good?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mike. Here you go, sir.
Oh, I shouldn't be looking.
Again,
Cheating.
everybody.
I am cheating. My bad.
The royal guard has
Okay.
stuck their swords in a stone because they all want to be like King Arthur.
Okay.
All right. Can you pick one of those? Do you need to see them again?
I'm good.
Okay, you're good. All right, I'm going to draw 3 for myself. Normally you have a larger hand of cards. I guess I'll show these for everybody. So there's that one. There's that one. And then there's that one. Okay. Okay. All right. So here we go. Everybody's got to speak in a funny voice. We're ready to get started. Who is going first? Andrew, I guess, because Andrew was the first one to get his stuff. Oh, or does Avery want to go first? Avery, you want to go first?
Okay.
And
Do
hold
I have
on,
30 seconds?
before we start, we're gonna let the chat pick who's best because there's no moderator, right? We all looked at
Okay.
cards. There's no moderator. Chat's gonna pick. So Avery, go first. Funny voice. Don't forget funny voice.
Solid. Okay, so we got we got a magic wand that'll that'll spawn bricks on your child's head and kill any other creature because they're all cringy and we don't like kids anymore. So we gotta. So we got the magic wand that kills every other living creature.
Whoa,
Ooh.
that is.
Wow.
So wait, now how does that fix our problem?
It makes more problems. Duh.
Chaos monster.
Duh.
Don't
Sorry.
forget, Tim. The goal is to kill the kids.
That's true. That's true. All right, Andrew. Well, good luck competing with that. You're next, sir.
What is everyone's favorite thing in the whole world?
Is it
It's wonderful
children?
music.
Oh,
Music is beautiful to your ears. I would ask our friends present that
Where did the balloons come from?
balloons. It's a sign from the gods that we need musicians to sing us songs of this glorious occasion. The songs will resonate around the world and will bring people, special people, that will help pull the swords from the stones.
Andrew is getting roasted by his better half. I love it. All right, Aaron, are you ready?
Oh, yes, I am ready. 100%. All right. So, we all know that the King's Guard have put their swords into stone, and this is a problem. But if we were to replace all these swords with baguettes, then we would simply have baguettes stuck in stone, and the swords would be free to have the guards use them once again. Yeah.
Are we gonna eat the swords?
I'm just.
Oh no!
Let's
You do not want to
Logic.
eat swords. It's bad for your teeth.
I,
Supply of iron, though.
is this Aaron's French accent? I'm trying to decide what is
Oh
happening.
no! I have no idea what this accent is, but it is not French.
Okay.
No.
No, French. Yeah.
Oh
Um,
no!
That nice.
Borat.
Okay, so So we had a Python request, so I shall go Python. I shall go Python with mine. I have consulted the holy book, and it has said that we shall constructeth a museum in which we can charge not one, not two, not three, but $4 for everyone to see all of the stones with the swords sticking outeth of them. It has been decreed. That's it. We built. That's what we do.
Wow.
All right, Mike.
Sticking out.
I've had so many
I don't know.
voices running
like
through
it.
my head for the last 10 minutes.
Mike,
I'm gonna
Mike
go
can
with
crush
the
voices.
I'm gonna go with the one that I made up for this D&D campaign that we're starting out.
Everybody
The
buckle up.
name is Vigorous Cerebellum Splitter. I am the blackest dwarf in all of Who Knowsville. Yes, I said Who Knowsville. Simple of ask, how come you have a lisp, Vigorous? Well, us cerebellum splitters, we've had a hankering for the elves since we were a wee lad. So since I was a very young boy, I'd always be reaching for an ale, and my father would slap me across the face. Not so much here, or here. But right there enough slaps across the face, I developed me a lisp. So anyway, I don't have a weapon, which usually would be an axe. I've got a sword, some puny sword. I stuck it in a rock, but someone talked me into it. So I've got a solution. We're going to attach wheels. That's correct. Wheels and a rocket booster. Wheels and a rocket booster will make that rock fly so far, it'll crumble wherever it lands.
Okay, so now everybody, we can now like kind of argue. You're gonna put wheels on the rocks? Okay, so let's make everybody's points.
Booster, you idiot.
Oh, rocket booster. We're gonna like everybody's gonna like clearly state what their solution is, and then we can argue in our voices, and then we'll rely on the chat to pick. So to fix the problem of all of the guards, the royal guards have stuck their swords in stones because they recently read the tale of King Arthur. Mike says put rockets on the rocks.
Wheels, you moron.
Wheels?
Rockets on
Wheels and a rocket booster. We will make that rock crumble, and my sword will come flying out.
Okay. Andrew, I don't even remember what your. Oh, no, wait. I was going to say you're going to romance them, but that was your mom's. Oh, you're going to make music? Your mom, your wife.
Your mom.
Oh, my gosh.
Who's getting romanced?
Our family is very complicated.
Yes, it is. You're the best. You're the best. All right, Andrew. What was your pitch?
Yeah, my solution or my proposed solution is to hire musicians to sing about the problem, and that will bring people from elsewhere to come solve the problem for us.
Okay, Avery,
No,
what was
you're
your
singing.
Good
You're
music,
horrible
or you
singing.
ain't
We'll talk
bringing
about it.
anybody around, brother.
Avery? What was your solution? Throw the
So
rocks at the
mine
kids.
was, yeah. I had a spell that would bring down bricks from the air, and it would destroy everything but human beings and animals, like living beings. And so it would the bricks would crack the bricks and free the stone.
Okay. And then Aaron,
All right.
yours.
Replace the swords with baguettes.
That's pretty straightforward. And then mine was to build a museum to charge to see the stones with the swords. That's real quick. If there are spells that are bringing down the stones from the heavens, then no one can go to the museum to see the stones, which then I am charging. And that money, of course, goes back to the community, which is why we should build a museum, because it's going to enhance.
But sir,
But
kind sir, please.
small.
This money needs to go to the children.
The children that are getting hit with the bricks. I feel like this is a ploy to bring children in, so then your spawn may then throw bricks at them while they're all in one contained area.
That's what you're supposed to do in real life.
We may be working together. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain.
Hey, I have had props that have come up with better ideas than whatever that gibberish was. We're attaching rockets and wheels, and wherever that rock blows up, that's where I'll be.
I struggle to understand what our dwarven friend is even talking about.
I worry that we may lose the sword if we blast the rock that has the swords off into nowhere. Then perhaps the guards will still be unarmed.
I can't not laugh at Aaron's voice.
Oh no!
It's so
This
good.
is perfectly normal voice. Do not know.
My neighbor has sword. I want sword. I get the sword.
Now he's going to Borat.
Right?
I have bigger sword. Great success.
We got one vote for Aaron. We've got.
There is also 2 votes for Tim.
Both of the Rossies are in on Tim. Goodness, too many names.
Pigs in space.
Oh, someone voted for me. Thank you.
Yay! Good job, David.
Hey, Borat and the Baguettes. That's a band name, isn't it?
That is a band name.
Should be.
And that's not just a band name, but that is a band that Aaron would be fronting, because he would totally be fronting Borat and the Baguettes.
Kind sir, can I please pay you, sir, to sing songs about removing the sword from the stone?
Your horrible voice will literally break the stone.
Oh,
I would like to be in charge of pyrotechnics for the next Borat and Baguette show.
Oh, great. We have great band here.
The museum shall be titled The Home for the Swords in the Stones. $4 to enter. That's the whole title.
Wow. Does that mean Tim won?
Oh, but
Tim
no,
didn't
somebody
win,
else has got to vote. There's more than 4 people voting, right? $3, sire. 4. 3 is the number of the counting.
3 pence.
4 is the cost of the tour.
3 pence, please.
There are no silly walk tours. That is for a different museum, squire.
I will be giving discounts on the baguettes as they will be partially submerged in rock.
Kind sir, would I please get some baguette?
Be honest, I've been eating so many baguettes. That's why my crop was bigger than Timothy.
Feel free to approach the stone and take a bite of the baguette, not the stone.
The silly walk tour is right out. Okay. Let's get the votes. Final votes for everybody. Everybody just comment who your votes for and why is it Avery and why do you guys support people throwing bricks at children? I just want everybody to sleep at night. Or were you seduced by Andrew's bedroom voice, romantic voice, is what as his wife said.
You want to sing?
The problem is Mike was also doing his romance voice, and well,
you guys.
Oh, what a coincidence! So was I.
Oh, we got Aaron is a well-known player. Got many suitors, and specifically because of the voice. So we got 2 for
why, yeah.
We got 2 for Aaron. Aaron right now is runaway leader. Anybody else want to vote? We got one for Avery. David Brown voted, or David Godfrey voted for Avery.
Yeah.
And these are the votes that count. You got to vote now if you want your vote.
My solution is the only one that is actually viable. All of you and your far-fetched ideas.
Come on, Mom. You got it. Just right here. I'm your favorite daughter.
Hey, I've got a favorite daughter too.
I can do.
Wayne is sticking with Borat and the
tell which
baguettes. I believe that's 3 now for Borat and the baguettes. I don't know that anybody else is gonna come close next to Avery. Avery had 2 votes. So I think
You guys should vote for me because I'll take your kids and throw rocks at them.
Yeah. I love the look on Andrew's face when she said, like, he kind of leaned to the side so he could just.
There's clearly some excellent parenting in this household.
All right. We are going to
failed.
give it. We're going to give it to Borat and the baguettes.
I am
Aaron,
I've heard they have a great Christmas present.
Aaron,
Apparently,
congratulations.
people don't like when I throw rocks.
Well, you know, you shouldn't live in a glass house if you're going to do that.
Well,
Don't worry.
You know, I don't think you'll have a half bad solution personally.
There we go.
I can go for throwing rocks from time to time.
thank you.
I
But
can't
that
not
being
laugh.
said, that was off the record for the purposes of my political campaign.
There we go. There we go. All
Did
right.
somebody say carbs?
Oh God. Okay.
All right.
Andrew, Avery, thank you guys for being on. You are both entered to win in our drawing later, which I will announce what it is later on. It's a surprise. It's a spoiler. We're going to boot y'all off and make room for some of the other guests. But you guys have been on for like an hour. You are the best. Thank you so much for being here. Please hang out in the chat and keep commenting and let us know what you think of the
We had
other
a great
games.
time.
Yes. Avery.
Thanks for having us.
Avery, you're a rock star.
Thank
You're
you.
a rock star. Thanks for being on.
Stop sick hands!
But be
All
safe
right.
while doing it.
Yes.
Don't do
Then
this at
thank-
home.
Yeah.
And thank you for being our first Friendsgiving guests ever of all time. Mike,
You guys
I'm
rock.
gonna let you pull the next folks in. Andrew, we will see you. Avery, we will see you. Thank you all so much.
Great seeing y'all again. Have a good one.
Aaron, we're gonna
for
make you stay on, and then you're gonna have to be stuck with whatever other list was picked.
Okay. All right.
But you you
Okay.
can go if you
I'm
you
here
can go
for-
if you want to, but I just wanted you to.
You're good. I'm good to hang out as long or as little as y'all have time. So
All right,
boot
we've
me whenever you need.
got 2 guests in the queue, also regular viewers. I'm gonna bring them both in at the same time.
Do it.
Welcome,
Yes.
Dave and Wayne.
Hold on.
David.
This does not look like my cousin David Godfrey.
This
Or
is
my
obviously
wife's
the
cousin.
other David Godfrey.
I love it. Thank you guys both. Wayne,
Yeah,
thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you
Pleasure.
guys for coming on. Hold on a second. And thank you guys for like hanging out like every week. I see you guys on here. Let me just say it means so much to Mike and I. Mike and I talk like off camera, right? Like all week. And we're always so
That's not
pumped
true.
that like people hang out and do this with us. So wait, Wayne, you have a
Yeah.
podcast?
Yeah, well, a podcast and a YouTube show also, yeah. So
Okay, hold on. I just learned about this and I am a bad
Okay.
person because I didn't know you had a show also.
okay.
So
All right.
please, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Please promote it
Okay.
really quick. I know that's
Well,
not why you're
so
here.
It's not, but yeah. So actually what's funny is I started out as a viewer of the show also, and during the pandemic, I 2 guys like you guys, board game friend, and they had a live call-in show on Thursday nights. So Thursday nights from 9 to 11 p.m., kind of like sports radio, right? So
Yeah.
PJ from Board Game Gumbo calls it sports radio. They would have a phone number on the bottom of the screen, and they're like, "Hey, call. We're going to talk about board games. If you want to call in, call in." And so I started calling in, and then we found out like just happenstance that we're in the same city, and they're like, "Oh, well, why don't you just come over and join the show?" So I'm like, "Okay." so
Oh hell yeah, man.
Yeah, so it was fun. So it's called the Beans and Dice podcast. It's every Thursday night. Obviously not tomorrow. We have a pre-recorded one tomorrow, but usually every Thursday from 9 to 11 p.m. We kind of talk for 20 minutes about board games, what we've been playing, and then we open phone lines, and you can call in live and talk about whatever you want to talk about in the board game world. So it's
You said
cool.
bees and dice?
Beans and Dice.
Beans and dice.
Yeah. So
okay,
I'm
writing it down.
Yeah, the original. Yep.
Oh, like beans and rice. Beans and dice.
Yeah, beans and rice. Yeah, so the original founder Carlos is from Puerto Rico, and so he's the beans, and then Rob, he's the dice. So they're the beans and dice, and then what's funny is like 3 or 4 of us that were callers to the show over time are now kind of regular guests or regular people on the show, and then we try to put out podcasts every so often too. But so if you look up Beans and Dice on YouTube or Spotify, whatever podcast thing, you'll find it, and we're out there. So it's fun. It's really cool. So it's very similar to what you're doing tonight. So.
I'm subbing tonight. I'm ready. I love it.
Cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome to join our show too. If you want to call in or you want to be live like this, you can. We can get you on.
Either way, buddy. Either way, happy to just participate. Glad to support. Let's do it. Right. Rising tide raises all boats.
Absolutely.
David's been watching for a while, and there was some confusion because initially I did think he was my wife's cousin. Who is also named David Godfrey and goes by David Godfrey. And so there's not a ton of you. So David, you're a badass. I'm glad you're here. Regular commenter.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Puts up with our shenanigans. Now tell us about your podcast. Oh, it's just kidding.
Yeah, I think I'm one of the few people in the world that don't actually have a podcast. So
what are you doing? What do you even do with your life? How do you not have a podcast?
Apparently it's a complete waste. I don't know.
I guess. Same. You know what? If you ask my wife, if she saw the board game, she'd be like, yeah, complete waste. All right, guys. So wait, Mike, who is scheduled to be on first? You were keeper of the list and the track. We went long with Andrew, but that's fine.
It's gonna happen.
I had wish list first, which was Wayne, and David picked games to play over Skype or Zoom.
Okay,
now we could run this like we did the last list, and we could all have pick for each list if you would like.
Okay, so David and Aaron, if you guys have games on your wish list, when we come to you, just spout one off, and you can also say pass, and we will just go through this list. And because Wayne's got a top 5, it's locked in, it's set in stone, it's never changing until he gets those games. So we're, because lists here are never arbitrary. They're always, that's the list. I will not be making
5 several times.
I will not be making mine up as we go. Mine will be, it's written right here in invisible ink right underneath. Also, just so you know, Wayne and David are also entered into our contest to win stuff, which we will tell you what that is at the end of the game, or at the end of the game, end of the night.
Real quick, I just want to say, I knew Wayne had mentioned before that he had a podcast, and he was super respectful about I don't want to come on to promote it and that sort of thing. But you've watched our show enough to know that we're going to promote it because why not? And so I'm just in true Whiskey Wednesday form.
Yeah,
there you go. There's his podcast, and there you go,
Look
sir.
Awesome. Thank you.
It's just this stuff. Easy. I got you.
And
I'll be sharing
Wayne,
your channel here in a second. So
Wayne, now that you have a podcast, we need to have you on as a guest sometime.
Okay. Sure.
You can't say no. We're putting you on the spot.
I can't say no anytime. Yeah.
This is like proposing in a very public space. We're going to make it as awkward and as horrible for you to say no. We'll be like, look at this jerk. He said no in public. Like we asked in front of tens of people. Yeah. No. Okay. Cool. Awesome.
I just want to say his audio level is blowing ours away too. So we got to step up our game.
Yeah. That mic quality is out of control. He's good. No, in a good way, Wayne. In a good way.
Okay.
Wayne.
Yeah.
Can we bring Bob back in to make us look better with the audio quality? Can we do that? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. So
Here, I got you.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Aaron. Okay. So so Dave, what we're going to do is we're going to make you last to give you the most time to pick a game off your wish list if you want.
No, I'm good. I've got a wish list as well. So yeah.
Oh,
we're good.
hell yeah. Let's go. Okay.
Nice.
So we'll start with Wayne. We'll go to David. Then we'll go to Aaron. And then we'll do me. And then Mike. We'll just go clockwise, but we'll start with the person's list.
Okay. That's great. All right. So my number 5 game I want this year is Ticket to Ride Legacy.
Woo! You know what?
Yeah,
I am intrigued, dude. I am intrigued.
I am. What's funny is I did this list recently too for our show, and I had it at 1 for the longest time, and then hearing other podcasts, and it kind of bumped down a little bit because I just have so many campaign games and legacy games to play that I'm like, I don't know when I'd get to play it, but I do. I love Ticket to Ride. I have a bunch of the versions of it, the small box, big box versions. So yeah, Ticket to Ride Legacy is my number 5 wish list for this year, just because it's a little pricey. And I won't buy it for myself, but if someone wants to buy it for me, I'll take it.
Right? I will say, watching the full 42 on Monday, Chris Strain said he played through the whole campaign during BGG Con. So,
right.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's a lot of Ticket to Ride in one weekend. But you know what? Hey, he must have liked it.
But apparently, the first game is only like maybe 30 minutes long. And then the games get longer as you go into the campaign because you're building out the map of America. So yeah, it takes a little while.
Oh, right on. Oh, and then Evan got to meet Alan Moon, humble brag, at BGG. Yeah. Good for you, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Dave Godfrey, not my relative.
Not related. So I think on my list, it's going to be in order of the likelihood of me getting them based upon whether my wife will be interested in playing them with me.
Fair.
I suffer from that
fair
same
criteria.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the number 1 or number 5 on my list would be On Mars.
Oh yeah, let's go crunchy.
Yeah, nice big heavy game there.
That's a good one. That's a
You're
really
saying
good
your
one.
wife would play it with you, or
she would not play it with me, which is why it's number 5.
Why it's number 5? Least likely.
Gotcha.
Man, you know, I could do a top 5 games. My wife is least likely to play with me. I could probably do a top 50 and just do these games. Out of these games, you could see right here. No, that's awesome. Love it. So On Mars. Man, that's a beautiful looking game. Ian O'Toole art, right? Yeah, I'd love to play that game.
Yeah.
My wife would never play that with me. All right, Aaron.
You know, I think this is kind of an odd pick, I suppose, but I played Galaxy Trucker at I think it was at Origins this past year, which I thought was a fun one. It's one where like I keep seeing it around, or I first saw it around, and I was like the name just intrigued me at first. I was like, I have no idea what this game is about, but I'd like to try it sometime. Played it at a convention. I thought it was a lot of fun. So I'd say I'd probably put that in my number 5 spot. But
oh my God, I love Galaxy Trucker so much.
I mean, I definitely, that's definitely my number 5 spot because I have a very, organized and rigid list here that,
yes.
I got my list right here. Actually, Tim, it says flightless on it.
Oh, I don't even know what that means, but I love it. I love it. Galaxy Trucker. Man,
it's
awesome.
It's a callback. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm not sad. I've only played the app version of this, and it was still a blast. It's a really well done app. They implement a campaign. I really need to play this one. It's
I can't believe this game's on your list. I can't believe this game's on your list. I might have to send you. I might have to send you my copy. I love this game.
Oh no. You gotta keep your copy if you love it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I only have like 7 games ever, total.
Right,
my collection.
He wants to send you his copy so he can get the new printing version of it. That's all.
Oh,
right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. I will send you the inferior copy.
All right. Well, if I'm
old and busted.
If I'm enabling your need for more board games, then we can talk. Yeah.
Right. And then what's going to happen is if I keep it too long, my copy will turn into a baguette. I don't know. That's my French accent. It's different than yours. Okay.
For injection.
So my number 5 game on my wish list would be, it was mentioned in the comments, but I would totally take a copy of Kingdom Death Monster. Holy crap. I did get to play like a scenario of this. It was insane. It was weird. And I really, really enjoyed it. It's just like crazy kind of legacy game. I don't want to have to put all the crap together to do it. And then, beg somebody to paint it for me. But man, that would, if it just fell into my lap, out of the sky, if anybody wants to send me Kingdom Death Monster, feel free. I would take it in a heartbeat. That's my number 5, Kingdom Death Monster.
Nice.
Wow.
That's a good one. It's a big box.
Man, I guess my wish list is stuff I thought I'd be buying myself. Oh, that's not a list of like, hey, buy me this stuff, and then I'll play it with you.
Well, sure. If you just want to drop like a cool grand, on me,
this is just
you can
stuff
buy me
I
Kingdom
haven't.
Death Monster.
This is stuff I'm selective about what I buy, and it's typically stuff that the other guys in the group don't have in their collection, and I know that. And so that's how I've come to start selectively buying here recently. So my number 5, I know nobody else has. I saw Sam Stockton play this at your sister's house during Gen Con, Tim. And then Mark Wilson brought it up on the list last week, and it's a deck builder with racing, and that's Robot Quest Arena.
Oh, yeah.
This deck building with racing, that's really all I know. It's got robots. It's got cool art. That's really all I kind of need to know. I want to try this one out now. I know nobody else has it, and I just kind of like buying unique games that nobody else really I know has. And so that one's rose on my list here.
Well done. Well done. All right. Wayne, you're number 4.
Okay. So my number 4 is a slight cheat because it's not a game. It's an expansion to a game. But it's one that I know that I'll get to the table with my wife. It's the Lost Ruins Varnak Missing Expedition, the new expansion, the Missing Leaders.
Nice.
And because it comes with a 2-player campaign that I know that we'll play through. So this is the first game. It's another legacy kind of game or campaign game, but I know it's one that my wife will get into because we love Lost Ruins Varnak, and we would get through that pretty quickly. So the Lost Ruins Varnak expansion is definitely on my wish list for Christmas.
Well done. That's a
good pick. I love Lost Ruins a lot. I definitely try that one. The problem is with our group is getting people to play the same game over and over.
Well, the problem is like not with our group. The problem with having a show is a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, I would love to play this game that I actually love, but I've got a stack of 10 games we've got to get reviewed and played for the show. I know, blah blah blah. Like
blah blah blah,
problem.
But it is true.
Horrible problem to have. Really lucky to have that problem. But
that's a self-imposed problem, though.
It is 100%. Okay.
Love Lost Ruins of Varnak, though. Great pick.
All right, Dave, what do you got, man?
All right, so yeah, another heavy, crunchy game that I'm fascinated and would really like to play and really like to own, but once again, knowing the wife has no interest in it, Brass Birmingham.
Yeah, I'd love to play Brass Birmingham. I only have Old and Busted Brass, and I haven't even played that. But Brass Birmingham recently, what is it still number 1 on BGG, Mike?
It is.
And we were stupid lucky and got to talk to Martin Wallace not long after it became number 1. And to quote Martin Wallace, he said, "Take that, Isaac," in a British accent, which was amazing. Because Isaac Childress designed Gloomhaven, which was number 1 for a minute. So yeah. Oh, Andrew, you're welcome. That's all I'm gonna say. Wayne's radio voice needs to say "in a world." Okay, so everybody just pause for a second.
I don't know about that. Oh gosh.
No pressure.
In a world.
There we go.
Yeah. There you go.
In a world where Martin Wallace signed your copy of Brass.
That is a huge game for us in our game group. I'm from Tampa, Florida. Yeah, if y'all didn't know, we play that game all the time. Brassberry Hand gets to the table an awful lot. It's in a top 5 for most of us. Yeah.
Hell yeah, good pick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did go and get it because I brought it knowing he was going to be there, and sure enough, he signed it. And he was awesome.
Can I tell you my sad story real quick from Origins? I brought all this stuff from other people from Martin Wallace to get signed, and I didn't get anything signed for myself. But I do have a video which will live in perpetuity of me getting to talk to Martin Wallace for like an hour. So I'll take that. No complaints. He was wonderful, and he kept coming back and talking to us. It was so cool. I felt like, oh, he's cool with us, and maybe we're friends. I'll just say that. Aaron,
bummer. I wanted to throw this out there. Wes was going to join us later.
Hey,
but
Wes,
unfortunately,
love
he
you,
won't be
buddy.
able to make it.
It's all good, Wes. We'll see you next time. He's the man. Aaron.
Yeah, I don't know what's prevented me from getting this game up until this point, because like maybe it's just because my friends have it. It's that sort of thing where it's like you don't really pick up a game that someone else in your group has. But one thing that I really like is Dungeon Mayhem, because it's like it's super quick to pick up, it's really quick to play. It's like it's a great game to just like have with you, where like if you got a spare moment with friends and just be like, hey, you want to play something real quick while we wait for everyone else to show up, you just you throw together a game, and it's a lot of fun. You're just like playing as different like D&D themed creatures or classes, and you could be like a rogue or a barbarian. You have a deck full of cards with different abilities and stuff, and you're just kind of, I mean, you're trying to like kill each other first.
Well,
we encourage violence here, I guess, right?
We do. Clearly, the standard. Listen, if Avery is going to set the standard by just endorsing as much violence as possible, then we're going to run with that.
Sweet.
It was called Dungeon Mayhem. I'm going to look at
Dungeon Mayhem. Yeah, it's a card game. It's a little card game. It has a lot of like expansions too. They keep adding like different characters that you can play as and stuff, which is fun. But yeah, super quick, super fast, easy to pick up. I don't know why I don't have it yet, other than just other people in my group have it. So
I can dig it. Because our lists were set in stone, and I made this list way in advance. My number 4 is going to be the World Series of Russian Roulette. I got to see this damn game. Jim Cole was on earlier. I got to know about this game, and I kind of want to play it. It's dark. It's upsetting. Obviously, I would not play that with people that would be upset by that theme and idea, but I don't know. Like, let's watch Deer Hunter and play World Series of Russian Roulette. Spoiler alert. I'm here for it. Let's do it. It sounds bananas. I just love sometimes finding like the weirdest, most off the wall themes, and like I want to play that game. So that is going to be on my wish list now at number 4.
Wow. Okay.
I do have my list written down. I just wrote that like immediately. I was like, once we said wish list, I'm like, that's on my wish list. I gotta know. There was a reason why I was asking you what it cost. I'm like, how much was that? Will I get divorced for $40 plus shipping? Let's see.
Okay, so my number 4, this is a game that's actually been out for a really long time, and I played it a bunch of times years ago, and I didn't appreciate it. And then earlier this year, I played it again and realized how much I loved Imperial. Imperial is an old game from Rio Grande, designed by Mac Gertz, the designer of Concordia, which is one of my favorite games. Imperial does this amazing thing where it looks like a war game, but you're actually profiting off of war. You're trying to produce troops, but you don't want to keep them too long because then your taxes go up, the cost goes up. So then you actually want them to die in war, and try to control more territory so that you can gain more income out of those troops. And what's fun about Imperial, you don't control any specific country. You only control the country of which you own the most stocks of. And that can change throughout the game. And so really what you're doing is foreshadowing over which country you think is winning and then buying that stock, even if someone else is running them. Sometimes you're buying stock of the country who has the best player running them. And I think it's just what makes this game so unique. It's out of print. I actually recently bought Imperial 2030, which is a simplified but longer version, if that actually makes sense. It usually doesn't, but in this case it does. I want the original Imperial, and I've messaged multiple people that have listings on BGG, and I cannot get this thing. Imperial for Matt Gertz. This came out in 2006. Just a fantastic game.
So pretty new. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, Wayne. Number 3, no pressure.
Okay, so number 3.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be
Number
older
3, no
than
pressure,
2006.
I know, I tucked it up.
wait.
It's older, but not 2006. So I can't
That's
do
old
that.
for a board
but
game.
In the written in stone, it's been written forever. I'll go with a game that's out of print that I would love to have, and I regret not buying when it was in print.
Nice.
Is Manhattan Project Energy Empire.
Nice.
It's such a good game. We played it when Oppenheimer came out earlier this year. We had a game weekend where we played Manhattan Project and Manhattan Project Energy Empire. This game was a hit, and I'm like regretting having not. It's not part of my collection. So
is that the small box one?
No, it's the second. So Manhattan Project was the first version, and then they came out with the Manhattan Project Energy Empire, which is a little bit better.
Okay.
It's about your country is trying to develop sort of nuclear energy or clean energy and things like that. And it's a really good game. It's out of print for a while now. Not too expensive. You can get used copies of it, but I wouldn't be upset if this was under my Christmas tree in a couple of weeks. So.
Oh yeah.
That's a really good pick. I've played the original Manhattan Project a lot when I was kind of a new gamer, and I enjoyed it. And then Energy Empire actually didn't go on my radar until recently when I realized it was the game where Luke Laurie kind of first started that whole worker recall mechanic.
Right.
Which he's got several games that pull off. And I picked it up earlier this year, actually. And I really need to get that one to the table. That's a really good pick.
Yeah, it's a fantastic.
I've got a small box Manhattan Project game. And that's the only one I played. It's a card engine building game. I don't remember.
3 minutes to midnight, maybe, or is that the 3 minutes to midnight?
You're talking about. I finally got rid of this one because I didn't like it. I backed it on Kickstarter even. Manhattan Project Chain Reaction, the card game.
It is Chain Reaction. It is Chain Reaction. Yeah. That's the one. That's the one.
I didn't really enjoy that one that much.
So what you're telling me is you want that for Christmas from me. You're welcome. Done. Just call me Santa.
There was another Manhattan Project follow-up that was from a different designer. Like all the follow-up Manhattan projects have been from completely different designers, which is kind of weird. But Luke Laurie obviously has made a name for himself since then. So
I mean, he's done a game or two.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, what do you got for us?
All right, so this next one, now we're starting to get into the realm of games that my wife may actually play with me. So these are much more possible. And then going back to a much younger version of myself before kids, when I wasn't allowed to have a beard and long hair.
Nice.
And played a lot of Sid Meier Civilization sort of games. And so I've been looking for a board game Civilization. And so now wondering about like Mosaic, or I know Paths of Civilization or Millennia are 3 that have come out recently that all seem to fit maybe that Civilization sort of pitch that I'm looking for. So Civilization, if we have to focus on one, I'd go with Mosaic, Story of Civilization.
Nice. I thought we were going to cross over for a minute.
Okay.
But we haven't. But I don't think that's a bad thing. Bobby, who was on earlier, Bob, one of our regular co-hosts, right? Loves Civilization games. It got to where he was so good at the Sid Meier Civilization that we just won't play it with him anymore because it's not even competitive. it's one thing to be like, look, I'm really good at this game. I'm going to try a different strategy. Bob will destroy you with any strategy. Doesn't matter. He's that good at that game. Not take anything away from him. He's super smart. He's super smart and he's really good at games. Yeah. Just saying. And he can't dial it back. But yes, that's awesome. Great pick. Love it. When we get to my number 2, I'll talk about how we almost crossed over.
Okay, cool.
But really good. Really good. Aaron, what do you got there, buddy?
Yeah, I think my next one is it's another one that I stumbled across at, I think it was at Gen Con this year that I first played it. It's called Factory Funner, which is a bit of a strange name. I don't know if y'all are familiar with it, but
I think I talked to the people at that booth at Origins, but please continue.
So yeah, it's just about like mixing paint and stuff, but it's like a fun, it's a fun kind of puzzly sort of situation where you have like paint factories where like you got to connect like sources of paint with like pipes to other ones, but like you have specifically shaped like pipe pieces and you have to fit them on this little grid and stuff. So it's like, it's got like a fun kind of tactile like strategy and puzzle element to it that I haven't really found in a whole lot of games that I thought was kind of fun. So that's probably my we're on number 3. Yeah.
Number 3.
Yeah. That's definitely on my, on number 3 on my list that I have written here. Yeah.
Look at that.
It's a good one. I've played the original Factory Fun, which is pretty good. Factory Funner made it hexes, and definitely added some more stuff. I haven't played that one yet, but
Factory I didn't realize that's why it was called Factory Funner, is because it's like a second edition.
Nice.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, so you've got Factory Fun, and they basically took the same concept and made it. They basically made it hexes, and it's supposed to be a much better version. But Factory Fun was good too. Played that a long time ago.
Yeah, sweet. Andrew, I love El Grande. I only played it once. I played my sister's copy. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, so Aaron, don't you feel good? Like, hey, you're Factory Funner. Everybody, not everybody, but like people know about it. And they're like, yeah, let's go.
Good pick. I'm glad. Yeah. I mean, hey, shout out to those who enjoy the funner version of Factory Fun. That was always a big question to us too. Is like we were like, why did they name it Factory Funner? Because without the context of Factory Fun came first, it made a lot less sense. But that's good to know.
Now you know. Now you know.
I know. Learn something new every day.
All right, so my number 3 is a game I'm trying to trade for. I've never played it. I am enamored by the theme and the art design. I think it looks great, and everybody that I know that has played this game loves it, and that is Wasteland Delivery Express. I love Mad Max post-apocalyptic style stuff, and this game was popular. It's been out for ages. It's, I guess, a pick up and deliver game by the title. But it looks like it's got cool components, fun art, and again, a lot of people I know really enjoy it. I might be trading for this game soon. I'm waiting for somebody to get back from Thanksgiving. They told me they're going to look at my trade list, and there's 1 or 2 games that they might trade me. But Wasteland Delivery Express on my list. I want to try it. I want to play it. I don't know if my wife will play it with me. I know she probably wouldn't play so far any of these games on my list. So as far as David's list goes, it is 1,000,000% arbitrary because it's like, yeah, not happening. But she might play Dungeon Mayhem out of the ones mentioned. But anyways, that's a game I'm excited about. Would love to get my hands on. It's been out for a while, and it is sort of a known quantity. But it seems like it's pretty popular. It's one that's been on my radar for a long time. I've just never pulled the trigger because either the timing's never been right, or it's been too much, or more than I want to spend. I shouldn't say too much, but more than I want to spend. But that's my number 3. Mike, what do you got?
All right, my number 3. We're getting into hotness. This was SN hotness, and now it's US hotness. It's the White Castle. I haven't played this yet.
That game makes me hungry.
Well, yeah. There's that. I know it's a dice game. I know it's economic. I know Bob has it, so we're gonna play his copy and review it. And if I like it, I'll probably end up buying this one. But I got the opportunity to try before I buy because I know he has it and he's been reading the rule book. But this is one I've definitely been interested in. The White Castle looks pretty cool.
All right. All right. Good pick. Number 2, Wayne. No pressure, but these better be good.
No pressure. It better be good. Yeah. White Castle might that one's coming up the list. It's not quite there yet for me, but White Castle is. I'm hearing a lot of good things about it. But
Hotness
my number 2 is
now. That's number 2 on hotness already.
Yeah. My number 2 is War of the Ring, the card game. Came out a year ago. I miss being in Tampa, Florida. Very easy for me to get to Dice Tower events. I was at Dice Tower East with a bunch of people from Tampa, and they got the game in multiple times during the con, and I just never got in the group. And everyone kept talking about it and how great it was, and it was awesome. It was a great game. It was a good experience. So now I'm like, now I just got to get it because I need to play it. So. Yeah, War of the Ring, the card game. I love Lord of the Rings themes things. I'm a D&D player, those guys for a long, long time. So
yeah,
this is right up the alley. It's a faster play than One Ring, so that's good.
Yes. Good pick. That's a really fun game.
You guys reviewed it, and I know you guys all liked it a lot.
We did. I got to check on something real quick. David, what's your number 2? I'll be right back.
All right, so number 2 for me. So this is a game we came across when we were in a board game store up in Portland, Maine earlier this summer. And I'm interested in it because my 14-year-old daughter has currently said that when she grows up, she wants to do underwater construction. So Underwater Cities.
Nice.
Is the number 2 game.
That's a good pick. This is funny. Me and Tim last year made a trade. I gave him a Cosmic Encounter for Underwater Cities, and I hadn't even played it yet. Then earlier this year, I played it at his sister's house and loved it. Underwater Cities is really good.
Oh, Underwater Cities is excellent. I would only trade it if it could stay in my group. Like, to be fair.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Love that game.
Yeah.
All right. Are we to Aaron?
All right. I think number 2, I think I'm probably going to go with Windward. It's a game where you're like sailing around in the sky. Do you know this one?
I'm familiar with it. Haven't played it, but I've seen it at the conventions. I saw it at Origins and Gen Con and was like,
yeah,
so
I'm a little
continue.
biased. I am a little biased on this one, admittedly. I worked with and went to the same school as the guy who designed it.
Oh, very cool.
It was like so it was like a college capstone project turned into like an actual board game, which was pretty cool. But yeah, you're sailing around in the sky, hunting what they call, I think, cresters is what they had to call them, as opposed to whales, because
sky whales.
You don't want to hunt sky whales, but that's that's
right.
what they are. Yeah, it's a cool game, cool theme, very sailing heavy, and there was a lot of fun like lore and world building that went into it. So yeah, that'd be my number 2.
Awesome. I love it. Yeah, that game was like Sam Stockton from BA Games was like, you need to check out Windward. Like and he wasn't wrong. Yeah, it looked like the art looks amazing. It had a lot of buzz. Looks really cool. And yes. Very good. My number 2, I believe, is a Civilization game. Mike and I talk about one of us getting this game all the time. Dave, when you were talking about Civ games and wanting a Civ game, this is what I thought you were going to say. And that is Clash of Cultures. But I went like the deluxe edition. Classic Cultures looks amazing. Mike, doesn't it?
I've had the original version unplayed for I don't even know how long.
I know, but I really want the super fancy. What do they call it? The Monumental Edition?
Yes.
Yeah, I want
It's
the
got
Monumental
the
Edition.
Civilizations expansion, which went out of print, and everybody says a must-have expansion.
Yes.
And they added, they made the art a little better.
Yes.
Great.
So I'm really, 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 really close to buying that game at some point in time. I really want it really bad. The
Any
problem
of you guys
with
play that one?
Tim, when you
what were you gonna say, Wayne?
I was going to say that when you come on our show, you need to Carlos. This is like one of his favorite games. He's always trying to get people to play it, so he will convince you to buy it on the spot because he loves Clash of Cultures. Yeah,
that's go. All I need is that one little push, like over the edge.
Yeah, he'll give it to you. He'll give it to you. No problem. He's a proponent of that game. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Tim,
all right.
just need to bust that rule book back open, and we need to get it to the table.
Yeah, we do.
Especially after playing Last Light, Quasi 4X. It's like,
right?
I love these big epic Clash games like that.
Mike, I'll be right back. You do your number 2.
All right. My number 2 is more Essen hotness that is now US hotness. But an economic game from Czech Games. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing Kutna Ora right or Kutna Hora. All I know is that it is an economic game from Czech Games, and it's been on the hotness for a while. Sometimes I will think like that's all I really need to know. And I'm like, okay, I'm interested. And it just shoots up my want list. I just really like a lot of Czech games. They just really make high quality stuff. They make a lot of games I like. And I've heard good things about this one. So there you go. That's my number 2, Kutna Ora or Hora. Don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right.
There are certain publishers, CGE being one of them, where they almost never miss. Like they always have good games. They never have bad games. They're always good to great, right? So they just never miss. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and I just really appreciate that all their games come straight to retail too. And they all have great art and really nice components. This game actually comes with dual layer player boards, and it's retail. I don't know if I've actually seen that, but yeah, it looks really good. There you go. Number 1, Wayne. What's your number 1 wish list game?
So my number 1 is it's a solo game, but I have a dual purpose for it because I want to play it, but I know my wife will want to play it, and then when she's playing that, I will actually get my PlayStation 5 back so I can play that. She's been playing Baldur's Gate and all these other games that came out recently, and I would like to play my PlayStation 5, so I want to get Final Girl for Christmas.
So Final Girl. Holy crap, that's like a lot of stuff too if you get everything for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I want like the all season 1 or whatever, but I want a big box of it because I know we're gonna like it, and I know I'll play it, and I know my wife will like it and play it. And while she's playing it, I can then have my PlayStation. Like I said, like you missed that, Tim. I want to get my PlayStation back because like
I brought
her entire life for months now. So,
oh my gosh, I wish I had a PlayStation 5.
Yeah,
but that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Great pick. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Good pick. I love it. And I love the motivation behind it. Like I just want my game system back. Yeah.
Right. So she'll go play that, or I can, we can switch back and forth. So it'd be good. So
yeah.
But your wife plays Baldur's Gate 3, winning.
She's already played it. She's already played it twice. No, it's not. It's really not winning because everyone says, "Oh,
second system, Wayne. You're being cheap."
Your wife's a gamer. That's great. Yeah, it's really great until she takes the system and like locks herself away and plays games for months on end. I would like to play games every now and then. Yeah.
Now you know the other side of the coin, right?
Right. Like, yeah. Everyone wants to marry a gamer girl, but then there's downsides to that. Although most of the RPG books here are hers, so that's a good sign too. So
nice.
You did fine. You did fine.
Yeah. I outkicked my coverage by far. So yeah,
dude, same. Love it. And she's not even a gamer, and I still outkick my coverage, which is a great thing about just being very low. Anyways, Dave, what's your number 2?
All right, so now we're definitely into the games I'm hoping the wife will enjoy.
Now it can't be a solo game.
That's not not a solo game. So as I've brought her into the hobby, she's actually really enjoyed several of the Stonemaier games, and she's also a beekeeper. So apiary is the number one game on the list.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's a great. Isn't that awesome though? When you can find like a theme that your significant other is like, oh yeah, like I'm in.
Yep.
And then if the game's good on top of that, like even better, right?
Yeah, Wingspan was a big hit in the house, so that was, and for that
Nice.
reason, because she's really like it. But Hope and Apiary is something else that she would enjoy.
There you go. Fantastic pick.
That's a good pick. I know we should have a review of that one coming hopefully by the sometime in December, maybe.
Who has Apiary, Mike? Did you guys already play it and review it without me?
No, I don't remember who took that home. We got a store copy though.
Oh my
Who
gosh.
grabbed that? Bob did, I think.
Okay, good.
So anyway.
it's on Bob to learn the rules. And then we'll send it to David for
Nice.
Nice. I'll get to play.
Stonemeyer.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to play Apiary next Thursday before the show, and so we'll probably talk about it. And
okay, good.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that.
So you better be listening to Beans and Dice.
Beans and Dice. Yep, we got to log on to that one too.
Maybe. Yeah.
Not maybe. Definitely. Wayne, come on, man. You got a show. Let's promote it. All right, Aaron, you don't have a show. What's your number one, and why is it also Apiary?
Unfortunately, Tim, I think you might have mispronounced Thunder Road.
It's so good.
Yeah. When you said apocalyptic delivery earlier, I was like, all right, well, I got one in mind that I think would I think you would enjoy. So you played this too, I assume.
This is in contention for my game of the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
for me,
it's a good one.
Really good.
We played agreed. We when we played with so my friend group played it at Gen Con before I did, and the first thing I heard about it was from our friend Sam. Was like, I've never had so much fun just like losing at a game. Where just the chaos of it and just the desire to see like what's gonna happen, and like, is my car gonna get blown off the track? Am I gonna crash into someone else and send them flying? Like, it ends up becoming like, I don't care if I'm the one who wins. I'm here for the chaos. So that I think I think that's tough to get right in a game, and I think this game does that super well. So,
yeah, Andrew did play that with us at Origins. I freaking love that game. Wonderful pick. I love it. I think it's awesome. I got bad news. I'm a really nice guy and a good friend, but I'm not that good of a friend because I will not send you my copy of Thunder Road.
Oh, I would not expect you to. I don't fault you at all for that.
So don't hold that against me.
If you sit down at that game trying to win and not just be a total agent of chaos, then you're playing it wrong. You have to go into that game just going, I'm going to be as chaotic and crazy as possible, and just let's see what happens.
Let's just see what happens. That game is not for everybody, right? People that like planning and they like, well, I'm going to plan the perfect turn, so that's going to help me win because every turn I'm going to make the perfect turn. No. It's not going to happen. You're literally going to get blown up. Yep. And it is one of the reasons why I love that game. Arn, yeah, man, I hope you get your hands on it. I think it's fantastic. If I had a way to ensure you could have a copy, short of sending you my own, I would totally do it. But I'm a greedy bastard. I want to hold on to that one for myself because I love that damn game a lot.
Yep. I respect it for sure.
But I will send you my copy of Galaxy Trucker. I will do that. I will give you Galaxy Trucker.
Oh, no.
Because I love that game, but I feel like that is a game that more people should play. And it's not that hard to get a hold of. So, if I can share the love a little bit, I'm going to do it. So later on, just send me your address. Not for stalking purposes this time. Purely just send you a board game and nothing else. Even though you only live an hour and a half from me. Not that I've checked.
I do enjoy Thunder Road, probably not as much as the rest of the guys, only because it's all this chaos happens and then somebody limps across the finish line. It's kind of
Nobody has ever made it across the finish line when we've played, because you've got to make it through 5 tiles. Nobody makes it past the third. Like,
or
if somebody
you know
gets
what I
past,
mean? Not the
yeah, I know
real
what you mean.
finish line, but somebody
Yeah,
gets eliminated, then somebody goes, oh, okay. But I still enjoy it. You know what's crazy is that everybody that plays this game like loves it. It's rated an 8, but so many games come out nowadays that it's only ranked 12, 16. Now it was a 2023 release, so take that with a grain of salt. But it's just funny how those rankings. There's so many games that those rankings don't really mean a whole lot.
It deserves to be higher. It deserves to be higher. All right, my
It'll
number
get
one
there with a ranking of 8.
My number one is a game I talked about when we did our deck building list last week. The first trade I thought I had fell through because the person didn't have the game anymore, but I am in talks with a person to, if I'm hoping it's first edition. I'm trying to get my hands on a first edition of Tyrants of the Underdark so bad. I want Tyrants of the Underdark. I love this damn game. I don't care about Dark Elves and all this stuff, even though I am a D&D player and things like that. It is a D&D themed deck building territory control game. For whatever reason, I'm really good at this game. I really enjoy this game. I love the style of it because it's a deck building game, but to like score the cards in your deck, you have to pull them out of your deck and basically cull them and stash them later. So the really powerful cards, which are going to like be awesome for moves and doing things, are worth more as victory points when you don't use them. So I kind of really like the multi-use cards. I like the territory control. I don't, it's because of the components is why I went first edition versus second edition. So I'm really just kind of holding out to get that first edition. I'm trying to trade it for it, but if I have to, I'll probably eventually buy it. I don't care. It's a game I really want. I really like. But Tyrants of the Underdark is my number one like wish list game. And so if anybody wants to trade me for it, yeah, Andrew, it's got plastic minis. I'm looking at trades. I just can't trade Galaxy Trucker for it because I've already given that to somebody that I may or may not be stalking.
It's the reason. Here's the reason: is buy the second edition, and now you have a reason to get a 3D printer so that you can print off all the little plastic pieces for it.
Spoiler alert, Wayne. I have a 3D printer. I'm just bad at using it.
Oh, there you go.
Reason to get good at the 3D printer.
Sim sucks at tech. Newsflash. Okay. Yeah. All right, my number one. This has been out a couple of years now, or no, 2022. Everybody that plays this says nothing but good things about it. Revive civilization 5,000 years after everything was destroyed. The game is Revive. I've heard your sister loves this game, and there's been several games she's like, "Oh, I love this game," and then she teaches them to me, and I end up loving them. So there's just sometimes when I know like that my interests click with certain people and they say, "Hey, I like these games," they like immediately rise to the top of my list. Revive is one of those games. I've got to get this one. I know nobody in our group has it. Revive looks great. For a 2022 release to be ranked 190 already, that says something.
That's not bad.
So if any of you guys have played this one, feel free to chime in. I need this one.
Not yet. Revive is real good.
My sister is really bad about showing off games and making people want to buy them. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Considering that most of Mike's list was games that your sister has played that he wants now.
No doubt.
I think you're lying. I think you're lying there.
No doubt. Let me just say, Wayne, you're lucky you don't live closer because your list would be a lot longer if you were able to play games with us and my sister. They've got... Now, I've got a big board game collection. Mike's got a healthy board game collection. My sister has a board game collection that just puts all of ours to shame. But she's...
Board game collection.
Is this the sister that's married to my namesake or a different one?
No. My wife's maiden name is a Godfrey.
Oh, okay.
So your namesake is her cousin.
Okay.
So we got him into board games, but he races Corvettes. So that's kind of like his other thing. So do you race vets by any chance?
I do not know.
Has he played
Well-
Thunder Road?
Oh, he should. He should. He might get too depressed with the destruction of the vehicles. Is the
fair.
problem?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, he may not be able to handle that.
Okay.
Maybe kindred spirits here. The last time I saw David, he was carrying around the Wingspan nesting box. So maybe David's pick of apiary is a good one. There you go. Bringing it full circle. Stonemeyer Games.
I'll say this: you will like Revive. Revive is a lot of fun. The exploring the board, and then your tableau where you're tucking cards underneath it. It's the gameplay is pretty smooth, and it kind of ramps up as the game goes on. You feel like you're accomplishing something. About the only negative would be is like when you decide to pass and kind of pull all your cards back out, it's kind of like a downturn. But it's kind of like Obsession has the same thing where you pass, you just pick up all your stuff and start over. But other than that, it's a fantastic game.
Hey, Wayne, is this the one that's on your list?
It is, yes.
Okay.
You son of a bitch.
No. Can I send it to you?
We could talk, yeah. Let's see if maybe it's something I can send you back, maybe.
You don't have to. Listen, I got too many damn games. My wife would be the first one to tell you. Let me send you a game as a thank you. Here you go. Thanks for coming on. Just message me. We'll make it happen. I'm already sending out other stuff. We got other things. I was like, I just wanted to make sure it was the right one, because it'd be like, oh, hey, wait, I'm going to make this real grand gesture. And you'd be like, oh, that wasn't the one. How do I tell them that I sent them the wrong game? Sorry, Dave, I don't have any of your games on my list, like in my collection. Otherwise, I would totally try to help you. Oh, and then Bobby did grab apiary. So maybe, Bob, when we're done with the review, we should send David apiary so he can play with his wife. And then, Bob, you're right. I'm going to give Bob Hooper Mike's copy of Dwellings of Eldervale for showing up today. Thank you, Bob.
Joke that never goes away.
We keep trading away Mike's copy of Dwellings of Eldervale to anybody that will listen.
Speaking of Blue Glory games, that was fantastic, but it's been so hard to get for so long.
All right. That was an awesome list, Wayne. Great suggestion. Do you want to stick around for David's list? No pressure, and not to put you on the spot.
Yeah. If you guys have other people you want to bring on, that's fine, but I'm glad to stay on. Yeah.
So David, what was your list? And we're going to make Wayne like pull this off the top of his head, but he'll be going last. So it'll help. And Wayne, you can always pass. Oh wait, Mike, what are you going to say? I'm sorry.
We have another guest that has like a little mini game they want to play. So should we? I'm totally cool jumping into David's list, or we can play this little mini game.
Hold on. Well, Wayne and Dave gotta want to play the mini game. Also, Aaron, but we're not gonna give Aaron the choice. We're just gonna make Aaron play whatever.
Hey, I'm down.
Because he's so hard to get along with in his hardly game for anything.
Plus, I think these two people would also have a lot to contribute to any list very quickly. So I'm totally good just bringing them on. It is Dave and Diana Rossi.
Got some all-stars here. Holy crap.
Hey, guys.
Hi. Let me just say that if you don't know Dave and Di, you should, because A, they know everybody. B, they are absolute angels of human beings who I got to meet at Origins, and it was awesome, and they're pretty great.
Hey, we are huge fans. I feel kind of like we're bumping Dave like Matt Damon on the Jimmy Kimmel show. I don't want to do that.
Sorry, man. It's all good. I know. It's all good. I'm having fun. It's fine.
Yeah,
now, it's sort of a rough segue, but I thought your game you mentioned wouldn't take a whole lot.
Wayne should know them because Wayne's also a full 42 watcher, right, Wayne?
Yeah, I think we see him in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we borrowed Wayne from the full 42 viewership.
It's
Yeah.
possible. I mean,
So-
I watched so much stuff. It's hard to remember who I watched.
Yeah,
first.
yeah, sure.
So
sure.
we are big fans. We wanted to jump on. We don't want to take up too much time, but we are huge fans of your show. We appreciate all that you do. Every Whiskey Wednesday. I don't appreciate it on Thursday mornings, but we hang out with you guys. It's cool. We met you at Origins, and it was just as if we had been friends with you. We're gonna try to get through this game.
We have as many as you want to do.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to hold up components, and then the first one to guess the game.
Oh, yeah.
Name the game.
Yeah.
You know, I guess you get a point or whatever. But if I slur my words a little bit, I've been drinking beer. Before that, whiskey, because it's Whiskey Wednesday. And before that, I was drinking this. Check this out.
What is that? Hey, Mike, make
Hold
them
on,
the
hold
big
on.
screen.
Yes.
There you go. Make them the big screen. Oh, my God.
Stuff. I've heard of that.
Oh, that sounds...
So
That sounds like a nightmare.
We might have to do shots along the way.
That's amazing, right? So anyway.
Is that the one from Sugarlands in Gatlinburg?
I have no idea. It's from my local liquor store.
Nice. It's
Which
moonshine,
just so happens
right?
to be Sugarlands in
Yeah,
Gatlinburg.
yeah. So it was next. We did get those moonshines or moon shakes, I think they're called. Those are pretty good.
So good.
Okay. So are you ready? We're gonna
Start really easy.
Yeah, we're gonna try to start easy. We argued about this earlier. I was saying they're gonna get these super quick. She was saying no, it's too obscure, but I don't think it is.
No, this one you'll get really quick. This is
So
Hold on. Let me just shout out Dye's shirt real quick. That is a QSCon shirt and represent our good friend Mike Giuliano, who runs one of the people who helps organize and set up QSCon. So cool. Anyways, please go on. Oh, Evan says, "Oh, hey, I met them at a convention."
Yes.
Yeah.
Evan's awesome. Evan's awesome. So I'm going to hold up the component to the camera, and I don't know what's the best way to do this. Whoever shouts it out first.
Whatever you want. It's your game, your rules.
We could keep score, or we could just go.
Yeah, you guys are going to sort of scouts on, or whoever yells it out first. But it's going to start.
We'll yell it out, and then if we can't, then the chat will try to help us out.
Yes.
Yeah, this one's going to be pretty quick, I think.
Most of these are sort of easy, but.
All right, you ready? Here we go.
Oh, I don't know that.
Cascadia.
Winner.
Oh.
Who just said it?
Somebody said Cascadia.
That was Wayne.
Yep.
Cascadia.
Wayne got Cascadia.
Okay, so Wayne gets a point. Give Wayne a point. This is the expansion. We shoved it in the box, but yeah, that's Cascadia. Great game.
Oh, that's why I didn't get it. Was because it was the expansion.
No, it's not.
I'm just kidding.
Nice try, Tim.
I'm keeping score on a brick in order of
Oh, yeah.
in honor of Avery.
Oh my
This is in
God.
honor of Avery. This is a brick.
So good.
Okay, who got that?
Wait, right?
Wayne did.
All right.
Wayne was quick on
Here
that.
we go. Let's do this first.
Okay, you ready? Here we go.
It's a carrot.
Oh.
Oh, Bunny Kingdom. I don't know.
No.
All right, and if you don't get it, I have another component. We can move on.
Feast of
ready?
Odin.
I got nothing.
No, that's not Feast of Odin.
No.
Wow, no.
Oh, is it looking for troubles?
You got it.
Looking for trouble?
Yeah,
Well,
looking
he's
for
got to
trouble.
get the name of the game right first. It's asking for troubles,
Asking
Tim.
for
Yeah,
trouble.
whatever. I still got it.
Good,
Still
good
got it.
job.
Good enough.
Who got that? Tim got that?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
me. Shout out to the lead singer of Aqua for designing that game. Love it.
Yeah, that's a great yes. Yes, Christian Strain, awesome game, worker placement game. Troubles.
That is game on my wish list. I want to get that game.
Oh, it's fantastic. You got to play it. Okay, here we go.
There you go.
Game number 3.
Ooh, Dice Miner.
Wow.
Nice. Was that Tim again?
That was Tim.
That was me.
quick.
Yep.
Yeah,
Damn
baby.
it, Tim.
Yeah, if we needed to get to the beer, we could have gotten to that. Dice Miner, awesome dice chucking game. Great.
Really good game.
Yeah, really good game. Really good game. Enjoy it quite a bit.
Okay, you want to keep going?
So far, you're right about how quick they're getting names. All right, I was wrong. All right, let's go with that one.
Cthulhu Wars. No.
Finish?
Yeah, you got to back up. I don't know that it's coming.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
blurry?
A little blurry.
No, it's not terrible. It's a very
Okay. We got
Oh, wait.
one.
Di's got another thing?
Mm-hmm.
Closer. Get it
There we go.
closer. Let's see. Bring it in.
I don't think
Yeah,
they're.
it's-
What
I don't
is
think
that?
They're a little blurry. Hang
Is
on,
it
this will
Wonderland?
That
help.
looks like a
Wonderland
rabbit.
Wars?
Oh,
Somebody guessed Wonderland Wars. Was that it?
No.
No. Ooh. It still looks like an Alice in Wonderland themed game, but what
Oh.
the heck is it? Parade? No, that doesn't have minis.
hang on. We gotta bust something else
What's
out.
another? Oh, Paint the Roses.
Yes.
I got it before Bob did, just so you know. Bob put it in the chat,
This
but I
is
got it
great.
before Bob did.
Yeah, cooperative like deduction game that I love. Diana
Not
hates.
my jam. No.
But good job.
Bobby loves that game. I've never played it,
It's fun.
but I was trying to think of the Alice in Wonderland themed games.
All right. This should be a quick one.
Okay,
I wish
that's
it
what she
wasn't
said.
so blurry, but it's a little blurry.
Ooh,
That's a little tough,
Oh.
right? Because they could be anything.
that could be anything.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna
That
we're
one's
gonna
tough
kick it
to
up a
see.
notch.
That should be quick.
Am I holding it the right way?
Ooh,
Clank.
that's
Oh,
What? Which one?
was that
Clank.
Mike?
Oh no.
I don't think that's distinctive of which
It's
one.
a Clank.
no, wait,
I don't think
no,
it's
it's not a
distinct. I don't-
clank. It's not a
Yeah, it
clank.
is.
Are
Yeah,
you
that
doing?
healing token is from Clank.
No. Are
That's
you
from
doing
Clank
Zaya,
2.
Legend of a Drift System?
No, this is Clank. Those are the credits.
We're giving it
Oh,
to
it's
you.
space,
card.
clank in
Clank in
space, clank in
space.
space,
Yes.
clank in
No,
space.
We're giving that to Mike. We're giving that to Mike.
I was couldn't
Boo,
figure out
don't
which
give,
version. Dang
don't give
it.
Mike anything. Mike stinks.
That's the only one I have. I should have known that.
It's great.
You should have
Clank
known
in
that,
space.
Mike.
What do you call that? A bag builder? Kind of.
Yeah,
Deck
kind of.
builder.
Yeah, that's a
Great
great game.
game. Clank Catacombs was honorable mention on my wish
I
list.
like when the bag builder is the negative, like it's a negative bag builder. Like you don't want to build your bag,
Right. Yeah, I guess that's
With
right.
your
That's
stuff.
what that is. Yeah,
but
we
it is a bag builder.
We played
Catacombs.
but I think we just had a bad draw with the tiles because we just went in a big circle.
We did not get very
Oh,
far.
sure.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
I really
Possible.
like Catacombs, but it is subjective to some
I've had that
situations.
happen. I died the first 2 times I played it.
I've never
But I
gotten
still
out
love
alive ever. I've never gotten out of Clank alive. Any of them.
Trying. I love that one.
Oh,
Here we go. Next one.
I love Clank.
So it's
Right. Well,
Tim's got 3.
yeah.
Tim 3, Mike 1,
Wayne
Wayne 1, Bob 0. Sorry. Here we go.
Or David 0.
Dave 0.
Sorry,
Dave.
Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Dave. Why do you have Bob?
Bob was in there too. I heard.
Bob was in the chat.
Okay,
Bob was
that's
in the
why.
chat.
Oh, okay, here we go. Wait.
No, you got him back.
Oh, that is.
Oh.
That's a penguin.
New York Zoo. New
Waddle,
York Zoo.
waddle?
Oh,
Who was that?
That's Wayne.
Wayne got-
Wayne got
Nice.
New York Zoo.
That was quick.
fast.
That was what else do we
That
have
was-
from New York Zoo? New York Zoo, another great game.
Yeah.
Great little what do you call them?
Meatballs.
Meatballs. Yeah. So
Oh, it's
good
got a
job.
flamingo in it. Somebody tell West.
Yeah, I know.
I,
West left, right?
At Houston, I made fondant flamingos for him and gave him a cupcake.
Yeah, for
Oh,
West.
you guys are out of control. You guys are so cool.
Are you
No, wait,
Are
are
you
you
okay
guys going
still?
to Leopard? Yeah, are you guys going to Leprechaun in March? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I might be there. All
All right. Yeah,
Yes.
we're going to PAX in a couple weeks.
Oh yeah.
You're not going to be
Are you
there.
Ah, I wish I was going to PAX.
Oh.
Gosh.
All right.
This is why you guys need to know Dave and Di, because they're at a ton of cons, especially out on the East Coast, and you'll always have very cool people to play with. They know a ton of games. They're very familiar, but they're easygoing and they're chill. Super
Seems like
fun.
And he's got a Fallout glass.
Yeah, I was supposed to
Love
say the
it.
Fallout
Oh,
class.
yeah.
That's it. There you go.
Yes. Love it.
You have a Fallout class.
Demolition expert.
Nice. Okay, this one might be tough.
All right. Oh, these are upgraded bits.
We do have some upgraded components, so that might make it tougher.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Oh, all right.
I
I like
tossed one
fancy
on the
bits.
floor.
Oh, that looks like a.
Oh,
Mhm.
I think I've played this one. Zaya? No, it's not Zaya. Those are.
No, that's not a Zaya ship. I can tell you that for sure. This is.
Oh, you know it. You know it.
I
Hang on.
haven't
I
played
don't
it.
know.
I
This
feel
is
like
the
I'm very
upgraded bit.
close.
Wait,
That's
this
an
is,
I feel
upgraded
like
bit.
I'm very
it's
close.
another bit upgraded.
It's gonna drive me nuts.
Well, you're gonna get it on these, I think.
You might get it here.
Oh, it's
Oh,
Mike's gonna get it.
Targi?
Mike's gonna get it.
You got it, Targi.
yeah.
Targi.
yes.
Oh, it's such a good game.
Yeah,
That's
that's
been so long since I've played it. You have a deluxe. Yeah, you do have
Yeah,
a
we
deluxe component there.
yeah. We got those off of BGG. Those
Nice.
extra
Nice.
components.
I-
So that's a great. Is it only? Yeah, 2-player game. 2-player only. Great game.
I'm so mad because there was a German expansion that hasn't quite made it to the States yet that I almost got a copy at Dice Tower East, and the guy right ahead of me in the flea market bought it before me. I'm like, oh, I would have taken it. I'm so mad. Such a good game.
I actually ended up. You were talking about Energy Empire earlier. I got that at a flea
Yeah.
market. It's a great game. Okay.
What do we want to start with? This one? Or
No,
these?
probably
Those,
this.
you
This
think?
might be
All right.
tougher. Ready?
Yep.
I think we got to put a couple of them up.
Ooh. Ooh. I don't know.
Yeah. If
I love the
maybe you haven't
critters.
played it.
Is it
I
Skull Hollow?
love the critters.
Creature comforts?
Skull Hollow?
Skull Hollow?
Oh, whoa.
Skull
Who
Hollow?
said that?
What?
Wayne did.
Skull Hollow.
Wayne did.
Crushed it, Wayne.
Nice. There we go.
Yeah, we brought a ringer. Sorry.
no,
it's
no.
creature
Oh,
comforts.
Creature
No, I said-
comforts. I got that
Yeah,
one. That was
Different.
That
intense.
was Mike. That was Mike. Yeah.
That's not what you said.
Mike got it.
Someone said
I
it. It was
haven't-
Mike.
I haven't played that. It was a guess.
Oh, what did Wayne say?
I said Skull Hollow.
Oh, I heard.
Okay.
I thought I heard somebody say creature comfort.
Mike did.
That was
though.
Mike. Mike
You
said
heard
That
Mike.
was me.
All right.
Okay, good job.
Yeah,
Mike.
but let's not give Mike a point. Let's give it to David.
Total
instead.
guess because I haven't even played it. I just really want to play it.
My copy is currently in the Panama Canal.
Oh,
First to 4.
well, no, that's the score right now. We have.
Okay.
Yeah, we can keep going. You guys tell us when to stop.
Yeah, if
We've
you're
got-
bored, we can stop.
We're never bored.
right.
We're gonna go now. Just so you know, you guys are entered to win entered into our contest for later. Just so you know,
All right,
because
cool.
you're hanging out with us.
Awesome.
There may be a super cool prize at the end. Not gonna say what, but there may be a super cool prize.
All right, cool. So we're done.
Well, we have.
No,
you said?
go again. Go
Oh,
again.
go again.
Okay.
Okay,
We
great.
haven't got to 4 yet.
Okay,
We have. I don't know. 5
guys
or
are
6
crushing
more,
it.
But
we got a few more. Okay,
Wait,
this is upgraded
wait.
bits again.
yeah, do the corn first.
No,
No.
it's just gonna be too easy.
Here we go.
They're gonna get this.
Vulcan?
They're gonna get this in 2 seconds.
No, I
Watch
don't
this.
think they are. I'm a doubter.
Oh, Altiplano.
I told you.
Oh!
I told you.
Never.
That was Mike.
I'm the bag building fan.
I love bag
Love
building.
that
That
game.
is Altiplano is one of my absolute favorites.
Yes.
Awesome
I
back building.
love bag building.
game.
Never
Really
played
good.
it.
I still
Oh,
need
never
to play
played
with
it.
So
the
good.
Traveler expansion. I've got it. I haven't
All right.
used it yet.
I've got to remove the cat off of this one. Come on.
Okay. What do you got next?
He knocked most of the.
I feel like that
components
should be
off.
a clue.
The cat knocked
wait.
most
Yeah,
everything
remove
off.
the
Hold
cat.
on. Are you guys in like some swanky log cabin, or is this your
We-
home?
we live in a log
Log
cabin.
cabin.
Nice.
That's
the background looks amazing. Let me just say.
It's hot. The
The
fire is hot.
warm.
Yeah, we live in a log cabin.
You guys are just like that is where I want to be. You guys rock.
Okay,
All
here's
right,
what now.
no, we're going to start with that one.
No, we're gonna start with the die. We're starting with
Fine.
this.
I love it.
All right.
Oh,
We'll start with
Trouble in
this. You ready?
Paradise. All right, let's go.
Here we go. This is a game that I think does not get enough love. That's not going to help you, but I just thought I'd start
Cat
with that.
worker.
Ping Yao. Ping Yao.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait,
now,
Mike, did you say something?
Fat worker.
No.
Fat worker.
No, do that. All right,
Famous.
we're gonna do them together.
Famous
I didn't
board game.
recognize it.
Oh, no.
Famous board game. Fat worker.
Ooh. Energy Empire?
Hang on.
No.
I don't know.
Oh,
I have not played this.
Dice Masters.
No.
No.
Oh God,
This is
that
a tough
looks so
one.
familiar. Oh my God, I know this game, but I can't think of the damn.
I don't know if anybody knows this game, but
Yeah,
maybe
this is one of Dave's favorites.
Hold on. Bobby says Abomination, and he might be right.
Yeah.
Bob,
said- oh, the
yeah,
chat?
that's the chat
Nice.
says it.
One for
yeah.
Bob, I knew I'd seen that die before. God dang it.
As soon as he got to that, that's yeah.
Check out this.
So
check out
good.
this. Check out this player board. Right?
Oh, it's so
you got
good.
like dials.
It's so good.
It's
so good.
I love a good player board.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I need
God,
to
that
play
game's
that
so
one
good.
still. That's Abomination. There are not enough games about Frankenstein, I think.
All right. You guys for a few more?
Couple more.
Yeah, let's do a couple more.
All right. Well,
All right. Here.
then we'll wrap it up.
This is a classic. We got to do this one.
All right.
Start with that one.
What's the score?
Let's see. Tim 3, Mike 4, Wayne 2, and Bob 1.
All right. Oops.
Ooh, it's a tree. Clearly,
5 tribes.
A bonsai tree. No, it's not 5
No.
tribes.
Those are different trees. I'm just guessing.
It's a mountain
I
range. Holy
I
crap!
Played this.
David in
This
the
is
chat says Serengeti.
This is a game that not enough people know because it's really good.
Okay.
Whoops.
It's if you know, though, right?
Wow,
No?
no idea. I'm
All right,
gonna
you
say.
need to get this game.
I'm gonna say. What was the?
No idea.
Oh God, what's the game that he designed? Friend of the show. He came on the show.
It's an AEG game.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
All right, nobody got it.
Ecos.
Oh,
Nope.
yeah. Oh, it's a John DeClaire game too.
This is a great.
Great game.
It's a great game. It's a great game. Everybody plays
see
at the
the-
same time. It's fantastic.
The problem is Mike doesn't like John DeClaire games that much,
Oh.
so he wouldn't have got it.
He's become one of my favorite designers in just like 2 years, so I'll check it out just
or
on your
he's one of Mike's
recommendation.
favorites.
Check it out.
Seriously,
Okay.
All
yeah.
right, we'll do two
Okay.
more. We got to do this one.
Let's
Wow.
let's do 2 more and then we'll
Okay.
wrap it up and we'll
All right.
get to David Godfrey's top 5.
Yeah, sorry, Dave. We're so sorry.
No problem.
We'll do
This is
this
fun.
one.
I'm getting my butt kicked. I'm not getting any of them, but it's fun.
Same here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No.
Dice
No,
Hospital.
no.
Oh,
Who got that?
Wayne.
Wayne, the freaking ringer that we brought on. Good job, Wayne.
all
Nice
right.
work,
Good job. And I
dude.
have to show you the.
Oh, I actually painted something.
actually painted.
I've never done that before, but I painted.
Real
Good
good.
for you. Diet
There
looks
you go.
great.
Looks good.
Yeah, those are great.
Yeah,
I want to
That
play
was
this
Wayne?
one just
Great.
because it's a Stan Kordonsky game.
Dice
Yes.
Hospital's
Like,
really good.
honestly, could be late honorable mention wish list game. Honestly,
I was gonna
looked at
guess.
this one for a
Speaking
while.
of Kordonsky, didn't he design Endless Winter? Because that's what I was gonna guess for Ecos.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
so-
We're gonna do 2 more because if Mike, That's the
Yeah,
next-
we're getting so close.
Mike's ahead by 1.
Okay.
You guys need to get him. Here
And
we
no
go.
one's going to get my last one, but it's a game that needs some love, and I love it.
Okay.
Let's do it. I'm all about giving games love. Ooh.
Whistle
World's
Mountain?
Fair.
Oh,
What?
Mike.
World's
What
Fair.
did you say, Mike?
Mountain? Whistle Mountain?
Yeah,
That's a Mike.
that's a Mike.
Oh,
Boo,
Mike. He's
Mike.
running
Mike
away with
sucks.
this now.
Boo,
That's a
Mike.
Another
great game.
Great worker
Good
placement
pick.
game.
All right,
Anthony, this is the
Boo,
last one.
this is one of my absolute favorites. It does not get enough love. I don't know if anybody will know it, but here, start with probably
And
maybe that.
we ended
I
up,
don't know.
I ended up getting this game because
For
one day
$4.
Katya Howitson, who's great, in the
Yeah.
chat mentioned some website that was having sales, and I got this for $5, and it's great.
Yeah, Katya's the best. We love Kat.
Katya's
She's
the best.
amazing. Well, I'm not allowed to call her Kat, but
Just
Katya
got my,
is
I
the
just
best.
got my calendar. It's already
Yeah,
on the
we'll
wall.
put this
Getting ready for.
Yeah,
Yes.
Wayne's got a calendar.
Attaboy.
Good for you, Wayne.
There you go.
Yeah, get the
job.
calendar. We got it.
Ooh.
Anachrony. No.
No.
Euphoria. Mm-mm. I know this game. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna lose sleep
Seasons.
over
Seasons.
No.
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 Hold on.
Meadow. No.
Yeah, do
I
the.
haven't played
do the
this
break.
one.
You may not
my
have
God,
played
I
it.
know this
No
game.
one might
Dice
know.
Realms.
Oh, God! It's. Oh, I know what it is.
It's not Dice Realms.
You mentioned earlier that you love Tim. You said you love like post-apocalyptic movies and stuff.
Yep. Oh my God. Is this Wasteland
What?
Delivery Express?
Nope. Here.
Okay, the truck.
Wait,
Oh
it's
no.
a timer.
It's a
Oh,
timer.
Oh, it's a timer.
That's cool.
Holy
It's
crap!
amazing.
I love.
Oh,
What is it? Oh, Kiro.
It's
Okay,
a
I don't
I'm
know
two-player.
that
writing.
one at all.
I'm
It's
writing
a
this down. I
two-player-
don't know what this game is.
You have to play it. It's a
Two-player ridiculously fun game.
two-player only game.
Okay.
You. This is your fuel. This represents your fuel in your truck, and you basically flip over your truck, and the other player has to roll certain combinations of dice in order to stop you from refueling. It's great. It's just
And you have to do it like one-handed, and you have to grab it.
it's a good
And
game.
it's so much fun.
Oh my God, this
Yeah.
is amazing.
That's Caro.
I love it.
Get that game.
Caro, I wrote it down. It's on my wish list.
Okay. We're done. Thank you for having
Yes,
us.
thank you for having us.
So hold on. Who
What?
had the highest score? And don't say Mike. Anybody but Mike.
It was Mike.
That was the final score.
Dave and Dot, you guys are the best. Thank you so much for coming on and doing that. I really appreciate y'all.
Love
were
you guys.
entered to win. You were entered to win a board game. And if
Cool.
it is a game you already have, just give it to somebody you love or don't love,
Absolutely.
depending on the game you won.
Cool. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Dave G. Didn't mean to bump you.
Yes, thank
Hey, no
you.
problem. Maybe I'll see you
Love
at
the show.
PAX.
See you
No.
guys at some
No,
point.
you
Thank
guys
you
are the
guys.
best. Thank
You're
you so much
awesome.
for being here.
All right,
Thank
cool.
you. Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Okay. So David, so sorry that you had to wait. And but for what it's worth,
good.
I don't think Aaron had any answers either.
Oh yeah, no, I had no clue. Yeah, I was literally not even on the board. Yeah.
Not to throw Aaron under the bus, but I just was
No,
trying
don't
to
worry. I'm glad someone
equalize things.
No, all good. I'm glad that someone called that out because worth recognizing for sure.
But no, they are super cool people that I think that everybody should know. It's so funny because they are they were at a thing at Origins that I happened to be at that I thought they were game designers because of the people they knew and were around. That was like, oh, they clearly have designed games because they're in this group. Nope, they're just really awesome people that know people. And that's the amazing thing about this hobby is that we're all everybody's just nerds. We're happy to be around other nerds and hang out with each other. So Dave, you prefer Dave? I know I said David, but do you
I don't
prefer Dave
either.
or David?
I'm
Oh,
fine.
you don't prefer either. Okay,
Yeah.
so Dave, what was your top 5?
So I was looking for games that you can play over Skype.
Okay, let's do it.
So obviously, this started back, during the pandemic. We've got some very, very good friends, college classmates of mine, who live in Arkansas, and so basically for the past 3+ years, we've been playing games over Skype almost every week.
Oh,
and
hell yeah!
Yeah, it's really fun. It's obviously primarily a way just to keep in touch with some friends who I've had for 30+ years. My wife's now become very good friends with them as well, so we just love them. And so we use the board games to connect and meet up. Obviously, and I was talking with Mike about this earlier today while we were setting up this topic. One of the caveats is that both couples or both groups have to have a version of the game. So how we play it. One of the couples has the master version or the master board. That's the one that's the truth. The other one obviously keeps up to try to play it.
Sorry, Trevor.
Yeah, like I said, I don't care. Yeah,
my wife's cousin goes by David, so if I call you Dave, then it's less.
Yeah,
it doesn't mix in my brain as much.
Dave. I mean, I wrote Dave on my nameplate, so David.
You
I don't
did.
Really care.
You
I
did.
So, but obviously, there's a certain types of games don't work well. Games where you've got cards or hidden cards and things like that. So there's certain games that don't work. We've been playing now for 3 years. We're always looking for new games to buy to play with each other, and so I thought this would be a good opportunity for me to at least articulate the games that we've played that we found successful, and hopefully find some other games that maybe we could get. Little Monty Python reference there. I love it. Yep.
Wonderful call you, Bruce. Keep it clear. And Trevor, you're all good, brother. Love you. No worries at all. But yeah, mind if I call you Bruce?
Yeah.
I keep tapping the same thing. I'm trying to untap. There we go. All right, Dave.
So
What's your number 5 then?
So
No
number
pressure.
5, Concordia.
Hey,
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, one of my all-time favorite games. Please tell me about
It's
it.
a fantastic game. We love it. And it also works out very, very well over Skype. So you just have to, share the cards, let them know which ones are popping up in the purchase row. But other than that, it's a very, very clean, fun game that works very well over Skype.
So here's the fun thing about your list, Dave, is because of like COVID and stuff, most of the games on my list are games that I've played either with my in-laws during COVID when there was the lockdown, right? And everybody's like stuck inside. Yeah, there's some games that are on here because I've played them with friends from doing the show. But thanks to COVID, it really did, with the enhancement of like Zoom and things like that, it has allowed for other games for you to get kind of creative with like how you add games to this list. Bob and I have talked many times about games that we played during COVID virtually, because basically one person has like the control board, and sets things up and shows everybody like what's happening. And then, yeah, everybody else just needs to know what cards they can play. So I love it. It's a very exciting list for me. And also I can't wait to steal a bunch of these for like things we can do with people on the show when we do our live streams. So, those who can't, like Thomas Edison, steal from others and then claim it as their own. So that's what we're doing here. No, great. I love Concordia. Super excited. Awesome pick. Aaron, no pressure. Why is your number 5 one of my favorite games of all time?
So admittedly, I don't have a whole lot of experience with like board games, I guess, translating to online. I always went the route of like, I guess, finding online games that were fun to play. So am I allowed to go off the rails and stray away from board games?
It wouldn't be
Hold on. Whiskey Wednesday, we never go off the rails. Yeah. We never go on a tangent.
Right.
It is very, very much strict.
I don't know.
All right. Well,
it's after 10 o'clock Eastern time, so it's like adult.
That's true.
Adult time now, right?
We're all over the place
after
now.
dark.
After dark, baby.
In an attempt to read the room, if I may break the mold here a little bit, and go off on an unrelated tangent for the first time ever in the history of this show.
First time.
Yeah. I think so. This also ties into the whole telestrations thing. There's Gardic Phone. It's a website. Oh, did we lose Tim?
Yeah. I'm sure. There we go.
All right. Well, so yeah, in the same camp of like telestrations, there's a site called Gardic Phone. I don't know if anyone here has played on it before, but it essentially has telestrations. It's got a bunch of different game modes on it that are slight variations of that. So the basic game mode basically is telestrations to a T. There are other game modes where it's like one person will draw like the first frame in an animation, and then like they pass those frames to like other people in the group. So like you see what someone else drew and you draw the next frame, and then you draw the next frame. And then so it's just a bunch of different spins on sort of telestration related type stuff, but it ends up being a lot of fun. You can get you can like download GIFs of whatever you guys end up like sort of drawing or arriving at the end, and it's a lot of fun. So that's one way that me and some college friends have kept in touch. So would recommend if you're looking for an online game to play with people.
Love it. That's a great pick. And I'm not biased because I don't even like Arn that much. So
perfect. It's a good spot to be in for
Just-
non-biased review.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't even like that guy, and I think that's a good pick. No, I think
Excellent.
Arn's amazing. And you will not be able to tell my opinion of Arn based on my number 5. And that is a game we have played many times on a Whiskey Wednesday. And that is Fairy Tale Campaign Trail. I think this is an awesome game to play online. I think it's super fun to play via Skype, especially if you have people that watch you play and then they can vote. So then everyone playing can participate, and it's truly a non-biased opinion, as everybody then throws in their votes for who did the best with the thing. Now, yes, this is a Tim hipster pick. Check it off your bingo list. Blah blah blah, because this game isn't out yet, but this game is coming. We talk about it a ton, and I really enjoy it. So I'm going to talk about it, and it's on my list. So that's my number 5, Fairy Tale Campaign Trail.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. And also,
I don't even like you. Don't thank me. It's gross.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm not thanking you out of you liking me.
Oh,
you know,
right.
Yeah, just
right.
This is an unbiased thanks. But I will say, I think that your guys's the Whiskey Wednesday game format that you guys have created is I like it a lot. That's something that you guys have done with the game, and I think with the chat and everything, I think that's a great way to play it. So good on you guys for reformatting it in that way. I love it.
I wish I liked you guys more because I'd love to promote this game and talk about this game more than we already do. But since I don't like you or London or Christina or any of them, it's really tough. And I'm always like, like every time I bring it up.
Don't worry. I get it. I get it. Yeah. And with that in mind, I think we should move on to Mike. Yeah. Let's get let's get that sickened feeling out of your
that
stomach.
We admire, Tim. It's professional integrity. Yeah.
I'm more of a less purist. I very much thought of like really good games that don't require a deck to be shuffled, because that would be the one thing I think would be the hardest to do if two people are playing over Skype. So I started with my 2. It's 2 games, and I don't care because I'm tied on how much I like these, and they're roll and rights, because I think those would be the easiest to play over Skype. And take your pick between Hadrian's Wall and Twilight Inscription. I think both of these games are awesome. Now, Twilight Inscription has a bit more player action because you do actually need to compare your sheet to what your neighbors are doing, especially when it comes to the bottom left board, which is like a military action and you're comparing strength. But Hadrian's Wall is very much a multiplayer solitaire experience where it's like, okay, draw a card. Those are the workers that I get. Draw a private card from my private deck. Those are the additional workers I get. Okay, and everybody go. And everybody's just doing their own thing for like 10 minutes. Hadrian's Wall is excellent. It's really crunchy. It's a really good worker placement game. I think it would translate really well over Skype.
So the only thing is you've got to make sure everybody's got a copy of the game, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right, Wayne, no pressure.
Okay.
But why is your number 5 better than Hadrian's Wall?
Well, I was gonna say it's on BGA now, so you just play it on BGA, right?
So, snap!
But no, I was thinking back to the pandemic as well. It was like when the pandemic first started, before most of my game group moved to BGA. Like, what games was I playing? And actually, I was thinking about games that not everyone owned initially, and like so, Dave afterwards said games that everyone owns. And so a game that I actually played on Zoom with people all over the country during the pandemic was Codenames. And
good pick.
Yeah.
But right before they came out with the online app you can play for free, which is easy to play online. But I would just point a camera at the board and be on Zoom, and I would run it on a cam and play Codenames with, we had friends that live in California, Seattle, Tampa, all the place. We would play Codenames during the pandemic online through Zoom, and you just all like not everyone owned the game, but I could just point it at the camera, and people can play it, and so that worked. It worked well. So that was one of the games we played a lot during the pandemic was Codenames. So that was my number 5.
I like it. Good pick. Good pick. All right, Dave.
I still need to play that one. Raiders of Scythia. I've not played that yet.
So in the Raiders of Scythia sort of genre, worker placement, really fun game, works very well. Raiders of the North Sea.
Ooh, yeah, another Garfield game.
Another Garfield game, exactly. Yep.
Nice.
That's a really fun game. Works very well. It's easy enough to manage. Really good introductory game as well because it's a relatively easy game to teach. But it's a lot of fun and there's some really interesting strategy with it, and it works very well.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, there's no deck to shuffle or anything like that. That's a good one. I heard the expansion makes it mandatory though.
We do have one of the expansions. Mead Hall, I think, is the expansion that we have. Yeah, that the addition of Mead and the quests adds a little bit more to it, but it's even the base game's still fun though.
Nice.
All right. I think for mine, I might have to. I haven't tried this. I haven't actually tried playing this game online with people, aside from like on Tabletop Simulator, which maybe I might have to on one of these cop out and just say Tabletop Simulator because you can play whatever you want online.
Well, I mean that's true.
But no, it does feel like a cop out. So, but thinking about Villainous again, where like I guess it would require everyone to have at least some form of a copy of the game or an expansion or something. But I'm thinking about how like everything is kind of self-contained. So like you have your own deck and your own board, and like everyone has their own. So I could see maybe that compartmentalization there being advantageous for like an online game. Though I am just sort of speaking in theory here, so I haven't really actually tested this out yet. But that's my thought. Maybe Villainous would be would be interesting over Skype or Zoom.
Well, I will say, here's the thing: is if there are games, if the person you're playing has a board also, right, as a copy of the game, you can totally make it work. Like Bob and I played a ton of games during COVID. Virtually, we played 2-player games. We played Empire's Age of Discovery, where both of us had the game, but one of us had the board set up, and they were like the control board, and then the other player made the board match his board, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We did the same thing with Star Wars Rebellion. It worked really well. So yeah, 100%, you can totally make a game like that work. And a game like Villainous, where a bunch of people have access to it and probably own it because they're excited about it because of the theme and everything, very doable. My number 2 is not, or no, wait, my number 4, excuse me, was made by people that I actually respect, unlike the first pick that I had, which was Fairy Tale Campaign Trail, which I don't like any of those people involved with that game.
Of course.
Or there are some of my favorite people in the world. I can't decide one or the other. But my number 4 is Green Team Wins. This is a very straightforward, like kind of trivia, but not trivia game. Everybody picks like a this or that. And then if you are in the majority, you win and you go to the green team. If you're already on the green team, you score a point. If you're not on the green team, you're on the orange team. Boo. But you get it right. You flip over to the green team, which then allows you to start scoring points. And it's very fun. It's very straightforward. It's very easy. You could play this with people via Zoom because nobody else needs a copy of the game, right? You could just say, Ticket to Ride is the best board game ever. And then everybody that's playing is either going to write yes or no. And then the majority is the green team, and green team wins. And it's that straightforward. It's very easy, very conducive to online play, and very simple to do. Mike is taking too long to pee, so we're going to skip his number 4, and we're going to go right to Wayne for his number 3. Yeah. No pressure, Wayne. And why is it Fairy Tale Campaign Dream?
I think Wayne's is still number 4.
Oh, no, he didn't do 4 yet?
4.
Yeah, he's still on 4.
No, I would have skipped his 3. I don't want. No, I know Wayne's 4 sucks.
No, we
so
can't. We can totally skip. We can totally skip to my number 3 because my number 4 was also green team wins.
Hey, all right, good deal. Good deal. No, that's good. Yeah, that's perfect.
This is a game that no one has to own a copy of the game. It's literally just grab a piece of paper and write your answers, show it to the screen. You're on the green team, you're not. You can play this with. I played this game with 4 people, with 8, with 20, and it's infinitely expandable. You can play it online, and so like I tried to a lot of my list of games you can play online where only you own the game, right? So I didn't catch the whole. Everyone had a copy of it. Green Team Wins is a great game. It was going to be in my games to bring to holidays with family. I've played this game with my family, and it's like my mom's 80 and my son's 9 and I'm 40 something, and we all have crazy answers, and it's amazing what people come up with. So yeah, Green Team Wins would have been my number 4. So yeah, there we go. So
that's awesome. And I also love that Dave and I are both 40 something, so that's a great pick. Mike,
40,
something. Mike, I tried to throw you under the bus, but Wayne saved you. What's your number 4?
What was your number 4?
Green Team Wins. That was Wayne and I's number 4. And why is that your number 4 as well?
Well, again, I stuck to games that don't require a deck that needs shuffled, because I think that's the easiest way to play 2 copies of a game.
Yeah.
How about
Wayne and I met that criteria.
Ankh, Gods of Egypt.
Oh, wait a minute. You're going to play Ankh via Zoom?
Now that I think about the merging mechanic, and if I think about the merge mechanic, and I'm like, how would you pull that off via Skype? So that's not a great pick. I apologize.
So what you meant to say was green. What you meant to say was Green Team Wins.
I'll substitute Ankh with After Us.
After Us is so good.
After Us can work because even though it's a deck builder, everybody is pulling from a face down deck. And it doesn't matter who pulls first. Everybody's pulling from a community deck, and they're face down. So when you're buying cards, there's no market to choose from. There's no AP. You just buy from a face down stack. And therefore, it doesn't matter if there's repeats of cards in multiple people's deck. This has become my favorite game to play on BGA. After Us is an awesome engine building, deck building game, and I cannot get enough of it on BGA.
We lost Tim again.
There goes Tim again. Uh-oh.
Oh my God! And then he leaves.
Yeah.
Apparently, he was like mic drop to you, Mike. That's
I guess.
So there's Tim.
I'm glad to see buffering Tim is back. So.
What you got for number 3?
Hey, I haven't buffered in like weeks.
You had a really good streak going there.
Tim rando dropping out because I'm clicking the wrong thing while I'm trying to check on who's popping in. It's a good substitute.
Your internet hamster's pooping out. Just be honest.
Listen. My internet hamster's been on tons of steroids. We're good. So wait, did I miss Wayne? Did I miss Wayne's number 3? No. Wayne had number 4.
No.
So it's David's number 3.
Yeah.
Number 3. All right. Yeah, my number 3. So we mentioned previously in the last list our enjoyment with Stonemaier games, and this one's maybe a bit of a surprise but it does work effectively. Scythe.
Ooh.
Yes. No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
The expedition or the exploration deck was the only thing I was worried about.
Yeah, but in that one you can either, like you were saying, Mike, you can either have the one deck, pull it, and then tell them which number card is theirs, or you just have them pull the card from their end and then you remove it from your deck. So either way works.
Nice.
I'm glad that works. I love Scythe,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I just wasn't sure how well that would
just
translate.
played Scythe today with my family. Son's back from college. The four of us sat down and played a game of Scythe this afternoon. It was fun.
That's weird. Dave, being the same age as me, which is like 40 something, has a son in college already. That's really crazy.
Yeah.
He must have started really young.
Really.
Yeah, my 40s are a
'Cause you-
couple
you-
years behind me, unfortunately.
Well, you know.
Because you have a 6-year-old and I have a 9-year-old, and we're about the same age, so we're good.
Yeah, Wayne, we're pretty close. I think Wayne and I are pretty close. But I also have a 12-year-old, which is crazy. Because we've hit that birthday gauntlet for me where last week, Thursday was my daughter's birthday, Sunday was my wife's birthday, and today was my son's birthday. It's like the birthday gauntlet. And then last Wednesday was also my youngest sister's birthday. So crazy amount of birthdays through here. Ginger, Jonathan, our current top 5 is games to play via Zoom, which is thanks to Dave Godfrey right over there, not related to me, even though David Godfrey is a very cool name. And I think everybody named David Godfrey should be related to me. Just saying. Even though Dave down there is like a cooler, younger cousin than me. Right? Aaron, you got a game you'd like to play online? Or,
all right. Yeah,
via
I was thinking of this one, and I kind of think it would work, though. Again, haven't tried it, so maybe I'm missing something. But I want to say that Forbidden Desert might be doable if one person has the, like, if one sort of like that control board method.
The control board
has a camera on that, then
yeah,
the others, I think that would work.
I think it would work.
But yeah, again, I should try this sometime. But admittedly, I haven't, so I'll have to give it a shot.
Nope, that works. Trevor says desert works as well. So go with your preference. But good pick. Ryan, happy birthday. Got a good birthday. It's same as my son. So awesome job on that. I know you planned it. So thank you for doing that. Kudos to your parents. So now that it's not weird, my number 3.
It's already weird.
Oh, it's been weird for months or a year, right, Mike? We're almost to a year.
Yes.
My number 3 is going to be another game that literally I dropped off sheets in people's mailboxes during COVID so we could do this online together. And that was Cartographers. So as long as everybody's got like a sheet to fill out, or like I sent people PDFs if I couldn't put the like physical sheets in their mailboxes. And then, we just, you flip a card and everybody draws something. And then when you have to pass it to like the left or the right, because it's a monster, we just kind of was like, hey, everybody, like this is this person's thing. And it all worked out really well. We got to play this game a ton. I really appreciate this game, enjoy this game. Strangely enough, I played this game before I played Role Player, which is based in the same universe. But just a freaking fantastic game, a flip and write. And I don't even really like roll and writes, even though I do love Twilight Inscription and Cartographers. Both have been mentioned tonight so far. But yeah, really good, really fun, and just enjoy the heck out of this game. Good time. Mike.
Yeah, that was an honorable mention for me. I honestly just saved it because I knew you would pick it. Number 3 for me, I've been playing this on BGA lately. Again, no deck that you have to mess with, and that's Gaia Project. Gaia Project is just a great kind of sci-fi space themed engine building with, I don't know what else to call it. It's like you're building an engine based on the buildings that you put on the board, which Scythe kind of borrowed. You build stuff and then you get like benefits from it. And Gaia Project, based on Terra Mystica, really kind of did that first. And even Jamie Stegmaier said he kind of borrowed that mechanic. I love Terra Mystica and only recently started playing Gaia Project on BGA, and it's really cool. I like how they made the tracks more useful in Gaia Project. Awesome game.
Yeah, that's a good one. So I think I'm next, right? For number, is it 3? We're up to 3.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So my number 3 is I wrote, I was writing my list earlier when the topic came up, and then it didn't hit me that everyone owns a copy. So here's a game that works really well via Zoom. That is a Rena Knizia game that is a closed auction bidding game that you can run very easily if only one person owns the copy, and that's Medici. This is you're basically, all you need is a bag of goods that you're pulling out, and on your turn you're pulling 1, 2, or 3 goods, and then it's up for auction. So if everyone knows how much money they have, they can bid on how much they want for that lot of goods, and when their ship is full, they're out of the round, and then you're moving up tracks to then score based on the goods that you've collected in your ship. So it's in the Knizia version of you have Ra, you have Hollywood Blockbuster, Drum Fabric, same kind of game, or Medici. So Medici is a game that I've run on Zoom multiple times with friends around the country. We love that game. It's super fast, 3 rounds, closed auction bidding game, where really, I have the bag and you tell me draw 1, 2, or 3 tiles, 1 tile or 2 or 3, and then everyone bids on it, and we're good to go. And then I can just run the board. So it's a very simple game to run. It's a fantastic game. I love Ra, but Medici is my favorite of his auction closed bidding games. So Medici is my number 3.
Nice. I do love my Knizia auction games. It's been
on mute. Yeah, Tim's muted. Yeah.
Oh, I had a great joke too. I was going to say, I really wish Knizia would make more auction games. I really wish he would,
right.
Other than the one.
I love Knizia auction games, and it's been just so long since I played this one, but I remember enjoying it.
I love Ra. I love the Hollywood version, but I do have because I've got the Nightmare Productions version, which was Hollywood 1940, I think.
Right. Yeah. There's Drum Fabric, Hollywood Blockbuster.
Hollywood Blockbuster. Yeah. So terrible pick. I hate those kind of games.
I really like Modern Art. That's my favorite auction Knizia game. A good pick.
Yeah, just the worst. Just the worst. Man, why do we have Wayne on? He's off. Okay, David. What's your number 2?
Number 2. So we actually had a bit of a discussion about this game at a Whiskey Wednesday a couple of weeks ago. I don't remember specifically. I was advocating for this game only basically because I had played it, as opposed to the one that you, I think, preferred. Whitehall Mystery.
Oh, it's a great game.
Ooh. It is a great game.
Oh, it's a great game. This is a great game. So Whitehall Mystery is sort of the shortened version of Letters from Whitechapel.
Right. Which is the one, the one that we were discussing at the time. Yep.
Yes. Whitehall Mystery is excellent. Somebody is Jack the Ripper, and has committed a murder, and it's just the expurgated version. So you get it shorter, it's a little tighter, a little cleaner, and what a great game, though.
It is. It's a hidden movement game. So once again, you don't even need to have a second board. You just need to have someone who has like the map, and they're moving their piece, and you don't even know where they are. So once again, it doesn't even matter. If you have a second, a fun game. Yep.
Yeah, great pick. Wow, what a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, David's terrible. We should never have him on the show again. I'm writing that down right now. That's a great pick, and I love that game, but I'm mad at him for picking a better one than me. So I'm marking that one off the list. No, that's really good. Aaron, do you have a number 2?
I may have to go off the rails again and cheat.
I love it.
Again, go back to another online sort of platform. But one thing that my family and I have been playing lately is Jackbox, which, I mean, again, not a board game.
Yes.
But
Nope, but
a
awesome
great
platform
for so yeah, it's a fun way to keep in touch with people wherever again. And speaking of which, actually, I may actually have to jump off the stream here or relatively soon to actually go do just that. So
it's all good. It's all good. Aaron, I'm just really glad you've been here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry to jump early here, but
no.
Always...
You've been an amazing guest, dude.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's been Dave caught me. I was gonna scoot before I had to give a number 1.
That's what I should have done.
I was caught. I've been caught red-handed.
Oh, I don't have a number 1.
So I'm just gonna
blank rolling right. Just blank rolling right. That's
I was sitting here trying to figure out if there's a way to justify letter jam, and I just couldn't get it to work. There was no way in my head where that could work online.
Everybody would have to have a copy of the game, right?
Yeah. Well, but I mean, you'd also have to have everyone. It's actually pretty terrible because everyone would have to be able to see what your letter is without you seeing it. There'd need to be a lot of workarounds. So I wasn't able to think of a way to make it work. But
well, before we let you go, let me just tell a tale of how old I am. And I used to play You Don't Know Jack on computer with friends so much. And that was the predecessor to the Jack in the Box games because it was Cookie, the same announcer. They would like do things.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You Don't Know Jack. There's like a bunch of versions. You could do a thing where it was called Screw Your Opponent, and it would like screw into their thing, and they would have to answer the question. And then if they got it wrong, they lost points. So I love You Don't Know Jack so much that like when I found out that like the Jack in the Box people were still doing games like like online and stuff. So good.
Actually, that just jogged a memory in my head of like my family and I used to play like Word Racer. It was like a Yahoo Games thing where like it's just like it's another one of those online games, but you have like just a random assortment of letters, and you're just like it's you and whoever else is in the game that you're playing, just like typing words that you can find from the letters in this jumble. And like the more letters in a word, the more points you get. I don't think it exists anymore, but that was a fun one as well. But kind of sad to see it go. I don't know if that's I
mean it happens.
I feel I don't know. I feel kind of strange being like, oh, back when I was a kid, I used to play, Word Racer, but
Yeah, just wait till you're older. It gets worse. Aaron, I hope we get to see you next week for a 1-year anniversary show.
I'd love to join next week as well. And
but
thank you for having me on tonight.
Yeah, man, it's always a pleasure. I genuinely love you as a human being. I just wish that I liked you as a person.
I understood. Don't worry, Tim. I like you as a person and love you as a human being, even no matter how many people you secretly eat.
Hey, listen, the cannibalism list was legit. It was legit.
It was. Hey, I was here for it. I thought, that was a great way of choosing a bunch of food-themed games that were probably not going to be on Mike's list, and it went really well.
I was trying so hard to not have any crossover. Thank you for being here for that. Arn, you're the best, dude. Really glad. Thank you for being here. And
thank you all
I'm
so
really
much for having me.
I'm really glad you don't have to share your number one. So
yeah, thank you. Yeah. Great meeting you, Dave and Wayne. Thank you, Tim and Mike, as always.
Great meeting you,
So
Happy
much fun.
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you all as well, and I will see you all later.
You too, sir. We'll see you next time.
You too, man. We'll see you.
Good night
All right.
to everybody.
Good night. Enjoy your baguettes.
Well, I will do. Thank you. Later, everybody.
All right, bye. All right, man. I'm sorry to see him
Good
go.
Lord.
I love Aaron. He's hilarious. All those guys over at Parakeet Griffin are so much fun. Serious. I know we talk about them all the time, but they're just so much fun to be around. They're so funny. My number two. I'm going to jump right into that. Trevor says that Aaron told him his number one was the same as Mike's. So we'll find out in a minute what that was. But my number two is going to be Just One. I feel like that's a really pretty straightforward game to play via Zoom, online. Because I feel like somebody picks a clue, right? They write down, you got some clues. Somebody just needs to have the card with all the clues on it, and then everybody else can write down a guess. And they hold it up, and then they eliminate each other if they match. And you can go from there. That was a game we played a ton via COVID, and it worked pretty well, and everybody had a good time. And then, just like regular Just One, everybody's talking like, oh, I can't believe I matched with you. I was going to write something else. And it was really good, really fun. Really enjoy it. And so Just One. Andrew said his wife brought that one up earlier. Yeah, your wife is right, Andrew. Next time, have her on the show, maybe instead of you. No, you guys were great. But yeah, that's my number two. Just One.
My number two, there's definitely a lot of card play here, but everybody's got their own deck and they don't ever mingle. That is Heat Pedal to the Metal.
Oh, you just wanted Heat on your list. You just wanted a way to talk about Heat tonight.
No, I really just thought that if multiple people can just mark where the other players are on the board, you've got your own deck. You're not adding to it. And so you're just kind of manipulating your own deck. And I just love Heat Pedal to the Metal. If you like good hand management and racing, it is just an absolute home run.
I mean, it is pretty great. Not gonna lie.
It's pretty great.
Because I finally got Tim to play it. Not that he didn't want to, it just finally happened where we had time and it was like, let's play something different,
So here's the thing is sometimes we've got somebody in our group has a game that's really hot. We need to review it. We want to get a video out on a hot game. Now, don't get me wrong. I love talking about games nobody's heard of and I want people to talk about. But sometimes, it's a show. It makes sense to also talk about games that are very popular for good reason. Heat was one of those. I was not there. I had not been able to play Heat. So I was like, guys, Heat's super hot. Do a video on it. I don't care. Thankfully, Mike got a rule wrong when they talked about it. So we've got to redo that video, which is even better. And he got blown up because that's what happens when you go on the internet and you get something wrong. Trust me, people are not critical at all or super critical, and they will destroy you online for it. But I did get to play Heat finally, and I would love to do like a review of it so that I can like throw my 2 cents in. But I did buy it before I'd even played it because I figured even if I don't like this game, I'll be able to trade it. Spoiler alert, I enjoyed the game quite a bit. Thought it was pretty great. Mike might have been right, as gross as that is to admit. But so good job, Mike. Not on my list, but really good game. You're right. Heat's pretty damn good.
It's amazing. It's just really easy to teach, and it supports 6. It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. My dumbass can learn how to play it, then definitely everybody else can. Oh, yeah. Oh, aren't critical online. Yeah, they're totally not critical online.
Not at all. None whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Wayne. Wayne, what's your
right,
number?
So,
your number 1?
Number 2. No,
number
no,
2.
I'm on
You're
2.
number 2. This is Dave's list.
Yeah, you put me at the end, which was great because so I'm actually going to steal from Mike's one of Mike's games from the previous list. And this is a game that actually during the pandemic I bought and sent to friends of ours that live in Seattle because they could play it. And Karuba is a great game to play online.
Nice work.
Because
nice
so especially it's 4 players, and if you like, my wife and I were playing, so we each have a board. We have a sideboard with tiles that we're flipping, and then you can play with 2 people online. So it's a great game for 4 players online. If people in the game, this is one where you kind of have to own it, obviously, but the good thing is, unless you have 4 people in the same household, you always have a board to use as your drafting board or your tiles to draft for the game. So Karuba is definitely a very easy game to play online with multiple people via Zoom. Is one that we played several times during the pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah, I just put this one as an honorable mention, so I wouldn't mention it twice. I love this game, and yeah, it would translate well online for sure.
Well done. Good pick.
Easy to play, crunchy, hard decisions. Love that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Good pick. Love it. Very excited. All right, Dave. Now you're number 1.
Number 1.
Number 1. No pressure, but this better be the best game ever.
So this one, I actually saw it mentioned earlier in the chat. We've played this game a ton online. The base game itself, I'm going with the specific version right now because we are currently in month April of Pandemic Legacy Season 0.
Whoa. Okay. Now, why Season 0 specifically?
That's just the one that we're currently playing. My friends and I we're currently playing Season 0.
Hell yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool. Now, I got a question for you. So, have you played the other Pandemic Legacies?
So we've played Season 1 with a different couple and loved that game. We started playing Season 2 right before the pandemic started, and then sort of maybe understandably fell off of it.
What? Why? That makes no sense.
But we've been playing Pandemic, just the regular Pandemic with our friends over Skype for basically almost since the beginning. And it was just recently they came to visit, and they gave us the version of Season 0, and they had their own Season 0. So like I said, we've been playing Season 0 now for a couple of months. But I think any of the Pandemic games are great. Season 1 was awesome, but obviously we can't play it with them because we've already played it.
Right, sure. Yeah, the spoilers and everything. You know what though? I love that you have that going. Like, how cool is that? That's very cool. I really appreciate that. I think that's awesome. That's great. That's way better than my number 1. I'll tell you that right now.
Mine too.
Wait, I guess it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So my number 1 is basically based on the laziness of myself and the ease of it to play with others, and that is mostly Mike, since every Wednesday, even though Mike lives less than 15-20 miles from my house, we live stream and sometimes play games virtually via that live stream, even though I do see him most Sundays, and then we get to play games then too. But I'm just going to say the trivia game Shit for Brains is my number 1 because it is super easy. And actually, before you guys get off, I'm going to make y'all play it with me. it's basically a trivia game. I read a trivia question, first one to buzz in wins. By no means is it the best game. No. But it's the easiest one to play via online with friends on Zoom and Skype, which I believe was Dave's category or criteria for this, which makes mine the correct answer. But no, no, it's awesome. It's a very, if you've watched the show before, you've seen Mike and I play it before. Actually, my criticism of this game is that sometimes you can get the answer before with the title of the question. I feel like it's almost too easy sometimes, but we'll see what happens. I'll try it with the question, with the title of the question read, and I'll try it with just the question, and we'll see what happens with you guys. But yeah, Shit for Brains. It's a no-brainer trivia game. I enjoy, very easy to play via Skype and Zoom. Not near as cool as Dave's pick, but it's not a competition. That's what I tell myself. And there's no winners here. So Mike Rice, why is your pick better than Dave's? And why is it also a trivia game?
Well, we've all lost because you picked Shit for Brains as your number one. All right, my number one. This is a top 10 game for me. It's one of my all-time favorites. I think this would be super easy to implement on Zoom. Smartphone Inc.
Oh,
Smartphone Inc. is just fantastic. I love this game. There's no cards to shuffle. You lay out your dual layered board. Everybody, as long as everybody picks the same text, you're just action crafting behind your screen, and you're taking those two little tablets and determining how strong you want each action to be. Then you're moving your cities to different territories, and then selling your phones, and it's just really good. It's super streamlined. It's really easy to teach. And I just absolutely love Smartphone Inc. It's a 10 out of 10 game for me.
Man, it's way better than its successor, Mobile Markets.
Yeah, that one not that good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, Wayne. Wayne, you got to beat Smartphone Inc.
No, I'm probably not. But so mine is my first kind of roll and write in my top 5. And it's not only a roll and write that you can play via Zoom or live, but there's a year and a half or almost 2 years of YouTube videos of playing it, and that is Rolling Realms. So Jamie Stegmaier Games.
Yes.
And so you can play this like live. We could each choose our realms, and we can roll dice and play the game, or we could say, hey, like choose the March 17th game of Rolling Realms that Jamie live streamed, and play that and post your score. So it's a game that you can play live via Zoom with friends, or you can play it sort of asynchronous with friends. And so Rolling Realms would be my number one, because it's one that there's, there's 20 different realms now that you can play with. And if everyone owns it, you can play it live or over time. So Rolling Realms would have been my number one, or is my number one.
Great pick, Wayne. And that was the thing that, like, when we reviewed Rolling Realms for the show, we talked about every Stonemaier game that came out since needs to have like a promo Rolling Realms card, which then will add, you know what I mean? Like add another realm, right? Like Libertalia, like all of those, right? It just lends itself to expansion. Just figure out how it works, what it does. And the cool thing about Rolling Realms is all of the additional realms make sense. Like everything you're doing for each Stonemaier game, and like the way it all Andrew Stiles, while speaking in the third person, sends his regards. Cheers. Andrew is also awesome. We're going to have him on the show soon at some point in time. We just got to get him. All right. So starting with David, everybody run down your 5 real quick. We'll play a round of ship.
Game.
We'll play a round of ship for brains and then or 2. And then we'll bring in our next guest or guests.
All right, so my 5, and just to mention, just because it's Whiskey Wednesdays, you've got to have honorable mentions: Catan and Charterstone.
Oh yeah, really good.
Nice,
really good.
But top 5: Concordia, Raiders of the North Sea, Scythe, Whitehall Mystery, and then Pandemic, but specifically Pandemic Season 0.
I love it. That's the Pandemic I want to play is Season 0. Like I really was kind of excited about the Cold War aspect of that one, right?
Yeah, it's been really fun. I said we're in, I think, April right now.
Nice.
In the month, yeah, and it's been really fun. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so my number 5, true Tim hipster pick because it's not out yet. Fairy Tale Campaign Trail. My number 4 is Green Team Wins. My number 3 is Cartographers. My number 2 is Just One, and my number 1 is Ship for Brains. It's a trivia game. Mike, what do you got?
Number 5 was Too Crunchy, Rolling Rights, Hadrian's Wall, and Twilight Inscription. Number 4 is After Us. 3 is Gaia Project. 2 is Heat Pedal to the Metal. 1 is Smartphone Inc. Real fast, a couple honorable mentions. Any of the clever games would work.
Oh yeah, Gonchan's clever. Yeah.
Excellent Wolfgang Warsch. Roll and write games, very simple but very fun, combo-licious games. Aruba, Cartographers, and Cubitos all would round out my honorable mentions.
Okay, so I think if I can read my own chicken scratch, I think I had Codenames and then Green Team Wins, Medici, Karuba, and Roland Realms were my
nice. Well done. All right, that's everybody, right? Okay, here we go. Ship for Brains. Let's see who can chime in first. Abhorrent behavior is the name of the category. What Hollywood star with 3 actor brothers was kicked off of a flight in 2011 because he refused to power down his phone until he finished his turn on Words with Friends?
Oh, wasn't that Alec Baldwin?
Oh, Mike gets it. Mike famously loves all Baldwin brothers. Yeah. Mike loves all the Baldwins. Yeah.
I don't know why I remember that. Maybe because he's a giant douche.
Ooh. Maybe because. Imagine that. A giant douche doesn't want to turn off his phone. Okay, how about this one? Unsound investment. What Nebraska billionaire learned to play ukulele in an unsuccessful attempt to court a woman?
Oh my God.
Weird
Berkshire
Al?
Hathaway. What the hell's his name?
It's a Nebraska billionaire.
Oh,
Yeah,
billionaire.
that doesn't help.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Just
Yikes.
name billionaires, Dave. You got them.
Yeah, it's the guy who owns Berkshire Hathaway. God damn it.
Yeah, Warren Buffett.
Oh, Mike, again. But I kind of
No.
want to give it to Wayne because Wayne got the company.
Yeah.
No, Mike got the name.
Yeah.
Boo. We don't want to give Mike
Alright.
anything.
Well, Berkshire
I know,
Hathaway
okay.
kind of. I knew the name from there.
Okay.
It wouldn't have been a guess though.
All right, let's try another one real quick. Yeah, David Brown technically got that one first. So we're going to give that to David Brown. Yeah. Okay. Subpar model is the name of the category. What body part is often edited into photos of Victoria's Secret model Carolina Kirkovia, as she only has a smooth indent where the part should be? So what's the body part?
Belly button.
The belly button.
It is a belly button. Mike got that again.
Weird.
We're going to go again real quick because we got to have somebody other than Mike getting these questions right. Hunky
Mike get
Dory. He did. I don't want to give him
Oh,
credit.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear him. Yeah. Okay.
All right. In 1999, what actor, model, spokesperson murdered a goose with his face during the inaugural run of a new roller coaster at Busch Gardens?
Fabio.
Yeah. Got it, Fabio. Yes.
I was living down in Chesapeake, Virginia when that happened, so I remember that one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, we're going to try one more. Ooh, and I know this one. Oh my God, I know this one because I'm old. Dave, we got a chance. Okay, here we go. What rung his bell is the name of the category. What comedian and actor known for playing several the same character across several different shows had Hulk Hogan on his talk show to demonstrate some wrestling moves, resulting in him getting choked out and splitting his head open on the ground and then suing Hulk Hogan for $5 million. So he was a talk show host in the 80s, had Hulk Hogan on, and Hulk Hogan choked him out. He cracked his head open live on TV and sued him for $5 million. He's the same character on a ton of shows, which all have the same main name but different subtitle. Boom, boom. That's your clue. Dun dun. Oh, rung his bell is another clue. What comedian and actor known for playing the same character across several different shows had Hulk Hogan on his talk show to demonstrate some wrestling moves, resulting in him getting choked out and splitting his head open on the ground and then suing Hogan for $5 million? Not Jerry Springer, not Arsenio Hall, not Conan. You may not have even known this dude had a show. His first name is Richard. Nix has got it. Nix is so close. Nix, dark hair and glasses. It is Richard Belzer. Trevor got it.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you're mentioning his time on Law and Order. That's
Law and Order.
Yeah.
Dum dum. Yeah. Yeah,
See, you said that.
yeah.
I'm like Jerry Orbach, but no, that's not Jerry Orbach.
Right. I mean, right show, wrong actor.
Wrong actor.
Yeah, you can get on YouTube and watch Hogan choke him out. I mean, dude goes out like that. Like Hogan puts him in a choke. He's like, "Oh, you think wrestling's fake?" Puts him in a chokehold, and Belzer just goes down. It's nuts. Okay, let's see this one. This is called Cock Blocked. What knighted British musician refused to give Weird Al Yankovic permission to record a song called Chicken Pot Pie because the musician didn't want to condone eating meat? Chicken Pot Pie, and this musician is a vegetarian and didn't want Weird Al.
Was it Bono?
Nope.
Elton John?
No, but you're closer than Bono. Chicken Pot Pie. It's if you say it in the right way, which I am not, it is the parody of the title of the song.
I think chat's got it.
Yeah, chat's got it.
So,
Chicken Pot Pie.
Live and let die.
Yeah, it is Paul McCartney. Okay. Let's try one last one, and then we will let you guys go because you've been awesome. Perfumance artist. What deceased musician was so notorious for smelling like lavender that people would smell him before he walked into the room? That's your
Prince.
clue. Yes, Wayne. Wayne, it is Prince. Lavender. Lavender's purple. There we go. Good job. And that is how you play Ship for Brains.
I got one. I was happy.
Yeah. No, you guys are awesome. Wayne, don't be a stranger. We're going to have you on the show to talk about your pod. We're going to do stuff, dude.
Awesome.
Thank you for being here. David Godfrey, thank you so much for not only being on and participating for multiple top fives, but for being a regular. And I guess thanks for not being related to me, but it was cool if you were. It's fine.
So, my pleasure. Thanks, guys. I really had fun. Appreciate you guys doing this and everything you do. It's been real enjoyable watching you over the past year.
Listen,
so,
it's worthless without people like you guys. It really is. I mean, it's just Mike and I talking to each other, which is fine, but it's not as much fun without you guys. It is truly our pleasure to be able to host you guys and be able to do something like this. So thank you.
All right. Have a good night. Thanks.
Peace out.
Thanks, David.
Yep. It's been amazing. Thank you guys for having me on. Hopefully you'll have me back, and hopefully maybe you guys will join our live call-in show sometime. So appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the night.
Hell yeah. Beans and rice.
Sure.
Beans and rice, which is the wrong thing. Beans and dice. All right, Mike, bring in our next round of guests. Thank you, Wayne and David. You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
All right. We got a couple locals to add, don't we?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Bring them in. Bring them in. Jonathan and Jeff. Yes. Oh, I'm so excited. Everybody that hasn't seen the show before or is like relatively new to the show, Jeff was one of the first editors we had on the show. He was on several episodes early on. Jeff is super cool. Love this dude. I love him for his obscure movie references. Jeff and I had a ton in common, and he's a great dude. And Ginger, Jonathan, learned gentleman, finally being on the show. And Jonathan's way smarter than me, so it feels really good whenever I can beat him at a game. Because it's not easy to do.
I mean, I lose a lot more games than I win, but anyone should have that track record.
Yeah, well, me too. Me too. So who's first? Jonathan? Jonathan, you got a top five?
I had a top five hand management.
Hand management games.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah. So just as a sort of like background on this, I purposefully excluded deck building on there. So like no Dominion, no Dune Imperium, those type of games on there.
Okay.
Because to me, while they feel like while they are a type of hand management, for those deck building games, you're playing the entire hand at once. You're just choosing the order on there. Whereas for a hand management game that I was thinking of for this type of list is sort of like an action management on there. So it's like whatever you have in your hand, whether it's your entire hand or only part of it, sort of thing on there, you still have to actively choose what you are doing for that particular turn on there rather than forced to play everything just what order.
Okay. Okay.
I also stayed away from deck building. That's definitely very different. And I'm actually getting chilly, so I'm adding a layer on. But yeah,
so
no deck building.
Does that mean Mike has to put on pants and he's not just recording in his underwear tonight?
I have shorts on, but thank you.
Take it off.
Hold on. Brown chicken, brown cow.
Hold on. I don't think Mike and Jeff ever crossed over. I think Jeff was gone before we had Mike on the show, right?
I met Mike once or twice, yeah.
Oh, okay. Good deal. Good deal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jonathan, your audio kind of sort of goes quiet then loud. I don't know if that's fixable. It kind of comes and goes.
I don't know if it's really fixable either.
Okay.
Nope. It's cool. We'll work with it. We'll work with it. We're happy to have you on.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for being here. We
had Bob here with all those gears getting grinded in the background.
Yeah, you're not near as bad as Bob was earlier because it doesn't sound like you're vacuuming the whole time that you're trying to talk.
Yeah.
All right. So Jonathan, you need to go first since this is your list.
Okay. So for my number 5, I have Nemesis.
Ooh.
So
Slick.
who just doesn't know, Nemesis is basically Alien the board game. They just don't call it that because copyright on there. Basically, you are playing people who woken up in a ship and woken up from out of stasis. And because the ship is invaded with aliens, nothing works on there, and you basically need to make sure that everything is working while avoiding or killing the intruders on the ship, so that you actually get to Earth and don't die on there. What makes this game interesting is that you have a hand of cards, that the cards represent the actions that you have on there. Now you have 5 cards in your hand on there, and you basically choose, you either play a card to do the action, like if you want to move, you discard a card. If you want to attack, you discard a card on there. But if you pass, then that's it for your turn on there. And each character has a slightly different deck. So like the engineer is better at repairing and destroying things than the captain is on there. I think that's really interesting because while you are drawing from a deck that is getting saturated with the infection cards on there, it's much different than a deck builder because you actually choose what order your cards are being played on there, and you have to basically choose the actions on which turn.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Everything you said makes sense. That's a great hand management style of game. Man, I like Nemesis. It's hard.
I have not played the lockdown version yet.
Oh, Lockdown's good. I actually kind of like Lockdown maybe a little more, but Nemesis is so good. It really captures that alien feeling in space. Wait, David, everyone with snacks, how do I cook something quick enough to stay on?
Throw it in your microwave.
Yeah, I guess.
Microwavable dinner.
Yeah.
Nice.
Love it. So I think my number 5 is going to be Race for the Galaxy. Because you're playing a card from your hand. The timing of it is important. That is going to give everybody that action, right? But you also need to try to time it when other people are not going to take the same action so that you can get the most out of your actions that you take. This is a game that I am bad at, but when you talk about hand management, this is one of the first ones to come to mind. I know Spencer loves this game, and everybody please keep Spencer in his thoughts. They had a loss in their family. Can't be easy, even though it wasn't unexpected. We love Spencer. Hope everybody's okay. And not to bring it down, but I just shout out to Spencer. Race for the Galaxy, one of his favorite games of all time. And I believe hand management applies, right, Jonathan? You played Race for the Galaxy with Spencer?
I do. I don't like that game because I'm also very bad at it on there. I like the follow mechanic on there. But as far as Race for the Galaxy style of hand management, I've got a better game on my list.
No, hey, totally cool. Totally cool. And David, just so you know, David Brown asked what was the category. The category is hand management games. And since Jonathan has a better one than me, we better hurry up and move on to Mike. Jeff, if you don't have one, it's okay to pass, because when we were bringing
one.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. This is fast and loose. This is Friendsgiving. We're just here to have a good time, and it's fine if you don't have a game on the list. So Mr. Mike, what do you have for your number 5?
My number 5 was introduced to me just a couple months ago. This is a classic Bruno Catala game. It's Abyss.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Abyss is just a really good game where you're trying to acquire cards of a certain faction and then turn those cards in for scoring cards. But it's kind of wild because you have to use multiple factions of cards to recruit these point scoring cards, but you have to use the lowest one and add it to the score of the scoring cards. So you're trying to use these high numbered cards to recruit these cards. I really like the way you can kind of push your luck as you reveal cards from the deck, the exploration deck, but other people get first dibs on buying those cards before you do. It really stands up well. It's been around for a long time. It's got great art. Abyss is my number 5.
Abyss is really good. Really good. Jeff, do you want to do yours now or do you want to save it for later?
Yeah, I can do mine now.
Okay.
It's not sorry. It's not really that much of a hand management game, but it has like hand management aspects to it. Everdell.
Oh, Everdell's really good.
Yeah.
Great pick.
Yeah. That's what I've been playing. I wouldn't say a lot, but more recently, lately. So it's really interesting. It's more of like a city builder where you like build your like cities and have your like animal people move into it. I guess is like a good way to put that. But like you have to keep your hand clear of anything that wouldn't help you out in that situation.
Nope.
So,
good pick. Good pick. Love it.
Yeah,
Everdell's really good. Jeff, I feel like a proud papa. We brought you in, and now you're out there playing like really awesome games on your own. Like,
oh yeah, you know it.
Everdell's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the newer version of it, Everdell Farshore, is also really good. You can't go wrong with either version.
Either version, you're
they're
good.
really good.
All right, Jonathan, number 4.
All right, so my number 4 is Earth, which is
Earth.
the better Race for the Galaxy.
Nice.
Oh, I would say that's a better Terraforming Mars or Wingspan. But please go on.
I don't agree with the Wingspan comparison on there. On that, so mechanics wise, Earth feels a lot more similar to Race for the Galaxy than it does to me for Wingspan on there, because you're doing the same follow mechanic, you're choosing your action, and everybody is doing the same action, but because you chose it, you get a stronger version of that action on there. You're also discarding cards to pay for cards on there in terms of like into your fertilizer pile. So like Race for the Galaxy, you're getting a mess of cards in your hand that you are not going to play them all on there. But I don't know why exactly I like Earth a lot better than Race for the Galaxy. I think part of it might be because the cards that you discard into your fertilizer pile can become points if you have the right cards in your engine on there, so it doesn't feel like you're just wasting cards paying for other stuff on there.
Sure.
I also really love the engines that come by on when you choose the red action, all of your red cards activate as well on there. So it's just, yeah. I don't agree with the Wingspan comparison. It feels like mechanics wise, it feels more like Race for the Galaxy, and I just like it better.
I think the Wingspan comparisons come from like Wingspan, you're activating cards in a row, and then like Earth lets you like line up cards in a row, but also columns. And I really feel like that's kind of the only comparison other than engine building. I sort of get it. I love both games, and I didn't include either one on this list because I think their primary mechanic is like card-based engine building. And not that like that doesn't make them not engine building games. I love Earth. I just didn't put it on this list or Wingspan. I still actually rank Wingspan higher because I've played it so much more than Earth.
In terms of my top 50, Wingspan is still in my top 10, and Earth was like in the 20s or something like that on there. Yeah, it's just for this particular list, I chose Earth Wingspan though.
Nice. I love both games. I just chose not to put them on this list. They're both great though.
Okay, so my number 4 hand management game is going to be Last Light. I know this is a very new game, but this game does a very cool thing where everybody has the same action cards in their hand, but it's when you play them and how you use them is what's important. The timing and what you do with them is very cool. Really appreciate this game for everything that it is. It plays very fast. It's very easy to teach. I've been enjoying this game quite a bit, and I just really think Last Light is pretty excellent, and I think a lot of people that play it are going to agree with me. Super fun. It is my number 4, Last Light, filling now on Kickstarter.
Damn it, Tim.
The way you described that made me think of another game. I'm not going to change my top 5. It'll be an honorable mention, but there's a game I didn't think of until now.
Ginger, there's another game that is similar to Last Light in the play style, but it is way higher on my list. So we might talk about it in a minute.
That's a really good pick. I didn't even think of it. I definitely love those types of games. I won't have anything like that card system on my list. Last Light's great. Good pick. I didn't even think of it though.
All right, Mike.
Number 4. This is just a really basic 2-player game, and the primary mechanic is hand management, and this is Jaipur. Jaipur is just a very simple game of trying to collect sets and sell those sets for points. Except if you do it before the other player, you're going to get more points because you are getting points based on a depleting stack determined by the sets that you sell. The hand management's really tight. You start with 5 cards, and you can only accumulate 7. As soon as you have 7, you have to sell cards. You can't accumulate more cards. So I just really appreciate how simple this game is, 2, how it's completely all about the hand management, and also 3, just how tight that hand management is because you start with 5 and you can only hold 7 cards. So hand management is 100% the primary mechanic in this game, and I just think it's really good for how simple it is. Jaipur is my number 4.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, Jaipur is super simple. It's really easy to get, and it's just one of those gateway games you can teach anybody. My parents have been camping down south for like the last month, and before they left, I let them borrow Jaipur. So I'm excited for them to come back and tell me how much they liked it. So
yeah, Jaipur is a good game. That's one I played back in North Carolina in grad school. Yeah, it's an excellent game. I didn't think about it for this list though.
I think I've only played the dice version of that.
Is there a dice version? I don't think there is.
I'm pretty sure there
bullshit,
is.
Tim.
Listen,
I have not heard of a Jaipur dice.
Oh wait, maybe I'm thinking of Istanbul, the dice version.
You are. Istanbul definitely has. You've got the wrong Middle Eastern city.
They're all the same. That's never started a war before. Let's go.
Oh, that wasn't offensive.
Yeah, I've never said anything controversial on this show before. Jaipur, Istanbul, same thing. Way different. Yeah, no, it's definitely, now that I said it, it's definitely Istanbul, the dice game. Trevor, you're correct. There is no Jaipur. Diaper. New board game. I love it. Diaper. Jeff, do you have something, or do you want us to skip you? That's fine if we skip you.
You can skip me this time. I'll try to think of another one though.
Listen, you can't do worse than what I did, was just make up a game that doesn't exist. So you're fine.
Right. He's right.
Diaper.
I love your last pick
Diaper.
Too.
John. Wait. So we back to Jonathan then? Is number 3?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
go for it.
So my number 3 is Archeo Society, which the
Oh.
people among us will know as Ethnos.
Yep.
On there. I own Archeo Society, which is why I put that on this list on there. Plus, I think the Trax is a little bit stronger in a couple ways than the area control, at least in a way that I like on there. But basically, with Ethnos or Archeo Society, you play cards from your hand that are either the same color or the same faction. But the only card that matters in terms of what you are actually doing that game is the card that you put on top of the pile that you just played on there. So students,
Great.
yes, the students in Archeo Society is what the halflings and Ethnos. They don't do anything except that there's twice of them in the deck on
Yep.
there. Some cards will let you play. There's one faction that will let you play anywhere on the board, not just the color of the leader that you played on there. Each of them has a different power, which makes them very interesting, and sort of like you have to actually think about which leader that you actually play on there to try and maximize your actions that turn. But what really makes the game for me on there is that every card you didn't play when you play a card goes into the middle of the table in a face-up discard that people can draw from on there. So it's sort of like I've got 10 cards in my hand. I have to play something, but I can only play 6 of them because only 6 of them match the criteria of what can play. Now all the other players get first dibs of the 4 cards I discarded.
Good pick.
Ethnos was an honorable mention for me, Jonathan. I really like this one. I like the mix of, well, first, super fast turns. Like you're either playing cards or you're drawing one card. A turn takes 3 seconds. And also that hand management is combined with area control. Because the number of cards you play determines the territory control markers you can put out. I really enjoy that one.
One change in the Archeo Society rulebook that I highly recommend everybody play with Ethnos on there is that if there are no face-up cards to draw from when you're drawing a card, you draw 2 cards face down from the deck.
Okay.
Makes the game go slightly faster on there, but also sort of like builds a little bit of tension of like, oh, I actually have to play my cards because the dragons, the dragon or the totem or whatever, the bad cards that are mixed into the bottom half of the deck, they can come by quicker if you're not playing cards to put into the face-up discard.
No,
well done.
That's a good mechanic to add. I really like Ethnos. Arceus is just rethemed with obviously a new mechanic too. It's really good.
It is. Now, for anybody asking why Dave Rossi's Constantinople the dice game, and that's only because Istanbul used to be known as Constantinople. So the Istanbul dice game.
Yeah, but it's not Constantinople.
Not anymore. Now it's Istanbul, but it was Constantinople. But if you get the reprint, it's Istanbul.
History nerds.
And I guess they liked it better that way. I guess. Yeah. I guess.
I'm a big fan of Ethnos because I like games that scale up to 6 players and don't take too long. You play a game of that in an hour and a half. It's really easy to teach. That's a good one.
And I'm a big fan of people that watch the show and people that come on the show because they got the joke I was making, unlike Mike, which is totally cool.
Damn it.
Because Istanbul was Constantinople.
Yes, I know.
Come on,
I've heard that
come
one
on.
for years.
Come on. It was
Give me
good.
some new material.
No, I refuse. How did Constantinople get the works? That's nobody's business but the Turks. Thank you, Trevor. Let's give some love to They Might Be Giants. And my number 3, if we're going to go hand management, I called an audible with the hand management. If we're going to go like with the way that Jonathan did with hand management, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but you want to go with hand management really making or breaking a game, I'm going to say Ankh. Ankh has a level of hand management of when
Yes, it
you
does.
play your combat cards is so important. Hand management is crucial to that game. I'm just going to rock that. I'm going to roll it.
Memories flowing back.
Yeah. Hey, Donnie. Donnie, love you, buddy. Glad you're here,
Hey.
man. And Wayne says, oh, what'd you say, Jonathan?
It must be a terrible game because you still haven't played it with me.
No, here's the thing, Jonathan. I like winning at Ankh, so that's why I haven't played it with you yet. I don't want to lose to you.
Ankh is excellent. I actually didn't put it as an honorable mention, even though, yeah, hand management, the cards you play during the battle phase make or break you. So you are correct. It is one of the most important mechanics in the game.
Yeah.
And besides, you only have like a couple like cards to choose from anyway. That like,
Yes.
if you pick the wrong one, you're sunk.
You are. You're right.
Yeah, I didn't put Blood Rage on the list because I felt that was more rage management than hand management in some ways, because like you're drafting the cards first on there, so you may not have a choice on like what type of cards you actually have, depending upon like what people before you draft it on there. I still haven't played on, so
Jonathan, we'll fix that sometime.
Ankh is really, really good. I didn't include Blood Rage because I think that's more drafting. And even though drafting games can also include hand management, I just think it's just very different to me in those mechanics and how they work.
and like I said, I feel like you're managing. I feel like you're managing your rage more than you're managing your cards.
You are, Jonathan. I think you're right there. I think you're right there. I just I threw Ankh on because I know it's a little bit of a stretch, but it is a hand management game.
It is.
Along with many of the other aspects that you need to kind of navigate through there.
No, I think that's a totally fine pick. Blood Rage's primary mechanic is drafting, whereas Ankh, you've already got your deck. It's just how are you going to play those cards? That's hand management.
And then yeah, Jonathan, you know our lists are completely arbitrary.
Yeah,
and I totally did not make up my list the minute you popped on here, and I got to see your beautiful face and hear your wonderful voice. I did not just write down your list as I was like, oh yeah, hand management. I better come up with something for that. I did not do that. I planned this like 7 weeks ago when you told me, hey, I'm going to come on this week, even though you haven't planned it yet. What's best hand management games? So Mike, what's your number 3 and why is it a better game than Ankh? And I know you're a liar because no game is better than Ankh.
None of these games are better than Ankh. I just didn't put it on my list. My number 3 is a very simple 2-player Reiner Knizia game that is just fantastic, and that's Lost Cities.
Oh,
I've played this game over 50 times.
Good
love Lost Cities, the card game.
A good one.
You are going to deal each player 10 cards, and you've got to play a card and then discard a card. But when you discard a card, you're going to discard it into the matching column, which means the other player can draw that card instead of drawing from the deck. So you better be careful about what you discard. But Lost Cities is great because you have to play cards in ascending order. Handshakes will give you modifiers. But what if you don't have any handshakes? But you got 2s and 3s. All right, well, lay your 2 and then lay your 3. And then get mad when you draw the handshake after you lay the 2 and the 3. I just love Lost Cities. It's such a simple concept. Longboard has since built on that concept and made it a 4-player adaptation. And I love Longboard too. But I just think Lost Cities for the rule set and how good the hand management is in the game, I just think it's a classic and deserves to be on my list.
Great pick.
I love Lost Cities. I've played it a ton. I couldn't do this list without it.
I played the dice version of Lost Cities quite a bit on there, and I played Longboard. I can't remember if I played the card game though.
Longboard's pretty good. I enjoyed Longboard.
I guess I call it the card game, but it's just mostly the original Lost Cities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Agree
guess
with
it's
that.
not the card game. I guess I say that because there's a board game version, and then there's the dice game version you mentioned. So it's just been re-implemented a lot. So I just specify that it is the original. What's amazing about this game is that it came out in 1999. That's crazy.
That's
That is
brand
crazy.
new. That's brand new.
I started college in 1999, and this game is still ranked 329 on Board Game Geek. It is a genius design, in my opinion.
I still didn't have my
that old.
I still didn't have my driver's license in 1999.
You can go on to Amazon and pick this game up with for like less than $20. I highly recommend it.
Spoiler alert, I was 21 in 1999 and still didn't have a driver's license. Fun fact.
I was much younger than 21 in 1999.
You poor bastard, Tim.
Dude, I rode a bike everywhere and never needed to drive. It was great. Oh, Wayne finished college in 2000. Is Wayne like a little bit older than me? That's crazy.
No, because that makes him about your age.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Because I finished school in 03, so he's like your age and a little older than me.
That's probably right. That's probably fair. Let's not hold that against Wayne because I still think he's super cool. Oh, Wayne is 1 year older than me, and I really hate him because he looks better than I do being older than me. That's terrible. He's a monster. Everybody should hate him. Nix was 31. I also hate Nix because I'm sure he looks better than I do right now as well. So let's just spread that hate. Okay, so that puts it to who's that to now?
Yeah,
I have another one. I thought of another one.
Jeff's got one. Let's do it.
I was thinking of some past times we've had and the Bloody Inn.
Oh, good pick, Jeff. That was a board game roulette game.
Yeah.
And let me just say,
because I couldn't remember if it was exactly hand management or not, but I was like, oh no, yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, it's when you do that stuff. And let me just say, Jeff, again, let me sing his praises. This gentleman came up with board game roulette where we all submitted a game, and we keep talking about bringing this back, Jeff. Everybody submitted a game. We played it. We were going to have a trophy for the season winner. And Jeff had a great idea for this, and we did use it. I would like to reuse it and like re-implement it.
Oh, yeah. Go for it.
But again, his contributions should not go unnoted. And we really appreciate him. That was great. Man. Bloody Inn. What a great game. Great art.
It's very gothic, I want to say. Like it's gothic and it's very sketchy. It's like
it's that weird like French 1800s,
I love the art.
It's
like
a comedic
style.
horror.
Yes.
Yeah, there's
Jonathan.
There's like a name for it. I can't think of the name, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a comedic
Love
horror.
the art.
For those of you who don't know, it's you're kind of French, old-timey French, and you're running, but you're also trying to kill people. I can't remember why exactly.
Yeah, well, you know, it's because you're French. Let's just blame it on them.
It's
No,
you're trying to keep the cops off your back, and you're trying to like have them. You're bribing like the cops, and it's a really fun game. And
yeah,
it's because there's money in looting the pockets of the people that you murder.
That's it. That's what it was. Exactly. Yeah.
But you could also use the people that you murder. You could use those cards as like buildings. You could use them for the money. There's different things you could do with them. Super fun, really great. And that was one of the things that I really appreciated that Jeff brought to us when he was involved in the show. Was like, well, no, not at all. Not at all. It was sort of like Jeff and I both love sort of the weird, like the edges, the fringes, the outliers. And so Jeff and I always had that in common. And I really appreciated that with him because he and I could like talk movies. We could talk weird art, and things like that. We just had some of those things in common. And, I thought that was great and really always appreciated it. Jeff also, which got killed very quickly, but Jeff was the inspiration behind Bleeps the Cat, which was every time Bob accidentally cussed on the show, which seemed like a lot. But
for me, I'd always forget where I was. I was just like F it.
Yeah. But then but Mark hated it, and that's fine.
Oh, no,
it's everybody.
I just want to clear the air real quick. Dave, I broke the seal about a half hour ago. So
Oh, Dave, I pissed twice while we're playing this. So it's all good. But no, great job. I appreciate that. So is it my turn? Wait, where are we at?
No, it's Jonathan's pick.
Oh, Jonathan's number 2.
Yeah, I still need to play Bloody Inn. Everything about this says it would be a game I'd love.
It is fantastic. I love Bloody Inn.
Good.
There we go.
Even though I lost completely.
Yeah.
And David, no, I haven't looked at this yet, but I'm going to totally look at Dungeons and Degenerates. It sounds awesome. I do keep getting kicked out of my own show, I guess, but it's my own fault every time.
Just blame San Andreas.
Yeah, go for it, Jonathan. What do you got?
So my number 2, number 1 rated game on BGG. Last time I looked, even though I played it a few times, and I don't think it really deserves that status on there. But it's Brass Birmingham.
Oh, okay. Never played it.
Yeah. So basically, Brass Birmingham, you have cards in your hand on there that are either a city or a resource on there. And when you play the card, you basically do one of, I think it's 8 actions on there. And what you can do is, so you have a board in front of you that has tile tokens on them that represent the different resources that you can build, like iron, coal, cotton mills, wineries, etc., like basically industry sort of things on there. If you play a city card, you can build any industry in that city that city would support. And if you play a resource card, you can play that resource in any city on the board on there. Of course, you have to be able to pay for it. If like the tile you want to build needs coal, you need access to coal on there. But it is extremely tight on there in terms of an action economy on there. And there have been several games of Brass Birmingham that I played that's like I'm 1 action short of the ultimate plan that I would like to do because somebody took that 1 spot in the city that I needed.
You know, I finally got to play Brass Birmingham this year, and I enjoyed it. but I understand why people say it's easy to learn and hard to master because
Oh,
there's so much to the strategy. I'm just not sure where to rank it yet. Like I have to play it again, and I just don't know how high I want to rank it. But it is really good though.
Mike, I think Wayne just told you where to rank it right there. It's his number 2 game. I have Old and Busted Brass, haven't played it yet.
With the Pup Meeple ranking that I did for my top 50, Brass landed in like 25, I think, on there. So like mid 20s on there. It's a good game. I don't think it's the number 1 game.
Fair, totally fair. Hey man, that's the awesome thing about this, right? Is we're getting ready to do our top 50. Everybody's going to have different lists. We're going to have a little bit of crossover here and there, but like everything's going to land differently for everybody. And there's room for all of that. So I think that's awesome. Jonathan, actually, if you are on our Discord, you can see Jonathan's top 50, right? You posted your top 50 on there, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Still haven't put a comment on every one yet, but the games are there.
Yeah, so everybody can look at some of those top 50s, his top 50, and drop your comments. There was some interesting conversation I thought that was spurred by that. And I thought that was awesome of you to put that in the Discord, because that's one of the things I really like about our Discord is that everybody can kind of weigh in, but nobody's like a jerk about it. Everybody's pretty cool, and we can all kind of have a conversation over like, oh, I like this game. I don't like this game. This is better for me than it is for you, whatever. But the great thing is, Jonathan, is you got the games you love, and those are the ones you love, man. Like that's why you're in the hobby. And there's always going to be, hopefully there's always going to be somebody in our group to play one of those games with you, and I love it. Jonathan is a really good sport. He always, when we have meetups, Jonathan brings his games to the meetups. If we get them played, awesome. He plays other people's games and is always really cool about playing them, and is never like, even if he doesn't love the game, he's never a sourpuss about playing it. He plays the game and really does a nice job of playing it all the way through. And then after the fact, you don't really know how he feels about it until you ask him after the game. And I appreciate that, Jonathan, because there's definitely people in our group that are not near as cool about playing games that they're not as interested in as you have been.
I know who you are talking about. I will not name names, but I know who you are talking about.
So, Jonathan, thank you for not being that person. And I will say, hopefully, there's been a few times where Jonathan's been maybe like, I don't really want to play this game. That game doesn't seem interesting to me. But then he plays it and is actually like, yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought. It may not necessarily be in my top 50, but I'm not mad that I played that game. No, Jonathan's always very cool about playing games. He's very open. And I love that about you, man. And I appreciate that. So do not let that go unknown. You need to know that. You're very important to our game group. Is it my turn for number 2?
I just wanted to throw this out here. Wayne, are you saying that Castles of Burgundy is your number 1 game of all time?
No. He's saying Brass Birmingham is his number 2 game. We're not going to talk about Castles.
It's right behind Castles of Burgundy. I'm the only one in our play group that has that in our top 10. I just want to say
Hold
that.
on. I need to know who's watching. Does anybody have the deluxe edition of Castles that's watching right now? I need to know. Other than Mike, blah, blah, blah.
I'm watching.
Mike finally got his. Everybody comment if you have the deluxe.
Tim, I've been hoarding 10 copies. I'm sorry.
I still only have the old version. I'm not getting the deluxe.
Yeah, I had to. I just need to try the expansions.
That closet is just Castles. It's just filled with copies of Castles. I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah, sorry. Golly. Okay.
Love it.
So I wasn't asking for any particular reason. So my number 2 is After Us, also in contention for one of my favorite games of the year. It's almost, it's hard to say hand management, but I just love this game so much because what's more important is the order in which you play the cards from your hand and how you line them up, because they're going to have these little boxes that are going to connect. And this is like Planet of the Apes on crack, because this is after everybody on Earth, all the humans have expired and the apes have evolved and they are taking over the planet. And Jeff, I see you cocking your head. This is a theme I know you would love. Jeff, I know you would love this game. It's got beautiful art from Vincent Dutray. This game takes place, a mere 30 years in the future. And this game's super cool. I absolutely love it. I cannot wait to take this in my bag for Thanksgiving to play with my in-laws, because it is so easy to teach and for other people to learn. This game's great. This is one of my favorite games of the year so far. And hand management, maybe it's a bit of a stretch, but I don't care. I love this freaking game. I think it's great. I think everybody needs to know about this damn game. After Us, really good.
With a name like After Us, my first thought went zombie theme, and then I was confused at how you were describing it.
Oh, sure. Fair. Fair.
Yeah. After Us is fantastic. I'll allow it, even though it's more of a deck builder. It's just really good.
Oh, it's really good. But I feel like the hand management part is like the cards in your hand at 1,000,000% is how you lay those cards down and the order you put them in. And so to me, I was able to extrapolate that into hand management. It could be a stretch, but we all know that my list is always completely arbitrary, and I will justify it any damn way that I damn well please. And that is my number 2.
It's also justified, though, because you're laying those 4 cards out all at once, and you got to kind of optimize the frames that you complete. And just that's a form of hand management for sure. Now I've got the hiccups because I've had too much whiskey. All right.
No such thing.
Oh, God. Number 2. Yeah, this is one of my favorite games of all time. Good God. This is getting bad. Oh, my God. I'm going to have to, just skip through mine so I can hold my breath and
power through it.
Sorry, Nix. I didn't mean to disappoint.
I mean, these are just the best 2 hand management games. My number 2 is Concordia. Concordia. Concordia is one of my favorite games of all time. It's elegant. It's really good. Every action matters. The way the order in which you play the cards is the most important part of the game. I just want to point this out. I've played this physical copy 12 times. It is a 10 out of 10 game for me. There's my ranking. It's amazing. Nothing else I can really say. It's one of the best games of all time.
Yeah, one of my favorite games of all time. All I'll say is shame on you, Mike. Anyways, Jeff,
for
do you
not
have one?
having it higher?
Maybe.
Fair.
I do have one. If Mike, you done?
Oh, he's done. Move on from Mike.
And I'm holding
Nobody
my
cares.
breath so this crap goes away before it comes back to my one.
Nobody cares about Mike.
Okay. I don't know if this is really considered hand management. I think it is a little bit. It's kind of more tile management, but you do pass tiles between people too. And Wayne made me think of this between two castles.
Oh, nice.
If that counts. I'm not sure if that entirely counts, but
listen, Jeff, this is your list. It counts. You could name any game you want. You could say Monopoly. We'd be like, yep, that's Jeff's list. Or Candyland.
So yeah, Candyland, definitely hand management.
Right.
Top 5 games of all time, but yeah, between two castles, because you're trying to decide, like, you want to be building the best castle, but you also need to keep in mind what rooms you want to keep out of other people's castles at the same time, and it's also almost a cooperative hand management game as well, maybe. I don't know.
Oh no, I love this damn game. Talk about it. I think it's great. You're great. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Between Two Castles of Mad King Ludwig, my favorite version of the Mad King Ludwig Between Two Cities. It is probably a top. Yeah, it's probably a top 50 game for me. Super good. Wayne said Jungle Speed for the first list with Games with Kids. Right on, Wayne. Good for you, man. Jungle Speed? I'll have to look that up. But yeah, Between Two Castles is actually really, that's kind of like sneaky right, because it is very important on the tiles you select and where you place them. And that is in your hand and what you're doing with what. So yeah, I'm going to.
And when you pass them to the next person, you can just leave them with junk if you want and be like,
yep.
Good luck. So
yes.
So
I'm never going to be one to crap on anybody's list, but I do think that's a legit good pick, Jeff. So right on, man. Good job. Jonathan, we need your number one. And why is this the best game ever made ever by anybody? And if you own this game, you should just burn every other game in your collection.
No, I'm not getting rid of my copy of Carcassonne on there. But yeah, my number one game is Concordia on there. But since Mike already talked about that, I'll just throw one of my honorable mentions on here. Meadow. Yeah. Have either of you played Meadow?
Nope.
So it's technically a tableau building game with sort of like so on the board there's a 4x4 selection of cards on there, and you have fence posts that have the numbers 1 to 4 on them. You place the fence post on the outside of the board, and you pick up the card that is that number of spaces away from where you place the fence post. So if you put your fence post down that has the 3 on it, you count 3 cards in, and you pick up that card on there. But you can also play a card. The trick is that, like Terraforming Mars or something, or other tag building games on there, it is very much a tableau tags game on there. You can only play cards if you have like the prerequisite tags needed to play it. I definitely think it's more tag game than tag tableau game than a hand management game, which is why it was one of my honorable mentions, but it's also one of my top 10 games. So since Mike stole my number one, might as well put that one on and talk about it. It is a lovely game. I love the artwork, and yeah, I'll just bring it next time we play a game.
Okay, so my number one, Jonathan, I'm going to throw you under the bus. Jonathan, have a damn spine, dude. The number one all-time hand management game is Concordia. It's number one. There's no game better. It's number one. Mike is wrong. You and I are right. there's no honorable mention that can slide in for Concordia. Concordia is the best hand management game. The timing of it matters so much. And when you play the cards and the cool aspect of the deck building and the extra cards that you get make it so good. Mike's an idiot. You and I are obviously geniuses. You're just a nicer person than me by being like, oh, well, Mike already said my thing. No, Concordia, number one. Mike's wrong. He's horrible. He's kicked off the show forever. Ginger and I are clearly the best people to ever be on the show.
What I love about Concordia is
exactly.
that what I love about Concordia is the fact that when you play a card, it's out of your hand until you basically play a card to pick up your hand.
Exactly. That's why Mike is the worst human being in the world, because he doesn't have this as his number one. I mean, Mike is clearly a monster and, deserves all of the derision that we are throwing his way, because he talks about, Concordia is one of my favorite games of all time. Bullshit. He's lying because it's not his number one. Like me and Jonathan, we are correct. So anyways, Mike, why are you a garbage person and what's your number one?
Concordia is one of my favorite games of all time, and
Lies.
It is the reason that I love games where you have to play a card to pick your card back up. That's the only reason Ankh would make this list, and it's because Concordia started this mechanic. But I got to tell you, there's just this game I already mentioned earlier that's really gotten a hold of me this year, and it's Heat Pedal to the Metal. And yeah, this is a racing game, but the most important part of the game is how you play your cards. And it's just incredibly fulfilling when you start in last place on a turn, and then you end up in first on the same turn because you were able to correctly guess what cards other players were going to play, and then you slipstream around them. Or maybe you play that gas pedal card that launches you in front of other players. I really, really love the hand management and the Heat, and it's what makes the game incredibly good. The hand management in Concordia is also excellent, but I also like a lot of other mechanics in Concordia.
Mike,
they're 1-2 right now, and I could flip a coin. Concordia Heat are my two favorite hand management games by far right now. It's not even close.
You know what's really satisfying, Mike? Mike, you know what's really satisfying? Playing Concordia. Just playing Concordia. That's all.
I know.
You could have had a three-way crossover for number one, Mike, if you...
Yeah, but Mike's wrong. And Jonathan and I are clearly the smartest guys on the show. Jeff, what is your number one and why is it not Heat? And pick any other game you like.
Any other game, huh?
Any other game, and Jonathan and I are in the majority.
Oh, I don't have a number one, but probably maybe Concordia.
Woo!
I'm just messing with Mike now.
No, you should. You should. And I'm messing with Mike too. I love Mike. I just got to give him a hard time because I know he loves Concordia. That's all. That's all. Mike knows. Mike knows I love him.
I don't think I've played it this year.
If I got a chance to play it, I totally would want to check it out. So,
listen,
Colt's the new pick, I guess. I don't think I've played Concordia this year, which is sad.
Malik wants to know if anyone has played Venus, the Venus team variant. I have not.
I picked it up at Origins this year, and I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, I bought the Venus expansion to add to mine, and in all honesty, reading the rule book and stuff, it just I'm not nearly as excited for the Venus stuff as I was for the Salsa expansion. I was expecting more from there. Maybe I have to actually play it, sort of thing, on there. But that's one of my regrets.
I've heard amazing things about Venus. I really like team games or 2v2. And so yeah, I've picked it up. I just need to check it out. We haven't looked into it a whole lot. I just bought it because I found it.
David, I haven't played the Venus expansion yet. I bought it and I looked at the rule book sort of thing on there, and it's like actually seeing what came in the expansion sort of after getting and playing the Salsa expansion. It's just whatever excitement that I had for the Venus expansion deflated after I actually saw like the content on there. I was expecting more in the content and than what I saw, and
you're good.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good. Malik, if you're not in our Discord, you should get on our Discord. We could have you on and you could talk about something if you want. Okay, so let's run through real quick in order. We'll start with Jonathan, and then we'll do our top 5 hand management games real quick. Well, top to bottom, right? Because everybody's done theirs.
Yes.
Jeff, did you get to do yours? Or do you have one?
I think I did. I did 3. That's all I could think of.
No, that's good. That's good, dude.
It's been a long day.
Jonathan, what's your 5 to 1? Real quick.
5 is Nemesis, 4 is Earth, 3 is Archaeo Society /Ethnos, 2 is Brass Birmingham, and number 1 is Concordia.
Because you're correct. My number 5 was Race for the Galaxy. My number 4 was Last Light. My number 3 was Ankh. My number 2 is After Us. And my number 1 is clearly, Jonathan is correct, is Concordia. Mr. Mike.
This, Jaipur, Lost
Assemble.
Cities, Concordia, and Heat.
Love it. And then, Jeff, your top 3. Do you remember?
Yes, in no particular order. Everdell, Bloody Inn, two castles.
There we go. Like Jeff's list is the most pure because it's only 3. He's like, I don't even have time for more than 3. Even better. All right, Jeff, while we have you on, was there a top 5 or a topic you wanted to hit or comment on?
Well, not really a top 5, but I do have a story that kind of might go into a little bit of a topic we can kind of comment on.
Okay.
So a month ago, I was at Home Goods, and I was looking at their very thin selection of board games, and I saw that they made a game based off of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. And I was like, what? I was just like, that's bizarre. A week ago, I went back to see if I could find it again. It wasn't there, but then they had the Rocky Horror board game.
What? Okay, I love me some Rocky Horror Picture Show, so please continue.
So I guess if we want to do like a little quick go around of this, what is an IP or a movie or something that you wouldn't expect to be turned into a board game?
Wow. And
because I was just like, after seeing those, I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm done. I don't know why. I can't even say anymore.
I mean,
was it this one?
Yeah.
It was, yes. I believe that was, yeah.
I haven't even heard of this.
Holy shit, me neither.
To
I will say,
Rocky
Rocky Horror Picture Show would not have been one I would have expected to be as a board game. But I really, really, really want that game right now so bad. I want it more than anything because it's so weird. I don't care if that game's garbage. Okay, does anybody have one off the dome? Like crazy IP they'll never see as a board game, but they wish they could. I've got one I could do. You don't have to like understand how it plays or why or whatever. I'll say, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna like take a slight deviation. My first instinct was to say The Gunslinger, which is a Stephen King series of books that I love. But let's get weird with it. Let's go It. I want to go It because I want everybody to play as a version of Pennywise trying to scare the shit out of some kids. And then, like, the worse you scare them, the more points you get because the tastier they are when you eat them, because fear makes the meat more tender. I don't know. It's disgusting. It's horrible. Let's just go with like a deviant theme. Clearly, I love that sort of thing. That's my pick. And whoever wants to go next can go. It.
You're clearly a bad person.
I'm a monster of a human being.
That was weird. I'll go one weirder though.
Yes.
Let's do any Hallmark rom-com.
You sick bastard. That's even more disgusting than what I picked.
Let's even go even more. Holiday rom-com. I want to play the weird CEO who hates Christmas and has to move to a small town and find a suitor and get humble points or something like that.
I feel like that's even more disgusting than my theme. Congratulations. Good job, Jeff. That's why we always got along.
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh, what a dark and terrible theme. Mike or Jonathan, you guys get a pick.
Hey, it doesn't have to be a movie either. It could be whatever.
Oh, Wayne, Ice Pirates. Holy shit. Wayne and I are clearly about the same age because we have some of the same 80s reference.
I will only do Cruel if one of the playable characters is Liam Neeson.
Or Space Herpes. Yeah.
I mean, one thing that would be hilarious, but I have no idea how it would be played.
Doesn't matter. That's not the point. Let's go.
Something based off of The Good Place.
Oh, The Good Place.
Love it.
What a great show, too.
That's one of my new favorite shows, too. So I'm all for it.
Because basically, like, you can, like, the game would either be your demons trying to find the most efficient way to torture the humans, and there's a card in the game, in the deck that's like, the humans figured it out, and you're trying to find that card before it just randomly comes up or something on there. I have no idea how this game would actually play. So,
what if one person was the demon torturing the other people, and you had to figure out who it was?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, we got some Good Place love. And sorry, Wayne. No, we're not going to go with Beastmaster, even though that I knew that that's what you meant. But we're going to stick with the Beachmaster. We're going with the Beachmaster because I think that's even a more horrifying theme. Okay, Mike, you got to come up with an IP that is somehow better than The Good Place or the Hallmark Movie Channel. Good luck with that, buddy.
I'm struggling with this one.
Mike,
I really am.
You can literally pick anything. Except for ICP, they already have a board game. And you can't pick Guar either. I think
they have a deck building game as well.
Yeah, I think Mike should pick like heavy metal band manager or death metal band manager. And so, like, basically you start in Sweden as like a weird death metal band, but then you have to get like outside of the Nordic countries to get into your metal because that's what Mike likes is like Nordic death metal. I'm just saying.
I like Andrew's idea.
All right, let's just go weird. All right, an IP that would definitely never become a board game is the Netflix series Santa Clarita Diet.
Oh, I like that show.
I do too. And it's about
Timothy Oliphant, Drew Barrymore, great show.
Yes,
Nathan Fillion.
She suddenly has the desire to eat like human flesh. And so at first her husband's like, what the hell? That's sick. And then he starts embracing it and finding ways for her to eat human flesh. Imagine that becoming a board game. That's pretty weird. There you go. That's what I got.
Isn't there an argument that Frankenstein, the heir of abomination, could be Santa Clarita Diet with just a small rethink?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, because what you're basically doing is, instead of hiding that you're eating human flesh, you're hiding that you're creating you're regenerating a human body, and creating a human.
You're still stealing organs and body parts.
You're doing all of those things.
Mike, I will say, don't give Netflix ideas, because they did do that Queen's Gambit board game that just wasn't chess. So,
like chess with extra rules.
Here's a show about chess that we're gonna make a board game for. That's
it's not gonna be chess.
Spoiler alert: it's kind of like chess, but it's not.
I know. I remember when I saw that, I'm like, "What the hell is this chess?"
But we're gonna put a pretty girl on the cover of the box, so it'll sell.
Oh my god!
No,
I'm looking this up. I know it exists. I just want to know exactly what it is.
Yeah. Let me just say, Jonathan and Jeff, thank you so much, guys. Really awesome to be able to do this. Thank you guys for coming on and doing this with us. I think we've got one more waiting in the wings, if not two, right? We got at least one more.
Really quickly before I leave, been cheering you guys on from the sidelines and trying to help out where I can. So I'm glad you guys have been getting better and better and more popular and all that jazz.
Hey, Jeff, you were foundational to us, and I really appreciate you, man. Seriously, I thank you for coming on, and I think you're a great guy. Don't be a stranger. Please do some stuff with us. Please do some stuff with us in the future.
Definitely.
Because seriously, mad respect for you. And again, we would not be where we are now without even your help, early on there.
Here, let me see if I can. It's a Vash the Stampede Trigun. Old school.
There you go. There you go. And Jonathan, thanks, man. Jonathan's a regular in our game group. He's an awesome dude, super knowledgeable, very smart, and very good at games. Don't let him fool you. He seems nice, but he's not. He will destroy you at games if you give him the chance. Am I wrong, Jonathan?
I mean, I do give my best in it every game. So, on there. However, if it's Race for the Galaxy against Spencer, I will lose.
Nobody's going to beat Spencer at Race for the Galaxy. Let's just be real about that. Now, let me give Jonathan credit. He is not the most excited guy about every single game or theme we bring to the table. But guess what? He's always very respectful and tries his damnedest to win every freaking game we play. And he's always in it to win it. And he's involved. And I appreciate that. So, Jonathan, thank you for always being 100% involved in any game we play. I know we're not talking about any one person in particular, but we're totally talking about one person in particular in our game group. Thank you for not being here.
Bye.
Peace out. Thanks, gents. You guys are awesome. Mike, we got at least one more to bring in.
No. I think he mentioned in the private chat earlier he was good just chatting along.
Oh, I thought he was going to come in.
No.
I was ushering other people out because he's waiting in the guest room.
Well, we're also, I mean, I know it's Friendsgiving, and I know we don't have to work tomorrow. It's also 12:45. It's not as long as a Giuliano stream. Now, if you wanted to make it longer, we could definitely bring Giuliano in, and you'll get like a 2 a.m. stream.
Well, we could shoot Googs a message and see if he wants to pop on real quick. Do it real quick, just to see. Just see if he wants to pop on.
There's no such thing as a quick Giuliano.
Oh, he'd be fast. He'll be fast. If he pops on, we can be fast.
I don't think so. But
all
not
I've got
that
to
I
do
don't
is
love
get
him.
up and throw a turkey in the oven and then go back to sleep. That's all I got to do. My turkey's brining right now. I have been so pumped for Friendsgiving.
Where was his message?
And it's crazy
there it
because we're still going to give away some games, and we haven't done that yet. And is bringing, got to get it out and resting a bit. Yeah. See, but we've got some games to give away, and I'm giving away 2 games that I wasn't even planning on giving away. But I'm totally going to give Wayne the War of the Ring, even though I really like that game. I just appreciate that he came on, and I would never in a million years give away my Galaxy Trucker to anybody other than to somebody like Aaron, who I absolutely love. But I love Galaxy Trucker. I want other people to have the joy of Galaxy Trucker. So out of the board game winners, I've already got them written down, crossed off as winners already. We're gonna send them those games because I have them and I'm able to do it, and I want to have them in my collection, but do I need them? I guess not. It's better for me if I can just share them with people that will love them. I am David. Thank you. I would eat a whole Hamlet if you go off of my food list. Was David the guest that was like fine not coming in? David, you sure you don't want to come in? David, you come in. We'll bring you in. Talk about whatever you want while we're waiting on Googs, if Googs is still up.
I don't know. I'm sure he's still up. It doesn't appear he's checked that message I sent though. The only thing, even though I don't have to get up early tomorrow, I still got up at 5:30 and worked 10 hours.
Hey,
today.
Dave, come in. Dave, come in. No camera. Dave, come in. No camera. That's no problem.
Yes.
We had a guest the whole time. Andrew, no, you are 1,000,000% getting a brick. That's all we're sending you is a brick.
That's
with Avery's
100%
picture
accurate.
taped to the side of it. We're throwing it at you from here.
Yes.
Dave, if you're cool, we're going to bring you in. No camera. I don't give a shit about camera. We just want to have people on. We want to hear your wonderful voices.
All right, then in that case, I'm giving him time to get ready because he has actually been in our queue almost from the beginning.
He's been in the queue for a minute.
He's the pun master, aka the Punisher. We've got David Brown on with us.
Thick as a brick. Yes, let's get some Jethro Tull in here. Oh, I
haven't really done live internet.
Yes, we don't care. David, welcome. Thank you so much. He is a regular viewer on here, hangs out with us, comments, usually makes me laugh out loud, which I appreciate because Mike's terrible and not funny at all and a bore.
Yeah, the insults.
I mean, I'm not going to hurl insults at the people that come on the show with us. So I'm only going to insult Mike as hard and as strong as I can.
As it should be.
Yeah. You should have heard the jokes about my bald head before we even got on live. So
you mean about how I had to turn the exposure down?
Exactly right. Exactly right. So David, do you have a top 5? Do you have a topic? Do you have something you want to talk about while you're on? I mean, we're just happy you're here. You've automatically entered to win a game we're going to give away just for popping on.
I mean, nothing much more than some of the stuff I've said earlier in the evening for other list. I've mentioned 30 rails as one of the ones that you could do via Zoom or Skype. Because you just need to have one person roll the dice and everybody else uses the dice rolls on their own individual board. bonus, it's a free print and play.
Oh.
Then you, at the end, you just compare, who got the better score, and you could show everybody your map at the end too, which is always pretty cool looking. That was one I mentioned a while ago.
I like that.
that one.
And I mentioned Ingenious again, and under the category of the family-friendly games, because again, it's another Kinesia game, abstract, but at the end, it's pretty, and it's also quick enough to learn that within just a turn or two, at worst half the game, people are understanding how to make good moves. And
what game was that? I missed it.
Ingenious.
Sorry.
The Reiner
Ingenious.
Yeah. Now there's at least 2 versions of it. I think unless you really have to travel with it, I think I'd avoid the travel version. But yeah, I've also mentioned Ingenious under the category of
like any good Reiner Knizia game, there's 27 versions of it. Get the one you can get your hands on. Because that dude's been making games for ages. They're all really good, and they all keep getting reprinted because they're really good.
Okay, I recognize this one. I forget the name. I've never played it though.
Yeah. You can do Ingenious solo, but of course, with the caveat that several solo games have. I think it's beat your own score, but it does scale pretty well between 2 to 4 players, so that's nice.
So, David, what part of the country are you from?
Currently, I'm next to Washington, D.C., and also a little bit south of the Reston Ebola breakout.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
If you read the book, The Hot Zone, you'll be extremely scared that we had an Ebola breakout about 30 minutes from D.C. back in the 80s, I think.
Well, that sounds awful. But
yeah,
also...
actually, you would like this. There was a place called the Monkey House, and they, well, I forget how the Ebola started, but at one point they're disposing of monkey corpses that are infected in trash bags, which, if you know anything about, is the wrong thing to do. But fortunately, this turned out to be a not human contagious version of Ebola.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, The Hot Zone. Great book.
That
be scared.
That makes me think of like 28 Days Later, kind of, right? Like where the whole thing starts with the chimps that are infected with the rage, and then they get, unwittingly unleashed on humanity. But yeah, that's a bummer living that close to DC and having all of that crap potentially be right near you.
I mean, I guess we would be considered a pretty high value target for nuclear war, but oh well.
I mean, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Wait, so south of DC,
west of DC, south of Reston.
Okay, so like you're not that far from one of our previous guests, John DeCampos, right? John DeCampos, right, Mike? Baltimore.
He's in Baltimore. Yeah.
Yeah. So Baltimore is hour and a half, hour away, something like that.
And then the closest
if you
I've
get
been
the good traffic, because you've got to go away.
Right. Yeah, anytime you get in anywhere where there's like that high volume of traffic, yeah. I mean, you could live as the crow flies, within 20 miles, but that could be hours depending on traffic.
Once you get across the bridge, it's not horrible, but the bridge is certainly a choke point.
That is an area of the country I would love to visit. And the closest I have been has been like North South Carolina. I've been to Charlotte a little bit, North Carolina. But that's still like way south, right? Like that's a whole state, south of Virginia, etc.
Like a lot of places, when you're living in it, you probably don't appreciate it as much as desiring to visit it if you were far away.
Well,
there
sure.
are tons of museums and monuments around that you could go visit. We're still in Civil War battlefield area as well.
Okay.
So Manassas had two famous battles, and that's just a few minutes further west. In fact, it was so close to Washington, D.C. at the time that they had ladies in, the horse-drawn carriages come out to view the battlefield at the time. One of those little historical tidbits.
So,
of course, again,
so David,
Richmond and D.C. are crazily close given how long the Civil War lasted.
So does being in that proximity of that kind of history, does that draw you in? Does that make you want to play those kind of games, or are you like, old hat, don't care, doesn't matter to me?
I would need somebody to introduce me to wargaming. I think I don't know that that's something that I'm going to pick up on my own. Although I have seen some people start to post sort of individual battles on like single sheet.
Oh yeah.
War games on like the solitaire games on your table, BGG thread. So
I will say,
more approachable.
Living in northern Indiana, if there's ever a game that comes out that remotely relates to anywhere close to us geographically, I get excited. I'm like, ooh, like, I mean, even Ticket to Ride with, when you can like go to Chicago, I'm like, well, that's like an hour from us, hour and a half. Like, let's go. That's basically there. I can point to my hometown kind of on that map. It's like right where that track is covering between Detroit and Chicago, right in the middle there. That's me. So
did any of the Lewis and Clark expedition go through Indiana, or is that further west?
I think they started further west than us, but I don't remember.
They started in St. Louis and went up the Mississippi.
Yeah, that's definitely further west.
That original Lewis and Clark game was ahead of its time because you were kind of racing down the river a little bit while also deck building. Very ahead of its time game.
For $5 used.
Nice. I played that one a long time ago, and then I know they made a dice version called Discoveries that I always wanted to try out.
Yeah, I think.
Hey,
for
we're going
minute,
to.
Go on.
We're just going to pop somebody else in who's in our queue.
Let's do it.
So we're just going to do it. Welcome, Nick.
Tim.
Oh my gosh, it's Nix.
There you are. How are
Nix,
you?
I've never seen Nix in real life. It's wonderful to finally see you. Nix, yeah, David, you see Nix every week.
He's the pun master.
He is the pun master, and it is ridiculous that we also get the opportunity to see Nix. Thank you, Nix, for being here.
Hey, just wanted to say hey.
That is enough to enter you into winning one of the games we're giving away that we're not specifying yet, because we don't want to like shy people away from joining. No, seriously, we've got a super awesome sort of grand prize that anybody that comes on with us and talks to us, even for a minute, is entered in. So you and David both are officially entered in to win.
We have another guest.
Oh, we got another one?
None tonight.
Where is
So-
Nick's from?
Nix
Cincy.
is from Cincy, and we don't hold that against him because I'm a Cubs fan and a Bears fan. And I know he probably kind of likes the Bengals, and he's probably a Reds fan if he cared about sports.
Good or not, I'm not a big Bengals fan. I was a 10-year-old boy whose father introduced him to football the same year that the Buccaneers started.
Oh,
So you
wow. So you're a Bucks fan.
You can't call me a fair weather friend because we never won a game the first year.
Well, you didn't win a game until the 90s. I mean, well, okay, a Super Bowl
Well,
to the
yeah,
early 2000s.
Close.
But I love to rib the Bengals fans with, how many rings do you guys have?
Oh, snap. Love it.
Yeah, they hate that.
Oh, I
But-
bet they do.
You got to get together with me sometime to get that D&D game going.
Yeah, we might do that on Friday, right? We talked about a little bit, maybe getting on Friday. Or is that falling through? Is that not good?
We can't leave out Bob.
Well, you know, Bob.
We can't leave out
Just
Bob.
like-
So
I don't think we'd
What
get a
character
Spencer
did Mike
either.
choose?
Oh,
right.
now,
I was
now
the dwarf.
That's Cleveland, David.
yeah, that is Cleveland. I was gonna say Cleveland rocks, but David, good try.
Good try.
I don't wanna poo-poo.
Barney
poo-poo
Miller
the
show
thing.
then?
Ooh, was Barney Miller in Cincy?
No, I thought he was New York.
I will say WKRP. WKRP
That's-
is one.
Finally one of them.
For all
Hey,
that
so
told me,
we-
I thought they could
And we're ready
fly.
for the Thanksgiving episode.
That's right.
Nice.
The most epic episode. Anybody that is of an age knows.
As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
I thought turkeys could fly. You know what's
We have,
crazy? Oh, go on, Mike. What are you gonna say?
all right. I'm trying. We have someone else in our queue. And
Bring
since
'em
it's
in.
1 a.m. We're bringing them in. Welcome,
Hey.
Joel.
We got another one.
Hi.
Awesome.
I made it. I was the one messaging in the Discord just a little bit ago.
Oh,
Okay.
Tarantula.
See,
Yes.
it's so hard to pin YouTube names to Discord names. So
Yeah.
David, are you in our Discord? And what name do you use if you are? Well, you must be.
Yeah, I joined just last week under David Brown.
Oh, is it just under David B? There it is. Yeah, it's so straightforward. It's like take it for granted.
It's a little easier to
Yeah, it's
connect
not like a
than mine, I
second
suppose.
in the middle of my name.
Oh,
I'm lazy and I just do Timbot for everything because that was my old gamer ID, like whether it was PlayStation or Xbox or whatever. So Timbot.
wouldn't
But
have
you're
worked
not
on
pronouncing
Pac-Man.
the zero.
Yeah, with a zero.
I did, yeah,
Sure.
same thing. Tarantula was the gamer thing for everything. And back with stuff, I mean, obviously not so far back as Pac-Man, but anything when it did the three initials was just TYR.
Oh, right. Perfect. Makes sense. Everything was
Nice.
Timbot for me just because it was easy and just, yeah. Because when it was three initials, it was just Tim. It was always Tim. And then Timbot was never taken. So it was very easy to do. And then what's funny is I started playing games that had bots in it. And then everyone would assume I was a bot. And I think it's just because I was bad at the game. So, yeah, Tim Bot. Man, I need to write down Joel on our people that have joined us. Hey, Nix, if I can ask you a personal question.
Uh-oh.
What's your real name? Just your first name. I don't need like your full name and social security number, but
Yeah,
I'll write it
let
down.
me see.
Hold on.
When I played an arcade game and I won, I put Nick's on it so everybody know whose it was.
Oh, so it's Nick?
Yeah.
Beauty. That was my guess. Holy shit, I got it right.
Genius.
I'm the smartest man alive. Hey, Joel, somebody asked you, are those minis or paints in the background?
Oh, all this stuff over here?
Yeah.
That is actually a ton of kids' Lego stuff.
Cool.
It's
Here we go. We're gonna zoom in.
Yeah, we've got stuff like this panda here.
Oh, very well.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
There's Minecraft, and way back on that shelf is a bunch of Jurassic World stuff. Yeah. So it's all sorts of random stuff. Some big nether something or other right here.
Oh, like a Minecraft thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, my kids got at least 1 or 7 of those.
We haven't found a good home, and right now they have taken over some random space we had sitting here.
So while we have all of you guys, and you have all now officially entered to win something either crappy or really awesome, I'm just going to go around and ask everyone real quick. David, I'm going to start with you. Put you on the spot. What's one of your favorite games of all time? What's one of your favorite games? Doesn't have to be the best one. There's no wrong answer. What's your favorite game, and why is it DC Deck Builder? And I'm right about that being my #1 game of all time too. No?
If you give me a second, I'll go sort my own list.
Oh, he's gonna sort his list. So Nix and Joel, just so you know, that's the question coming to you guys too. So no pressure.
I mean, it's a horrible question. It's like, what's your favorite movie or what's your favorite book or something, right? Like,
Listen,
it's like
dude,
an impossible choice. But
Joel, mine changes. If you ask me 5 minutes from now, I'm going to give you a different answer than the one I just gave you. I mean, it really is. And I threw David right under the bus to make him go first. Sorry, David.
There's an obscure game called Victory 2, but it's spelled with a K, back from 2006. But I haven't had much opportunity to play it lately. It does some neat things. You can always track sort of your units by the number of cities that you occupy, because each city gives a particular kind of unit. And then when you're making attacks, you get bonuses for using multiple unit types, and also for surrounding your enemy when you're attacking. So it does some neat things.
And that is Vic, V-I-K, Tory, right? T-O-R-Y.
Yep. I'll type it in the chat.
Dan.
Oh my goodness, I made it for a Whiskey Wednesday. What is going on?
We're bringing in a co-host, Dan, and now Dan is famously going to tell you why your picks are terrible.
Well, specifically Tim's, yes.
Yeah, that's fair. 1 million.
We had to go till 1 a.m. to get Dan on.
So, Victory, but it's Victory 2. David, is that what you said?
Yeah. It looks a little bit like Catan at times, just because, land tiles that are hexagonal, but it's significantly different.
All right. No, I like territory control. Nix, what is your favorite game of all time? No wrong answers unless I disagree with you. Oh, Dan came on. Dan came on at the perfect time. I feel like this was planned. Were you and Dan messaging?
Good job, Nix. We got him.
Has to be. It's just the fun that we've had is trying to figure out who the toaster was and always being betrayed, but we seem to always pull it out.
Oh, such a good game. I saw a really funny meme about like the Are You a Robot? But instead of Are You a Robot, it was Are You a Toaster? And it was with BSG characters.
Nice.
Whether they can click it and they're sweating. So awesome pick, Knicks. Joel, no pressure. But Knicks did pick an amazing game.
Well, I've come with the thought of a few different things, but I feel considering it's the only one that I've actually gone to the trouble of getting a shirt for.
Mike, make his thing big so we can see the shirt. Come on, he's holding it. Come on. Oh, it's Root. It's Root. Well
I've
done.
got all the stuff for that. I don't know. I'm a sucker for leader game stuff in general. But yeah,
if you get your whole family dressed up in that shirt, you could all say, "I am Groot."
Yeah.
David does not miss a beat, whether he is live or whether he is in the chat. I love it.
We are Groot.
We are Root. Yeah, Trevor, I'm totally a toaster. Good job. I do have Cylon written all over me.
So as I just got home from work and everything, what's the question you're having everyone answer right now?
No, you got to guess based. This is like what is it? Detective.
Okay. So far,
What's-
my guess is best games themed around Battlestar Galactica. That's what I guess so far because he nailed it.
So David picked a game that I've never heard of, and I don't think Mike has ever heard of, called Victory 2.
Okay.
VIKTORY 2. And then yes, Nick's picked BSG.
Are you just doing best games of all time kind of thing?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, your favorite game.
Your favorite.
Your favorite game. I just wanted to mess with Dan. It would be too easy if we just told Dan what we were doing.
I thought that right before Nick showed it, I thought you said something along the lines of, "So what's your favorite game?" You said, I think you said something along that, and so that's
Yeah, you're right. I don't want to give it to you. Even though, for anybody paying attention, I don't know who commented with us, but Dan and I were playing Dead by Daylight last night for the first time in ages. And Dan and I used to play Dead by Daylight all the time. Dan, it will not take him long to get ridiculously good at this game again. But Dan was insanely good at this game for a very long time. It would put the whole team on his back, carry us through. We play with Dan's like, look, I got you guys. Look, okay, what's your loadout? You should try this. Look at this. Okay, do this. Okay, guys. Hey, I'm going to do this. We're like, what are you doing? That doesn't even make sense. We would somehow still win. Dan would pull us all the way through. Dan's incredible at that game. He was a little rusty last night, which only means that he enabled me to still survive. But he died, which is what he used to do anyways. We played against a jump scare Michael, which is where normally in Dead by Daylight, you can hear the killer coming, okay? And you know that they're coming because you get the music that cues you, right? They were playing with the add-ons that Michael basically doesn't have a heartbeat, but he doesn't like progress to the final level. Am I explaining that the right way, Dan?
He stays in his lowest form for the entire match.
Yeah, so he can't go up to like the instant drop, but you never know when he's freaking coming unless you see him. And so basically we're like trying to do all the things.
He can see you through walls.
Oh yeah, well he was using that perk too, right?
Yeah.
Like or add-on or whatever.
Yeah.
And so he could see us all the time. It was horrifying because we knew he was coming, but we never knew when he was coming. And sure enough, there was multiple times where Dan or I would walk around a corner. There he is, son of a bitch. And what I love is that, like, for me to get scared by somebody popping out in Dead by Daylight, whatever, I'm not great at the game. But for Dan to get scared, that means that dude was doing something right. And Dan was getting freaked out just as much as I was.
The best part was how I died. So there are lockers in the game. When you get in the lockers, people can't see you through walls. No matter what's letting them see you through walls, if you're in a locker,
Right.
it cancels that. So towards the end of the match, I didn't know where Michael was, and I was like, "Oh yeah, Michael, I'll beat your own game, and I'll get in this locker. You can't see me now." And the second I got in the locker, he walked around from around the corner, and he must have seen me get in the locker through the wall because he just walked up and pulled me out of the locker
Oh,
and
so
killed
good.
me. It was the best timing ever. I was just like, "Haha, Michael," and he was like, "Haha, Dan."
Yeah, it was so good. Anyways, Dan's fantastic to play that game
You
with.
guys are talking about the video game.
We
right?
are. We are.
Dead by Daylight, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Not the board game.
You want to hear irony?
Yeah.
Here's irony. My oldest runs a Twitch channel and YouTube channel for the past 5 years on Dead by Daylight.
Nice.
That's what he does every night. Stream.
That's what I used to do before Board Game Rundown. Was I used to stream video games, and Dead by Daylight was maybe my most streamed game. Yeah, so that's cool.
So let's just say that I'm probably famous for dying first on Nix's eldest live stream. Like, look at what's this idiot doing, just running into a corner. Oh, that was Timbot. Hey, let's throw him on a hook. Let's go.
I was because I know Dan had said something about that last night. So I was one of those. I think I sent him my daughter dressed up as one of the killers from Dead by Daylight for Halloween this year. She dressed up as the Huntress.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a cool costume.
And but I was going to be playing a different game with some friends, but I was like, I need to try this. I've played like one round or something before, so I was like, I'm going to try a few rounds of Dead by Daylight after I wrapped up. We were playing Civilization, but I don't know how survivors win in that game. It was bad. Although it was funny, the first match I did, I don't remember who the killer was, but they just kind of like, I don't know. I'm guessing they were trying to like farm blood points or something, because they just followed around to like down people and not like hook things. At the end of the at the end of the game, I don't think I noticed that the gate was open, and she was chasing me around and ended up like grabbing me. I tried to duck into a locker, and she pulled me out of it. Took me to the entrance and threw me down at the entrance.
It was like, just
Let
get
you
out.
crawl out.
Yeah.
Joel, let me just say, get on and play with Dan and I sometime. I guarantee you will be the second best person playing. If you were playing with Dan and I, you'll be the second best person playing. Spoiler alert, Dan's going to be the first. I will 1,000,000% be way worse than you, but I don't care. We have a good time. And full credit to Dan. He is really good. He's really good about, no matter how bad the other people are on his team, if they're at least trying, he's going to help you out, and he's going to try to help you have a better game. I will say that. Unlike playing board games with Dan in real life, where he's like, I must break you. But no, playing Dead by Daylight, Dan's awesome. Like, jump on with us sometime, play with us. Dan is really good at the game. I am okay enough to not be like a 1,000,000% liability, at least be a distraction, while other people can survive.
I'll end it here because I'm not trying to make this a Dead by Daylight podcast.
Sure.
But I'll just say my favorite thing to do in the game, I used to do this all the time, is there's a perk you can run. There's a couple perks that make it better, but there's a perk you can run that you can walk up to someone if they're injured and you have full health, and you can basically transfer your health over them. You can instantly heal them and instantly damage yourself. And you can't be healed for like a minute or something, right? And that is like my favorite thing to do in the game, is I just run around to like all my friends that are getting hurt. And I'm like, Tim, heal, try again. And then I just like run away.
Yeah.
And then I'll find Tim later and he'll be injured again. I'll be like, Tim, and I'll heal him and I'll go, try again. That's just my favorite. I love that perk so much.
No lie.
I'd say my favorite game of all time, but
oh yeah, that's what we're talking about.
that might be a spoiler because we have to do our top 50 here pretty soon. So.
Well, just like a top game you love.
Top 50. I'll tell you this. Sorry, Joel was probably next. So did.
Yeah, was it Joel?
No.
Sorry.
No, I had Root.
Root.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got in after that. I saw David go and I saw Nix go, so I just assumed you were next. But,
yeah, well, Dan, are you really a fan if you're not wearing the shirt?
Right, that's true. Well, maybe my favorite game is Claw.
Oh shit! Hipster pick. That game ain't even out yet.
No, but I'll say this. I obviously I think giving away anything too specific might ruin some intensity. So what I will say is, Hegemony is in my top 10 games of all time.
Oh shit! Nice.
It just it blew me away. I've done the list. Well, I did the top 50 once, then I did like the top like 20 a second time and kind of moved some stuff around. But I just Hegemony blows me away. I've played it 3 times I think now, and it's probably my happiest Kickstarter that I've ever got. Just I blows me away how good that game is. How much is going on, and yet how simple it is to understand what you're doing. Like, talk about an insanely deep game with a pretty simple enough learning curve. And I think the way that the game does that is because every player relies on another player to kind of do their thing. Like, I'm the working class, right? And so I have to know what the working class does, but I'm getting paid by I can't remember the name of it right now, but I'm getting paid by one of the other classes, and I'm also impacting the jobs that come out from the other class. And the state, right? The state has all this stuff they're managing, but at the end of the day, you're just trying to pay everyone equally and make sure everyone's happy enough so that no one can run away with the victory, so that you run away with the victory. And like, every faction plays off the other ones so well, or every class, I guess, in this game plays off the other ones so well that it makes you understand the difficult rules easier, because you go, well, of course I have to do that because I have to be able to pay him. And of course he has to do that because he has to be able to make jobs here. Like, it's so well done. I love the game. I'm dying to play it again.
I just am always happy when somebody sinks some money into a Kickstarter and it's actually a really good game.
Exactly. Yeah, me too, because Kickstarter's terrifying.
Well, I mean, and this isn't anything against Dan or, whatever, but like sometimes like Dan only really goes in on Kickstarters that he's really kind of optimistic about.
It's usually I've played the game already.
Oh, sure.
Like, it's usually like a second edition, like Nemesis came back to Kickstarter and I had already played it. So I backed it. And dang, the spy worker placement game I freaking love.
Oh,
Shadow
yeah.
Shadow Network. We played the test
prototype.
I can't talk right now. We played the prototype of, and so I knew I was gonna like it. Like, Kickstarter is just terrifying to me. So yeah, this is one of the only games that I had nothing except the Kickstarter page to go off of, and I said that game sounds incredible. And I do not regret it.
No, it's awesome. I can't. Go on.
I'd say the people that put like hundreds of dollars on like a single Kickstarter, let alone the ones that do just like, $5 a month or something. Like,
let's not talk about Bob while behind his back.
No doubt. No doubt. I'm just really glad that game turned out to be everything Dan hoped it would be. I really want to play it. It sounds fascinating.
I know, we're here with
my
the
kind of game.
Hosts that haven't played it. Every single other board game rundown person has played it.
So you and Spencer and Andrew have all played it?
And Bob, yeah.
And Bob.
Yeah, we've all played it.
They suck, Dan. They don't count. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's awesome, dude. I'm really excited. I'm really glad that game turned out to be as good as it was, because it had so much potential. And yeah, I just think when you guys go all in on games like that, it's like, oh, please let them be good. Please let them be good. Let them actually fill and send out to backers. But then, like, after you get them, please let them be good. I'm glad you've gotten to play that a few times. That was one where they had gotten it played. I hadn't had a chance to play it yet. And I'm like, you know what? Like, just do a thing on it. Like, talk about it now. Like, don't wait for me. I really do want to play it, but I knew that they had a good time playing it and wanted to talk about it. And so it's like, please just do it. Talk about it. And that's awesome, Dan. I can't wait to hear your top 50, because I don't know about you, but my top 50 is a little different than last year's top 50.
Yeah, I played a lot of good games, man.
I know, dude. I
A
know.
lot of good games.
It's pretty exciting how many good
Trevor,
games
let's
we
not
played.
get crazy now. Let's not get crazy.
But one last time while Dan's on here, we posted it in the Discord. But if anybody's playing Dead by Daylight or you're playing any other game that we might, Mike or Dan or myself might be on, like hit us up. Let's play. Let's do something together.
I've been playing a lot of Civilization 5 and Dune Spice Wars lately. So if anyone
And then what Dan and I do when we play Dead by Daylight is we get in a Discord chat so we can like just talk to each other while we play. So that helps. And we can communicate a little bit.
When we can hear each other, you know?
Yeah, totally. Dan, come get me off the hook. Dan's like, oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. I was busy being good at this game, you dumbass. Why are you so bad at this game? No, it's cool. But no, reach out to us. Let us know. We'd love to play games with you. We'd love to hang out with you. These are great things.
The jump scare thing, you're talking about the Michael Myers jump scare thing.
Oh my God.
Have you ever played Phasmophobia?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of it, but haven't played it. Oh my gosh.
I love it. Is not easy to scare me. I tend to not like horror movies because I just don't get scared. I tend to laugh at them the whole time. I'm just like, oh, that was funny. and man, I love playing Phasmophobia with my headphones on and just shaking. It's really fun. I've been looking every once in a while. There was that new one called like Demonologist or something that was supposed to be very similar to Phasmophobia, but I haven't actually played it. I've just looked at it.
Yeah, I need to get back into it because I really haven't been in since they did a lot of the last big updates over the last few months with the perk levels. They redid the lobby area, all that stuff. Like I haven't, I think there's a new level or two I haven't even played yet, but yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Listen, like you don't have to feel like you're good at a game to get on.
What happened to Dan?
I have no idea. Autofocus just said, forget it.
You don't have to feel like you're good at a game to get on and play with us, because believe me, Dan will be good at the game. I will be bad at the game. You will automatically be somewhere in the middle or better than Dan, but you won't be worse than me. Promise. There's been so many times where I'm like texting Dan about a game, like, hey, I'm stuck. What do you do with this? And Dan's like, have you tried jumping? And I'm like, oh, fixed it.
You can jump in this game?
What? I've been playing Elden Ring for 100 hours. You can jump.
Why though?
Yeah. No,
that's my
Elden
question
Ring.
in any role-playing game. Why can you jump?
Yeah.
So, all right, I am just going to throw this out there. Wednesdays, my brain usually shuts off at about midnight because I got up at 5:30, worked 10 hours, and on a Wednesday, I will typically be on the phone roughly 100 different times. So my brain socially shuts off roughly around midnight. So you guys are all awesome, but I'm going to let you keep going, and I'm just going to hop off.
Oh, Mike's hopping off early.
I'm like,
Mike, we got one more waiting in the queue.
1:30.
I think
know.
you need air quotes for early.
But
Yeah.
you also can't get him in without somebody leaving.
Oh, is it
And
max?
I'm the one that it caps at 6. I don't want anybody to leave, and I'm seriously brain dead. Like I've shut off. I'm sorry.
All right, Mike, have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I'm sure we'll talk tomorrow.
Gonna try.
Have a good night, buddy.
No, it's been awesome. Thanks everybody for hopping on. I'm just like, yeah, my brain's toast at this point. So
All right.
you're all
Mike.
awesome. Enjoy. Have a
Dan,
good one.
don't leave, Dan, because
No,
I
don't
need
leave.
it. I need my co-hosts.
Yeah, somebody's got to make this show worth watching.
Yeah, Mike, get the hell out of here so we can add
I
somebody.
haven't said
interesting.
anything in like a half hour.
I know. I felt like I was interrupting you.
No, you're good. You guys are awesome. Enjoy.
You are 100% right, Andrew F. I am wide awake, and I will probably be up until like 5. So.
Oh, dude, I
Second
just
shift.
I just have to get up and throw a turkey in the oven in the morning. I don't care. We got Jim Cole. He's so nice. We had him back twice. Jim helped
I'm back,
open
baby.
So, Jim, how'd your D&D go? Nix, Jim was playing D&D 2nd edition Forgotten Realms. The same group he's been running Forgotten Realms with since 1980.
83.
Hey.
Joel, have you played D&D?
I played it in high school, which would have been 3rd edition and 3.5. Kind of fell out for a while, played a little bit after college when it was 4th edition. Playing Baldur's Gate 3 now.
Oh, right.
But, yeah.
Right. And then David, he commented that he used to do it. David used to DM some D&D.
A long time ago, back in college.
What's your brand? What's your favorite version of D&D?
I don't even remember all of the versions.
No pressure. So like Jim talks about Forgotten Realms. He loved Forgotten Realms. Jim, did you ever play Birthright? Birthright was the one I loved.
I didn't. That came out then, but I was too invested in that and Ravenloft.
Oh well,
to do any of that. So
Ravenloft was very cool. Birthright was like the first version of D&D where you could run a kingdom, and I was obsessed with that. I still have a ton of stuff for Birthright. Love it. I've got the conversion charts for it, so you could convert it over to like 3.5. But after 3.5, I kind of lose interest in D&D because I played 4.0 and was like, I would rather play tactical miniatures games than this.
You did. It was called 4th edition.
Yeah.
I enjoyed 4th edition, not so much as a role-playing D&D game, but as essentially that miniatures game.
Exactly.
Also, the funniest thing with 4th edition is I played a wizard, and I had some sort of staff feat specialty thing. My friend that was DMing was getting so mad because it took him so long to actually land a hit on me, because he'd actually hit me, and I'd be able to like use that ability to just be like, no, you didn't.
Nice.
It was the best thing ever because I was a wizard, like the squishy guy, and he couldn't touch me, and it was hilarious.
Now, Dan, just in the last couple of years, has gotten into D&D. Dan, do you know what edition you guys have been playing?
Yeah, I mean, it's just 5th edition. It's the easiest one to get all the books for and stuff. So that's just what my sister had. And I actually, for 3 years before I started playing D&D, I played GURPS with a group of friends. And because he wanted to make a futuristic, like we were all basically like Delta Force Marine type of things, but in like a future where we were, there was like it was honestly really cool because we started off as literally like Delta Force Marines, and we were going through and we had a mission and we were clearing a village and everything, and then we all died. And then we came back to life, and then all of a sudden there was magic and time travel and stuff in the campaign, and we were like, "Dude, we're just soldiers. We don't know what's going on." And it was really cool. But so I did a GURPS campaign for like 3 years. We finally finished that, and then my family was looking for something for us to kind of do to be able to hang out as a family. And my sister said, "I'll DM if you guys want to try playing Dungeons and Dragons, because I have some 5th edition stuff." So it's actually really cool. We meet every other week, and like my mom plays with us and stuff. Like it's just a really cool family thing that we all do together. I wanted to ask Tim, you said you could do like a kingdom thing in the one that you were talking about. Are you saying like you didn't play as a single character?
So you played as a regent, but there was also sort of a kingdom phase where you taxed different guilds in your kingdom. You had an income phase. You ran your whole country, But then there
Right.
was also like you could step aside and do some character stuff, but there was also stuff where you were running your whole nation.
Okay, like because the reason I was asking is because that's the thing that really interests me about the official Dune RPG is
Oh.
because the way the Dune one works is you don't play as a person, you play as a house. So you play as
Right.
House Atreides, right? But it would be a made up one, and so you don't just play as one character; you're playing as the family that is the House Atreides, and then you're controlling your relationships with the other houses. If there's another character, it's not Dan interacting with Tim, it's House Stafford interacting with House Aberley. And I think that's just a really, really interesting way to do that. I have no idea how good it is, but I just love Dune, and the fact that they took it that way, I thought was thematic. What was the question?
How did they deal with not intruding on the official storyline?
Yeah, Tim.
Okay, so with Birthright, for example, it is basically like the storyline behind Birthright is that, you know, thousands of years ago there were gods that all had a battle, and they rallied all of their followers to fight in this battle, right? So, you know, God X got all of his followers, and they fought God Y, blah, blah, blah. There was Azrai, who is the evil god. And so then what happens is all those gods kind of killed each other simultaneously, and their power shot down through the mountain and all the humans, or elves or dwarves or whatever, all the mortals that were participating in this battle got imbued with the power of the gods, and then it trickled down through their bloodlines. So everybody that was a regent, to be a regent of a country, to be a king or a queen of the country, you literally had like these blood-given abilities because of your bloodline. And if you had the Azrai ability, which was the dark god, it usually was very strong, but it morphed your body physically, so where you turned into what they called an Onshalan, which was like an evil version. So there was like a Sphinx and like a spider and a Gorgon, and there's like all these like twisted and mutated versions. So like the more these people used their powers, the more that they turned and got twisted into these evil things. But most of the regents had some bloodline, and it maybe gave them a little bit of a boost to, you know, stat X or Y. And but if you got too powerful, you were in danger of becoming an Onshalan, which is one of the bad things. So I played, when we played, I was the regent of this. I was a paladin. I was the regent of this country called Ilion. And right next to us was this forest that was ruled by an Onshalan called the Goblin. It was a goblin lord who had then turned into a spider, because he had actually was there at the battle, and his aging had slowed down, but he turned into this like body of a spider, you know, torso and head of a goblin. And he ruled this evil forest, and I became obsessed with trying to like destroy the forest and like take out this Onshalan. It was a whole thing. But like, it's really always up to the game master. So like one of the other players played the regent of a country next to us, and we for the most part worked side by side. But then when I thought he was doing evil things because I was a paladin, I took it upon myself as my character to then try to go after him because I thought he was being evil. So it's really like one of those things that's very game master dependent. You could play as a regent, and if you did that, like, do you have everyone else in the party be part of that cabinet? Does everybody run their own country? And if they do, how do you make that make sense? So it's a little complicated. But done in the right way, like, it works out really well. We had a very epic campaign where I ended up like conquering the neighboring nation because I, again, was a paladin and could justify the acts of my friend, who was the other player, being an evil person. And we just went head to head. And we like, they had rules for like war. If you declared war on somebody, it was a whole thing. It was very cool. It was very interesting, and again, there were ways where you could steal. There was like a I don't want to say silver, but there was like a special kind of blade that you could, like, if you killed somebody else that was blooded and had the power of the blood, you could like steal. You could steal some of their power, right? And so like that was a thing, and you're always like worried about doing that. And my buddy that was the other side, the other country, was kept trying to assassinate me using that steel to like gain my blood ability, right? So he's trying to kill me, and I'm like, so was the whole thing. It ended up that I killed him, blah blah blah, bad times for him, good times for me. And then years later, actually, we picked up that game again. I ran a Birthright campaign where my old Birthright character was the regent, but he was aging and basically trying to pick a successor. And so everybody else that was playing was either one of my old character's children or somebody that was in the court that was like in high favor. And so they were all vying to be the next ruler of my country, and like, who was I going to bestow my power on? So I got to run got to take over a campaign that I was a part of 20 years ago, and then run it again. And then, but then do it where I'm giving somebody else the power, and then they're going to become the regent. I mean, role-playing games that go on for ages, yeah, David, they can be epic. And that's really what it was. I mean, it all depends. I had an amazing game master, a person who could run the game and do it in a way that was very fair and really interesting. He always had good stories. But yeah, he then moved to North Carolina, and I haven't played a ton of role-playing games since then. And no, David, I am not He-Man, but I am one that gives others the power.
And just to answer a slight question, all I have found on one of the interviews of the game is it says that the what's it called, Adventures in the Imperium, you take the part of a noble household at roughly the same point in time as the original novel.
Oh, there you go.
So you're playing as a smaller house, basically, and I guess it's just, because the simple fact is, while we know all the Dune lore, and we can literally say, like, oh, well, Atreides wasn't on that planet at that time, you could also just say, oh, well, they just went and they visited that planet for a bit, and it just wasn't important enough to note down somewhere, right? Because, like, even if the RPG takes place 1 year before the first book or the movie, then who cares if Atreides stopped by somewhere else? As long as it's not like in the RPG, it's all of a sudden the Harkonnens and the Atreides are best friends. Like, as long as that kind of stuff doesn't happen, then it'll be okay.
That's like playing any Star Wars RPG. It's like you pick any time, and there's just so much shit that you're going to step on and step in.
Yeah. Well, even the people that own the rights can't make it all make sense. So how are we supposed to?
Right.
Dan and I were literally talking about this last night as we were getting ready to get into a Dead by Daylight game. Yeah, and I used to play Star Wars Saga Edition. And then the West End games, Star Wars, which was just like fistfuls of D6s, right?
Whoa, it's not Shadowrun D6s.
Well, it's not that bad, but it was a lot of D6s.
Sure.
But yeah, I could get into the weeds with some really awesome, badass role-playing games. Which I know is Nix's jam for sure.
Yep.
I think David's played a ton of these. Joel, you play a lot of RPGs?
It's one of those things with family and stuff. It's hard to find. I haven't, I guess, prioritized it. That's board games are easier to just play a little bit. You don't have to try and find time to see everyone get together and all that.
I was excited that at Gen Con we saw that one product that was called like Critical Control or something, and it's like pre-made little stories that came in like a DVD sized package that you just like hand out the characters to your family, and that you just tell you, okay, guys, you're doing this. How do you interact? And they all have skills and everything. And it's supposed to be like a introductory to RPGs that feels more like a board game. I thought that was a really cool idea. And like, it has a little script book for the person playing the DM. Basically, it's just like, if they pass the check, read this. Like, it basically just has that kind of thing to kind of introduce the players. Like, the DM seems pretty railroaded, but sometimes you got to do that when you're getting other people into the game. So.
Yeah, I've definitely, like, not that specifically, but some friends and I that play games fairly regularly have talked about maybe just doing some, like, one-shot things, not necessarily D&D, but, like, RPG, whatever, different, different systems and stuff, but just little one-shot things.
Yeah, that's
try
kind of
Call of Cthulhu. If you want to do one-shots, try Call of Cthulhu.
No doubt.
It's survival. If you can come out of there alive or sane, you won. So,
no doubt.
And that's all you expect your character to last in those games is one, maybe 2 sessions. So
it reminds me of the 90s role-playing game, which I think got a reprint, but it was called Paranoia.
Yeah.
Where you had just like clones of yourself. You had like basically so many versions of yourself, and everybody had a mutant power, which is illegal to have. So that if anybody found out you had that power, you were going to be executed on the spot. So of course, everyone has a power. They're trying to find a way to use it all the time without ever being caught. And everybody else is looking for somebody to use their power so that they can catch them and then get brownie points for reporting them for using their power. It's like, clearly I'm a good guy.
Wow.
What an awful and
what
rough
if your
game.
mutant power was just always knowing when other people were using their mutant power? You're just
Oh my
like, how do
God,
I
that's
hide
amazing.
this?
It's like a weird Xanth thing, right? Everyone has a magic power. What's the...
Well, I remember.
Well,
I
in
remember
secret societies. Everybody that member of a secret
Yes.
society that you're not allowed to be members of either.
Also true. Thank
and
you,
equipment
David.
that the computer gives you can break down in bad and hilarious ways.
Yeah. You have like 7 things that you're not allowed to have, but you are given. Everybody's given. It's you're like sneakily trying to use this or further the cause of. Paranoia is insane. I remember playing that one time. I had a friend who could eat anything. That was his power. He could consume anything, and was like eating all kinds of stuff that he shouldn't be eating, like key cards and things like that. And
Seems like it'd be pretty easy to catch on to that one.
Well, the thing was, he was blaming everybody else and kept getting away with it. We were all really pissed off at him. So we all just started blasting his clone, because that's the thing is, like, when we played it, you would get like 5, basically you get like 5 lives. So like your clone would show up and like take your place when you died, but you only had X amount of them. And then
did the clone have different abilities then? Like you'd have to keep an eye out for. Oh, okay.
Kind of, yeah. So it just depended. And so it'd be like, oh, well, they just did this. You blast them. Then your clone would get killed for murder.
Right.
Then you come back.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
It's a spiral. It was a spiral. At least the way that Bryce ran those games, it was always just that's what it was going to be. And you just tried to be the last person to go down the spiral because that gave you the best chance of survival. But yeah, we totally went on a crazy role-playing game path there. So Jim, you've been playing Forgotten Realms for ages. Is that your favorite?
I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah. I've got my own realms at this point, so we don't do 5th edition, so the Goddess of Magic hasn't died every 5 years, like like anybody that follows that, we skip that. Our current nerds, I'm not going to go way deep into it, but our current nerds are the children of our previous characters.
Nice.
And our previous characters are well known to the heroes of the characters that we first had. and they've shaped the world, and anybody that's been in there or even dropped in even for a little bit, they've shaped our world. So, and people like to see that, the thing they did stays kind of permanent within it. So for me, continuity is huge. Like, people are like, what do you do when a character doesn't show up? And you're like, people are like, oh yeah, they just get taken out and teleported out. And I'm like, I can't handle that. Somebody's either got to, run them. And our rule is we only miss one player. So, if there's more than one, then we just don't play, because continuity is important to me. So, yeah. But this year's actually on the day after Christmas will be my 40th anniversary of playing D&D ever. So
wow,
my buddy got it for Christmas, and he was just like, he called us all up on the physical phone, and he was like, dude, I got this game. You got to come over to Jeff's house, and we're all going to play it. He called on Christmas, and I was like, okay, dude, sure, whatever. And we showed up, and we made characters, and we started playing. It took us forever to make characters because we didn't understand shit, and we played Keep on the Borderlands. So this year, right, the day after Christmas, if we can hook it up, maybe miss it by a day or two, and I actually play with that guy now. So the guy that got me into D&D.
Dang.
We're going to do our 40th anniversary game and do the Keep on the Borderlands.
I actually tend to agree, David, with your comment there. I think that I take it one step further. What I like doing is we've very rarely done it because, getting people together. But if we don't have everyone, then not only do I suggest doing a one shot, but what I really, really like doing is say, we're in a world, everyone here knows they have a D&D world, right? And you're introduced to NPCs, and the NPCs, they have to DM cast to keep making them up because you're like, no, I want to go to a different magic shop. It's just like, so you're meeting all these NPCs and doing all these things. And what I really like suggesting, at least, and trying every once in a while, is let's do a one shot, but in the world as some of the NPCs, and we kind of play out a story that our characters have heard about or something like that, right? So, if our stories have met a blacksmith and we learn about this blacksmith's past and how he came to this town, with his group, then when we have to do a one shot, have pre-made characters where we play as the blacksmith and his shop, and kind of have us play through that part of the story. And now technically things can go wrong with that. We all died. Now the story doesn't make any sense. But I find that to be a really interesting way to be able to kind of flesh out the backstory of characters without having the DM just have to lore dump on you and say, hey, here's what happened. Instead, you can have them do a one shot every once in a while where they play these other stories that are happening in the world. I think that's a really cool way to do it if you're short on people. I really like that idea.
I really like that. That's good.
Or just make up a crazy story.
And we occasionally flip flop. We every now and then the old timers will come out of retirement, or even I will tell somebody, go on, just role play your old character in this situation, because they'll show up, And we got one guy that just lives behind mom's skirt.
Oh.
And he was like, our parents should bail us out of this. And we're like, it's time to put your big boy pants on and stuff. And it actually makes for some great role playing, in game. So yeah, but we kind of do. And I got this from playing Vampire, and man, old school Vampire, when the revised edition, was some of the best role playing games ever made. And
I've heard only good things.
Dude,
I've played so much Vampire.
They put out the troop style role playing, and which is what I've adopted for ours. And it's you got all these characters that you could possibly call upon, So you got your low level, you got your high level, and all that other stuff, and they can all interact, and you can use whatever you need to Vampire the Masquerade to solve the situation. And it's beautiful. I also suggest anybody who wants to get better at role playing, play Vampire, because it forces you to role play, but also toss dice,
Right.
And that was something that was really beautiful about that game. And it's not the World of Darkness version, where they rebooted. That sucks. The current one now, okay. But yeah, the old school, like second edition or revised edition was just gold. And the role playing that you had to do was great. And it was really about, like you had to deal with your friends, but man, you would kill your buddy if it would get you ahead in your clan. And
the old white wolf. The old white
it was
wolf.
so beautiful, and it's
Yeah.
so real. And some people don't like it because it's so real, but I really like that like grittiness of like, yeah, how far can I push fucking this guy to get myself ahead, but still not have my buddy hate me at the end of the night.
Man, I played so much Vampire back in the day, like that, just like that.
We tried it very briefly. I had some other friends that tried to get us into it, but again, it was like high school, and everyone was just Vampire. Everyone was trying to be too like edgy about it. And it was just,
right.
It went really bad.
That was the problem. Oh, go on.
You're always trying to jockey for positions in the family and within the clans, and then you had the clans clash, and then Nix brings in the werewolf book.
Right.
Oh,
It
dude.
really stirred things up because I like that one. I wasn't too much into the mage when they brought in the Ascension.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I liked when it was just the vampires, but then when they said werewolf, I'm like, oh, I'm in. Okay.
So
that's where my Tamiti showed up, pinched off this werewolf's hand, and kept it as a what the hell was that super called? The damage was called aggravated damage.
Oh,
claw.
yeah.
He walked around with a werewolf claw
Because you couldn't heal aggravated damage by going into torpor. Yeah. So the thing is I love werewolves. It's one of like my favorite kind of monsters. The werewolf role-playing game, I was like, really? They're all just like
eco-terrorists.
Yeah. They're like all just like hippies. Like, this sucks. Like, I just want to be a werewolf, and I like want to rip shit up. Like, I want to go nuts. My favorite vampire clan to play was Nosferatu. Like, I wanted to be the dark, the creepy vampire. I was so bummed when the werewolves weren't what I wanted them to be. Now, it made sense for the story. I'm not going to say they were wrong, but then it made me just want to play mage. Like, when I played mage, I played it more like, what was that series of books where there was like the mage, but he was from Chicago. He's like ostracized from the other. Yeah, the Dresden Files. So like my mage was very much like Dresden, like, oh, you guys don't get it, but trust me, this is a thing. Just do a little magic, like fight the thing. Let's come on, you can come with me. Like, don't be freaked out. It's gonna be cool. Let's go. Boom. I really liked their approach to mage. I appreciated mage a lot more than I did werewolf. But again, maybe because I just wanted my werewolves sometimes to just kind of be werewolves and not have to be like, oh, I don't like corporations, dude. Like, it's just such a bummer.
They weren't all like that, but I get you.
Yeah. It all depends upon who runs the game.
It does. It does.
Yeah. How closely you stick to that eco-terrorist and fur. Yeah.
Is Dresden Files not SCP?
I don't know.
I always thought it was, but I don't know much about it.
SCP.
Sorry, did you say it was, or what?
What's that?
So Dresden
SCP is that famous secure, contain, protect organization thing. I always thought Dresden
Files is a book series. Jim Butcher writes it. It's actually like
Jim Butcher.
my top 3 favorite book series.
I know book series. I just, for some reason, I thought that because SCP is like just an open public domain, anyone can do whatever they want with it thing, and I always thought the Dresden Files was part of that, like they used it, but that's just because
see
my
that
friend
getting lumped in there.
Sure.
I think Mage was kind of inspired by Dresden Files. I think they were kind of coming out close to the same time. I don't remember when Jim Butcher was putting those books out, but I feel like they were pretty close, like late 90s.
Might have been.
But
okay. Well, Wayne says it's definitely not SCP, so okay.
Okay, for sure.
I thought that my friend used to love Dresden Files, and I thought it might have just been that he liked both things, and I got him confused. Was all. But
hey, listen, Dresden Files, in my opinion, is awesome. I'll even watch that old WB show.
Oh yeah.
I
have the DVDs for it.
Yes. Joel, you know what? I still have the VHS box set of the Vampire the Masquerade TV show.
Oh God, it was so bad. Steamy.
I got all of them.
Have you played? There's is it Evil Hat? I think did it. There's a Dresden Files board game.
No, but I've seen it, but I haven't played it.
I have. I think I have all the stuff. I guess I'm not 100% sure if they got caught up with the books. And I've not played it a ton.
Is it awful?
I was gonna say this sounds like an "it's okay" kind of conversation.
Yeah, like I enjoy it, but it's very much. It's not super like thematic to Dresden Files. Like you set up a case and you're trying to do these things, but it's more like a group puzzle solving game. Like because it's more like, okay, we can do this. We've got this much resources. I've got these cards. How do we solve this puzzle of how the cards are laid out? And I don't know, sometimes it might not be possible, sometimes you can work it out. I don't know. I haven't found a ton of people that are like, oh yeah, this is a lot of fun. So and it's hard because you can definitely play it solo, and I have a hard time playing solo games when it's like, yeah, I could take all this time to set it out and play it, or I could just play a game on the computer.
Exactly.
That's the hard part with solo games, dude. That's the hard part. So here's the thing. So Wayne is saying that the first Dresden book was in 2000. So I feel like Dresden was 1,000,000% inspired by like the Mage, the old White Wolf, Mage the Ascension role-playing game, because I feel like that character was written straight off, like somebody copied their role-playing character like straight up.
I could see that probably being the case with Jim Butcher, basically, because I'm pretty sure he's big with like role playing stuff and everything. So I could see something like that.
But Harry Dresden, I love that character. What was there was a movie that wasn't awesome, but I still kind of liked it. It had the Brandon Routh, the dude who played Superman, that nobody liked, but he wasn't really that bad. I can't think of the name. No, it was sort of like, it came out the same time as like Constantine.
Is it Dylan Dog?
Dylan Dog. Do you remember that movie? Anybody remember that movie?
I just looked it up. I figured that's what you were talking about.
Nobody remembers it.
Because I said Brandon Routh.
Yeah, I just Googled Brandon Routh and it's in his first like 10 movies. I figured that's what you were talking about because we were on the topic of like this investigative kind of thing.
Let me just say, like, by no means is it like the best movie you'll ever see in your life. But if you are a fan of that kind of thing, I would say look up Dylan Dog. Really good. Fun. You'll get a kick out of it for what it is. It's kind of like watching the Keanu Reeves Constantine movie, which
I
honestly, watch the TV show. The TV show is even better.
It's great. No, the TV show is great. I'm not, and trust me, I understand people watch the Keanu Reeves Constantine movie and say that's not Constantine. Listen, you're right. It's a fun movie, so I don't care. Into the light,
I don't know if it's still happening, but they've talked about having a sequel to that.
Yeah, like we talked about it just in the last few months.
The movie.
Again, yeah. No, yeah, I thought the TV show, that actor nailed it. I mean, he did such a good job.
That dude looked like him.
He did so good. He started voicing it in the new animated movies, and they just designed his look off him. Now they're just like, yeah, this
it was one of the the what's the one spin-off show from all the they did the time travel.
Oh yeah, he was in Arrow for a bit. I know that.
Yeah,
he
but
popped
not
in
Arrow. It
Arrow,
was the
Legends of
the
Tomorrow.
Legends of Tomorrow show. Yeah,
And
the other WB show.
that one, like, I watch most of all of those shows. Some are definitely better than others. But like Legend of Tomorrow got super out there and campy, but like it also was kind of great because it just leaned hard into that.
The ridiculousness,
and, yeah, the ridiculousness of it, and it just kind of made it fun to watch. And this couple seasons or whatever that he was in, that Constantine was in, were really was just good, partially because he was such a good character.
Mm-hmm. This is a pointless fun fact, but he was Edward Kenway in Assassin's Creed 4.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's like one of the first things he did. I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously that was a game, so it might have been one of the first things in that realm he did, and he might have done other stuff. But I know when he first got cast as Constantine, that was like all over the news. Like, oh, it's Edward Kenway from Assassin's Creed, and yeah, you can tell it's definitely just his voice for sure. So,
and yeah, David, I have to like take the Flash in like small bunches because after a while it's kind of samey or emo.
Did you get far enough to where he fought, I think it was Reverse Flash or some version of Reverse Flash with Speed Force lightning lightsabers?
What? No.
Yeah.
No, I got to where his daughter showed up from the future for a while.
Some of that wasn't too bad. Nora shows up. Yeah, that was so. Yeah.
I genuinely loved the first season so much that the rest is just terrible to me. Like the second season was fine, but like the first season was so good. The end of that season when he's like, "Run, Barry, run!" I'm just like, yeah. Like I love the end of that season.
But I think was it Grant Gustin or whatever his name is, the dude that plays the Flash in that is so good. He's really good, really enjoyable.
Ryan Reynolds called him out recently. Ryan Reynolds had a commercial for like his phone thing, and he kept making puns about like, man, you got here in a flash, like because Grant Gustin was in the commercial with him, and at the end it like is saying the information over it, and Ryan Reynolds' voice just goes, "You'll always be my favorite Flash," or something like that. And he's clearly just calling out Ezra Miller for being an asshole.
Yeah, that Flash movie wasn't really that bad, to be honest.
I hated it, but hey, to each their own. That's.
I thought I was gonna hate it. It was fine.
I mean, Michael Keaton was awesome, but other than that,
I think
was not.
I think that was one of those where like I watched it like after it was streaming and stuff, so like expectations were like way down here.
Same, Joel. Same.
So like it was like, that wasn't that bad, but I also was expecting like nothing out of it.
I literally in the freaking baby falling scene, which is like the opening of the movie. I was literally just sitting here like this. I was just like, I can't do this.
So in Joel's defense, like Joel, I had waited a long time to see this movie, and then by the time I had seen it, I'm like, everybody's like, this is the worst thing you've ever seen. You're going to rip your eyes out of your skull because you saw 5 minutes of this thing. It's so terrible. You're going to murder your family because they saw it and they shouldn't have to live knowing that they've seen it. And I was like, it's okay.
I also just thought...
Yeah, the CGI and the baby was hot garbage.
Oh, it's not good, Jim. You're right.
Cavill.
Oh, dude. That was 90s like CGI. Somebody just stopped. Money ran out, whatever.
I'm expecting the same thing because I keep putting it off, but I'm going to end up watching, partially just out of like morbid curiosity, but I'm going to be watching Morbius, which is the same thing.
Surprisingly, a really good movie. Guys, let's just tell him it's a really good movie and see what happens.
Dan,
with that, and I was like, well, I watched a movie.
Dan, I was about to be like, okay, hold on a second. It's the best movie I ever saw in my life. Morbius is so good.
I literally didn't
one of my. Oh, it's so terrible. It's
I got like halfway through it, and I was just like, it's just not worth my time, man. I just couldn't do it.
You were correct, Dan. You were correct.
Joe will be sitting at home like, you son of a.
Gonna get on
These
the
guys-
next thing.
These guys told me Morbius was so good. I'm never watching their show again.
Yeah, I believed these 4 people over the millions of people that told me otherwise.
What do they know?
Let's stake the reputation of our whole channel on the fact that Morbius is an underrated gem.
Not risking much.
Yeah, the tens of viewers.
Oh, we're at 10 exactly right now.
Oh yeah, well, it's only because we're at 2 a.m. and we never go this late.
I wasn't counting myself, David. I do that sometimes. I looked at the screen and I didn't count Joel because I was talking to him, and I didn't count myself because I'm me, and so that equaled 4 people.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to think what else. Like I only got halfway through the new Shazam, the second Shazam, and I literally was just like, I am bored out of my mind. Like I
haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I just couldn't do it, and I liked the first one. It wasn't amazing, but I was like, okay, that was fun.
Right. It was fun.
First one's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine. I really look forward to the James Gunn direction of the DC universe. We'll see what happens. I could not give a shit about Aquaman 2. I really can't. I don't care.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm excited for the James Gunn DC universe, but I'll watch the first movie and I'll see if I think it's a good direction. That's kind of where I am. Because
Totally
I think Suicide Squad was a little overhyped. It's fun. It's a fun movie, but like people were like, it's incredible. I'm talking about the second one, right? The
Yeah.
remake.
No, the
obviously, not
Suicide
first
Squad versus
Yeah.
Suicide Squad.
But like it was
You have
fun, but people said it was amazing, and I'm just like, it's good.
Wait, what?
I mean, it is
Yeah.
if you compare it to everything else.
Sure.
Thank you.
There you
Joel,
go.
yes. Compared to watching my cat take a crap in the litter box, yes.
Right.
James Gunn's Suicide Squad was incredible and
Amazing.
I'm not gonna lie. The scene in the second Suicide Squad where they go through that camp and they murder everyone, and then they find out that it was the refugees working for them is hilarious.
It's
That
so
was a
good.
very funny idea. They're just like, "How did you get past all the guards?" And they're like, "We didn't see any guards." Like, that was very funny.
You mean the people holding you hostage?
Working with them. Oh, you just killed 30 of my best friends. Oh well.
Yeah, you're right.
And not just did they kill them, but it was like a competition
Oh
on
yeah,
like
I know,
how
right?
they did
we
it.
laughed about it. When I blew up Bob's head, it was hilarious.
Oh. No, there's definitely some stuff in that movie that I think is awesome.
Yeah, right.
The problem is they are definitely digging out of a hole. Now Marvel has gone way down from Endgame and Infinity War, which I think were awesome.
I don't think it's been like strongly downhill. They're all over the place. They have no quality control. It's just like a movie comes out and it's great, and then a movie comes out and it's the worst thing ever. And their quality control just seems so random right now.
Or a TV show comes out and it's great, or
Oh, yeah.
a TV show comes out and it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, exactly. Marvel started to make too much. It's
That's what I was
definitely
going to say.
true.
Too much output.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing if they just had good communication, because like you can have one studio making movies and a subsidy or whatever, like a secondary studio kind of making the TV shows. As long as they communicate well and they have an overarching story, they can all be good. They just clearly didn't have that. They're doing things that just don't make sense.
I saw a thing that kind of nailed it.
On your
And
director's thing.
Sure.
I think you're right, but a thing I saw recently was like after 4 Marvel movies, there was the Avengers movie. So like you had a couple movies and then they brought them all to a head. You brought everybody together, boom, and then you had like a couple more movies and then they brought them all together. And since Endgame, there's been a ton of movies, but nothing to really like tie everything together, like bring everybody all in one, fight a common foe, and sort of like unify. And so it feels a little more aimless,
Right.
unfortunately.
Yeah. Kang.
I mean, he is correct. Kang is like what they were supposed to be doing to hold everything together. Yeah, it
But
looks
even
like
the three,
Yeah.
what, like 3 things referenced Kang?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. I mean, they referenced him in something. I can't remember what. Then he was in Loki. Then he was in Ant-Man, whatever it was, Ant-Man 27.
Quantumania.
Then he was in Loki season 2, right? And I
Mhm.
think that's it. He was in those 3 things for sure. And I swear there was something else that mentioned
Maybe a
him first.
name mention.
Yeah, maybe.
Like as a character, he was like only in those things.
Right.
But like the name might have got tossed out.
Right. And again, Kang's a really cool idea, and it's whatever. Evidently, they're going to go with Doctor Doom now. We'll see what happens.
Well, Dan famously hates time travel in movies,
Yeah.
and they had a time travel villain, so it doesn't appeal to Dan.
Yeah,
but
go full Michael Bay. Never.
Yeah, no, never go full Michael
Never go
Bay.
full Michael Bay. Transformers 5.
Oh.
No, they could have done a lot of cool stuff with Kang. I don't know if they'll have to drop Jonathan Majors or not. It seems like
I would bet they're dropping him no matter what at this point. Even if they keep Kang, it's going to be a recast. I would put money on that.
I thought I saw that they dropped him, but maybe it was just that I don't know. It's been a while because I think when all the stuff blew up around him that it said that he was dropped, but that might have been
I think they were
based on the
waiting.
deadline.
I think they were waiting to see how Loki season 2 did. Now, if they was it Henry Cavill? Who was it that wanted to be Doctor Doom?
I don't know.
Oh, somebody famous just came out and said they wanted to be Doom. And
Besides Ryan Reynolds?
I think it was me.
Just because Dan is the Doctor Doom of our group.
Wow.
The misunderstood genius. No, somebody really big just said they wanted to be Doctor Doom. I know they talked about what's his name being Reed Richards.
Oh yeah, dude. Freaking Pedro Pascal was.
Yeah.
Is that official? Because I don't.
He's in talks.
I don't know if he's like a great Reed Richards because I don't know Reed Richards very well, but Pedro Pascal's amazing.
Hold on. Hold on.
Whoa! Did you see Wonder Woman, bro?
Yeah, that movie.
Whatever. But why be good? You could be better.
That's like saying Ewan McGregor's a bad actor because he was in Attack of the Clones.
Listen, Ewan McGregor is the best part of Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. He was the only thing that carried the prequels. Literally, that dude had it all on his shoulders.
Yeah, Ewan McGregor's incredible.
Yeah, exactly. Shut your mouth.
I agree. That's
What you don't see under Joel's shirt, though, is his full back Jar Jar Binks tattoo. So, Jim, calm down.
He's got Jar Jar life.
He's got Jar Jar for life. He's like Misa Jar Jar Binks. Like
that was a really good impression, Jim.
You're welcome.
I can do this thing if I roll my shoulders. It makes it look like he's talking. Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
I don't know if this is what you're talking about, Tim, but I do see a Reddit post that says John Hamm would like to play Doctor Doom.
Oh, it's John Hamm. Okay.
I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
That was what I was talking about.
Okay.
Also, Nyx famously has as a tramp stamp, "I hate sand" across his
right. Well, I mean, it is rough and coarse, and it gets everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yeah. I wasn't a fan of the prequels until they came out with the last 3.
Oh, because I'm not one of those people. I know that is genuinely being said a lot. Listen, the new trilogy, the sequels are not great. That does not make the prequels not garbage. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I just can't. Revenge of the Sith has some really fun stuff in it.
Yep.
It does not make all 3 movies good.
Hey,
no.
I think you could do a supercut of the prequels and the sequels, if you will, and have some really amazing stuff out of both of them.
100%.
Fun
I've
thing to watch.
I think there's actually a thing on YouTube that's like a 3-hour movie that's all 3 of the prequels mashed together and just take out all the crap. And I think that's actually pretty good. I remember seeing it a long time ago.
Yeah. That would be good. But the
only thing that made the prequels even palatable was Clone Wars. Like, You know, it was garbage, and then you saw Clone Wars, and you were like, okay, this made some of the sense of the stuff. And then now the way they rope things in, you're like,
it pads up everything. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Clone Wars were the best part of that. I mean, when that came out, I mean, just the animation, everything in it was awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Dave Filoni's running the show now, so I mean, he was in charge of a lot of the Clone Wars stuff. Could get really good.
I don't love all of Dave Filoni's stuff, but he's good at putting stuff together. Even when I don't like it, I can look at it and say, okay, I can see why they did that, like for the most part. I don't personally love Clone Wars very much, and I know that usually gets me crucified. But I just
somebody get the nails. Let's kill Dan.
Exactly.
Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, it's Clone Wars. Yeah. That's the reason.
I genuinely, and I laugh at this with the Full 42 podcast guys all the time because they've all said this. Like the amount of times I've heard someone say Ahsoka is their favorite Star Wars character, and I just like shrug. I just don't get it. She's so boring to me. Like I just don't get it. I know
this guy.
I know this is what I'm saying. I'm the outside opinion here.
You're not alone. I know at least one other person that's all like, I can't stand Ahsoka.
No, that was me. That was my other account.
Oh, okay.
I don't like hate or anything. I just think best Star Wars character of all time is crazy for Ahsoka.
No. Like
Snips.
I've never watched a ton of Clone Wars. I'm fine with it. Whatever. I really like what they did with Ahsoka when she came into the Mandalorian, and then I thought the show wasn't too bad. But nowhere near my favorite Star Wars character.
Oh sure. Yeah, I mean, bringing Ahsoka into it has made a lot of really cool stuff canon, and I'm all for that. And I don't.
It brings one
Rosario Dawson's, version at all.
It brings one of Dan's absolute favorite Star Wars characters.
I mean, he's just one of the best character ever written. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah. But if Dan had blue skin, he would totally want to be this guy. Just saying.
What, Watto?
Yeah. What do you mean?
I am in no way a stereotype.
Hey,
No. Ouch.
Oh, yeah.
George Lucas has never written a racist character in his life.
Never.
I feel like I missed my calling to be the voice of Watto.
You can't do that. Shoot him or something.
Yeah.
Dude,
Thank God. Thank God George Lucas never wrote a Down syndrome character. We'd really be in trouble.
Wow. It's coming.
Wow.
It's coming.
Dude, yeah. Woo.
A little problematic. I agree with David. The 1812 overture is the best canon. It's the canon. Holy shit! Wow, we really went on a divergent path there.
Jump from topic to topic. Let's go. What's next? Indiana Jones is coming to Disney Plus in like 2 weeks. I'll finally see it.
Yeah, same here. I'm like, well, I'm gonna finally see how this one holds up. Yeah.
I haven't seen it. My sister saw it. Oh, go on.
Third best Indiana Jones movie.
Yes. Yeah, my sister saw it and she said, Dan, just watch it when it comes to streaming. I said, okay, I'll do that.
Oh, damn it.
Listen, it's not as upsetting as Crystal Skull. I'll just say that.
Yeah, and I think that it has that going for it, which is a really funny sentence, is that before Crystal Skull, I know that people crap on Temple of Doom every once in a while, and it's the worst of the trilogy. I don't think it's bad, but it is the worst of the trilogy. But before that, at least all the movies were at least fine. Like Temple of Doom was fine, and the other two are incredible.
Listen,
so Crystal Skull came out, and it was like, what have they done? They've killed the franchise. And now at least this movie's like, well, Crystal Skull already came out, so it's already moving into a dead franchise.
Hold on. And I will say that there are parts of Crystal Skull that I really do enjoy.
100%. One of my favorite Indiana Jones lines is damn, I thought that was closer. I think that is one of the best Indiana Jones lines ever. The opening of that movie when he misses his swing and says that, I was like, that's so Indiana Jones. So it has great moments for sure.
Yeah, it's just overall a turd. Is the problem.
Was it Shia LaBeouf? Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah.
I hate that actor, so that hurt just with him being in it.
I really like that they put him and Marion back together and they argued, and there was some nostalgia in that, but then they put in Shia LaBeouf.
And the scene where again, I don't like Shia LaBeouf, and I don't like his character either, but I don't like Shia LaBeouf. But that scene where Indy is talking to Mutt in the bar, and like Mutt turns around and steals something, and then Indy turns the other way and unsteals it or whatever. Like, that's great character writing. That's really interesting. You know, they got the good ideas there, and then they were like, oh, I know, let's have him fence across jeeps and then swing with the monkeys. I don't get it.
There's just like if they had any other way than putting him in a refrigerator for the opening scene, I was there for it. That was terrible. The CGI groundhogs were awful.
It was again, I don't even care. Listen, it's an Indiana Jones movie. The guy has touched godly rocks. I don't care that somehow a fridge survived a nuke.
Yeah. I'm
fine.
like
that joke is
like
fine. The fact is that he then flew 500 yards and rolled around on the ground inside the fridge. It's like, hey, every bone in his body's broken. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that it was lead line. Okay.
He parachuted out of a plane on a raft. He would have died from that too.
Exactly.
No, Joel,
exactly.
perfectly
That's
fine. True. You could do that. You could do that tomorrow.
In all fairness,
tomorrow, get in a plane, fly over the Himalayas, Joel. Come on. Jump out of the plane in a raft,
that
but
might
first
be the
shoot
worst
the
scene
pilot.
In that movie, in all fairness, so
it might be. It might be.
We're putting a rough bar there if we're going to start doing that.
No, anybody could do that any day of the week. No, it's hilarious.
Shia
LaBeouf. No, he sucks. And yeah, there's definitely some rough parts. Definitely some rough parts of Crystal Skull.
No, he sucks. End of conversation.
And for like, here's my problem with Temple of Doom is I, as a kid, 100% one of my favorite characters from that franchise was Short Round.
You say stay against the wall. I stay against the wall.
Call him.
You call him Dr. Jones, lady.
Dr. Jones, lady.
No time for love, Dr. Jones. I just love Short Round so much. And it's even better now that like Q-Hu Kwan, right? That's his name. Is gotten like this resurgence because that dude deserves so much love.
Best character in Loki, man.
Oh, dude. And he's great. And he's in Everything Everywhere all at once. He's awesome in that. Like, I'm really excited. Goonies. I'm just excited that this guy's finally getting some of some of the recognition that he totally deserves. Honestly, Kate Capshaw ruins Temple of Doom for me. Steven Spielberg was too busy flirting with her to care about like what was going on.
She's said it for sure.
They have said it when you watch any commentary or interviews about it. Like George Lucas was going through a divorce when he made that movie. So he wanted it to be dark because he was angry at the world. There are issues with that movie, but there are still like Harrison Ford is fucking fantastic through all the movies. I love him in every single one. I think he's awesome. But there's definitely, when you compare it to Raiders, which is my favorite, and then Last Crusade,
Crusaders, which is my favorite.
Last Crusade, which is arguably one of the best movies ever made. Last Crusade is so good. And then you immediately then drop down to Temple of Doom, which is still a really good movie. But if you compare it to either one of those, not near as good.
I think it's amazing too that to this day there's still people that don't know it's a prequel because it was so poorly marketed.
Right.
Like people are just like, stuff in this movie doesn't make sense, and it's like, we know.
And it makes sense because they didn't want Nazis to be the villain all the time in every Indiana Jones movie, so they went earlier Makes sense. No problem with that whatsoever. Also, sneaky Dan Aykroyd cameo in Temple of Doom.
Sure.
Blink and you miss
people
it.
weren't ready for the darkness of Temple of Doom because I'm old enough that I saw it in theaters, and everybody
Before when it was PG.
Yeah. And I mean, when people went in, they wanted the the excitement, the cheeriness, and then kid gets his heart ripped out and stuff. People are like,
Kalima.
Oh, I love it.
Kalima.
I love it. It's so cool, man. Indiana Jones like chanting to God at the end to get the stones to burn out of the bag. Like that's sick. That's cool
Dude,
stuff.
okay, so Jim, just so you know, because Jim made a face when I said Dan Aykroyd was in that movie. When they get to the airport after the opening scene, the guy that is helping get Indy and Willie and Short Round on the plane, that's Dan Aykroyd doing a bad English accent.
Okay. Yeah, he's in it for like 5 seconds.
That's it. That's it.
The camera literally is panning as he does it, and it just keeps panning past him and leaves him behind.
And you barely see him, but if you know the voice, you know it's him. I mean, but that's it. But yeah, Temple of Doom, I had a poster of Indy standing on the bridge with the sword, like getting ready to cut it as a kid. I had that poster on my wall. It was so good. Like the scenes from that movie like are embedded, in my brain, in my soul. I love it. And that says a lot for it being the third best Indiana Jones movie. Because even though Dan and I will disagree on what is our favorite Indy movie, we will agree that Temple of Doom is the third best. And I would still watch it in the drop of a hat. In the drop of a fedora.
There you go. I just watched all three like maybe 6 months ago or something. Yeah, and that's why I keep saying that I think Temple of Doom holds up a lot better now. Is because I also used to, I don't know if dislike is the right word, but it's just I wouldn't even talk about it. It was 1 and 3, and then Temple of Doom also existed, and then I rewatched all of them. However, many years ago, and I was like, wow, that was a lot better than I remember. Like, as long as you get over a couple of the bad things, like even the Willie stuff isn't super bad in certain scenes. They just overdid it. Like I think in the scene with the ceiling spikes coming down and she's freaking out because of the bugs and he's like, we are going to die. Like, I don't think her whining is that bad if it was just every once in a while in a scene that made sense, like a bunch of bugs and stuff, as opposed to just, oh, we'll have her in the jungle and the elephant will hit her and she'll scream, and then the snake will go at her and she'll scream, and then she'll trip and she'll scream, and then she'll burn herself and she'll scream, and it's like, okay, we get it. She screams a lot.
Like all she does is scream.
But wait a minute. Controversial. Temple of Doom was the only one that he actually succeeded at doing what he set out to do.
Sure.
Are you pulling a Big Trouble in Little China, Jack Burton twist on us here?
No, I mean,
I'm just teasing. But it's true. I want the Holy Grail. I lost the Holy Grail.
Junior, let it go.
I mean,
let it go, Junior.
Indiana.
We named the dog Indiana.
I mean, he did bring they got the Grail. It just gets stuck in a box. Like, he maybe didn't bring it to a museum.
Oh, you mean the Ark of the Covenant?
Sorry,
yeah.
Covenant.
No, Nix is trolling us.
Yeah,
I'm just trolling it.
Yeah, he did. Well, because at first I was like, he's right because he didn't get the Ark, but technically the Ark decides to kill everyone except him, so he does get the Ark in the end. Actually, so
you just have to not look. I mean, that's the trick.
Don't look, Barry, and close your eyes.
Oh, what good movies! God damn it. I love that. I love that. All right. Hey, Dan. So Mike bailed before we could do this, but we're going to give away games to people that came on to the show with us. And I've been making a list. I've got 8 people. Well, actually 10 people joined us, but 2 out of that 10, I'm already going to give a specific game to. Oh shit. Maybe 3 out of that 10. But I'm going to roll a D8. We're going to give some stuff away. And the best prize of all, the number 1 prize, which we didn't tell anybody, is the unclaimed Kickstarter Castles of Burgundy. So we have a Kickstarter version of Castles of Burgundy. We did a video for. Nobody claimed it.
3 months ago?
Yes, Joel, you are correct.
Oh my god.
I have a metal 8-sided die. David knew,
he's a sleuth.
David is a sleuth. He's not wrong. So I have written down Andrew 1, Avery 2, Jim 3, David Godfrey 4, Nick's 5, Joel 6. We need David Brown.
Wow, forgot you were here.
7.
Rude.
And Jim again for 8 because he came back.
Jim came back.
Come on.
8'll be a re-roll. If Jim wins on an if Jim wins on an 8, we're gonna give him a copy of a game he's never heard of, but I really think he'll like. We got to get it out. We got to get it from Bob though, because Bob has it.
Oh, is it called Zombie Survival?
That is. It's called Zombie Survival Infection.
Saw that coming.
I think Jim would like this game. I feel like the artistic design is really up his alley.
Yeah.
I feel like the dark theme.
Take some notes for your own future design.
Right.
Yeah, feel free to totally copy and steal this design and put out your own game.
I can't help but notice that I wasn't mentioned, Tim, and I came on, so that's pretty rude too. I could be playing games right now. I can't believe this.
Dan, I know you show up so rarely for Whiskey Wednesday, but you are technically part of the show. Now, the people I left off, like Jeff Rector, who came on, I'm going to give Jeff a copy of Cuphead, the fast-rolling dice game, because
he doesn't own it.
I don't think he does.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So I know Jeff
like
loves Cuphead, so we're going to send him that. Wayne Kruger, we're going to send Wayne a copy of the War of the Ring, the card game.
What? I don't even own it yet.
That was on Wayne's wish list. I wish I owned a game.
Man, that's a good one.
So we're gonna throw that to him.
Also
and
one
then
of our best thumbnails.
No doubt, dude. And no thanks to Dan. And then Aaron, I'm gonna send Aaron my personal copy of Galaxy Trucker because Aaron, that was on his wish list. So I pulled that aside. We're going to send that to him. So I'm going to roll this die. I do have some other games that are not near as cool as that Castles of Burgundy. So Dan, do you think we do the other games first or do we do Castles of Burgundy first?
I would do Castles last. That's
Castles last.
Yeah, you got to build up to it. Wait, you need to point the camera at the die because I don't trust these things.
Okay.
No, not that.
Can you see this?
Yeah,
Can you see
got
this?
pants on, bro? All right.
Listen, I ain't Mike. I'm wearing pants. Number 8. Oh, 8's a reroll. You guys can see the 8, right?
Well done.
You
Have
can
you
see
even
the 8?
said what? Yeah, we can. No, we can't. I was kidding.
We can.
Oh.
Have you even said what game you're giving away right now?
Let's just say this game is Pendulum from Stonemeyer Games. How's that? Thanks, Dan.
We reviewed Pendulum, and I think it's better than people tend to give it credit for. I don't think it's amazing. Like it's not in my top 10 games, but people really crapped on that game when it came out, and I think it's fun.
So David won Pendulum. Let me make a note real quick because I'll forget. David Godfrey. I rolled 4. David won Pendulum. 4 is off the list.
Yeah, I think it has a really fun player interaction to it that I don't think you see very often. We talked about in the review the whole being like people have a time limit to move their workers from one location to another, and literally being able to see a player miss their time limit, and so they have to leave their worker there for another minute. It is a guttural happiness that you get when you're doing that for sure, because you're waiting, you see that timer flip, and you can move your worker really quick, and if you see that other person miss their time, oh, that is a good feeling. And you do not have to play with the timers. You can play to where there are just a round marker instead. You do not have to play with these sand timers, but I think it adds a really interesting player interaction.
That's cool.
All right, the next game.
When somebody reads my
go
puns.
on.
I don't think we found it too swingy. No.
But I like the pun anyways. The next game I'm going to give away is Sword Crafters. This is I split, you choose. we're making a sword, but it's got gems in the side of it. So we're trying to make the coolest looking sword. You literally are building up a sword as you go.
I have not played this one. I won't be able to try to sell this one.
Okay. Well, I have switched I've switched to a D6 because so Andrew is 1, Avery's 2, Jim is 3, Nix is 4, Joel is 5, and Dave Brown is 6. Here we go.
Oh, we did lose Nix. He'll probably be back.
That's fine. He knows what's up. 1, Andrew. Can you guys see that one?
Hey, I can see that one.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
That looked more like an L to me, but that's fine.
Let's see. Sword crafters on the die. It looked like an L.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was more of like a capital I, but
There you go. Yeah. Oh, you're using those letter dice, Tim. I see how it is.
Oh, my bad. Damn these letter dice. Okay. So yeah, that was this number here. Roll.
Yes. Okay. Very
Okay.
Roman. Okay.
Okay, so Andrew is off. A 1 will just be a re-roll instead of switching down and changing the die.
Oh, you don't have a D5?
Well,
Yeah,
I did, but I donated it to a homeless shelter.
If it makes you feel any better, Nix, you have not won anything.
Lost and won something. Yeah. Tim said you weren't here, so you didn't get it.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sorry, Nix. You almost won Castles of Burgundy, but then
you
didn't.
almost won. What was that game you really wanted? I can't.
I don't know.
Insert
All right.
name here.
Next game we're going to give away Trial by Trolley.
David Brown knows the smart math.
Trial by Trolley. This is a what is it? Cyanide and
Cyanide and Happiness. Is that what it is?
Yes. And this is a party game of moral dilemmas and trolley murder. So basically, you're going to try to decide what path you're going to send the trolley on and who you're going to kill.
You are basically playing cards on each other side of the tracks to make it more like you want them to go down the other track. You're like, yeah, but if you go down that track, you're going to be killing all these people and playing cards in a game like that.
Yeah, Dan's really good at this game because he has no morals and loves just the worst thing you could possibly do.
Yeah.
He's the most amoral person I know. But on a 1, we're going to re-roll. 2 is Avery, 3 is Jim, 4 is Nix, 5 is Joel, and 6 is Dave Brown. Here we go. That is a 4. That is Nix. Nix, we are sending you Trial by Trolley. Sorry, you don't get to say no.
It's even better. It's coming. It's on its way.
It's coming. It's coming.
That's why you always give us false shipping addresses the first time we talk.
That's right. That's right. Oh, so now I can change this 1 to a 4-sider, right? So 3 and 4.
The old school 4-sider or a new school?
No. Well, what's old school?
Numbers on the bottom.
No, okay, new school. Number is on the top here.
Yeah,
number is
on. Why they made those with the number on the bottom first made no sense at all. But
I'm pretty sure that's why the first time I saw a D4, I didn't understand how it worked when I first played it.
You're like, wait. Wait.
They're like, what am I supposed to do? Step on this? This sounds terrible. Okay, so Nix is Trial by Trolley. Sorry, Nix. Love you. Enjoy that game. I know you will like it more than you would have liked Castles of Burgundy, the deluxe edition with all the fancy stuff. I know you would have.
Well, I mean, this is the fancy edition of Trial by Trolley.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it comes with all the 3D train pieces. I don't know.
To be honest, I want to see James winning.
Oh, all right. All right. Well, hold on.
I mean, you were in here twice. You've been giving it your all. Hey.
I mean, I appreciate the Jim's like just being honest. Like, hell yeah, give it to me. Like, let's go.
I didn't say it, but I'm not saying no.
Okay.
Okay, so the next game is Oh Fruck. This is a card game.
I don't know this one.
That I've never played, that somebody got me for either my birthday or Christmas. I don't remember, and I think it's because they thought the title was funny.
Regifting on a live
Yeah, it's
stream.
just re-gifting motherfucker.
Yeah, regifting on a live stream.
You know what?
I haven't played it, haven't opened it. It's yours now.
Literally, I've never even looked at the rules, and I literally yesterday, Jim, just watched that Seinfeld episode with the regifting. So just call me Tim Watley.
Yeah, dude, if it comes with a label maker, I'm in.
Oh, Jim's got it. It's the Label Maker Junior. The problem is the labels just peel right off. They fly off right away. They don't even stick.
Right.
If
So
they
I'm
want to
rolling.
spend almost 6 hours and 45 minutes to catch you regifting a thing, then yeah, you deserve to get caught, I guess.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't even remember who gave me this damn thing. Let's go.
It was me, but thanks, bro.
It's number 3. Joel wins this game.
You'll have to
So-
let Tim know who you give it to next.
Does it include the original tag that you received it from? It's like,
I know. I should put it with the same card that I got, like "Happy Birthday, Tim." Blah blah blah. Oh, fruck. So let me tell a funny story real quick. Is we used to have this open trade. We used to have this like trade table day. With pre-COVID, we'd have these big meetups and this trade table day. Everybody put a game on the table, and if you put a game on, we would roll a die, and whoever we rolled got first pick out of the games on the trade table. And then if you put a game in, you basically were allowed to go and get a game, kind of thing. And so it allowed everybody kind of a chance to get something. And we had a guy who would always put this board game on. It was the Glee board game, Glee, the TV show. And nobody would ever pick it. It was always the last game taken. This happened literally at least 5 times. And the rule is you were not allowed, if you ended up with the Glee board game, you had to bring it back the next time and put it on the trade table. So you were not allowed to get rid of it in any way other than to put it onto the trade table. So it became like a running joke and was kind of the mascot. So Joel, maybe Fruck will be that for you guys.
There you go.
So how many are left, Tim?
So we still have Dave, Jim, and Avery.
And Avery. Okay.
That's
so what I was going to say is what we should do then is we'll do one more roll, right? We'll give that game away, and then there'll just be 2 left. So then you'll roll for Castles of Burgundy, right? So that the roll is actually for Castles of Burgundy, and then the basically consolation prize, right?
Oh, shit.
Is that what
What's
you're doing?
Yeah, sure. That's what I meant to do. Here's the thing, Dan. I got 1 game left in my pile that's not Castles of Burgundy, so I got to give something else away. Hold on, I found something.
I have a copy of Shadow Network to give away, technically.
Oh, do you?
I have 3 copies of the game.
Are you willing to part with one of them?
You
don't have to.
Well, the thing is, as long as it doesn't offend you guys, because you guys went through all that work to get me a 3rd copy, so I don't want to. Because I have my copy, I have the copy you guys got me, and I have the prototype. I probably should give away the prototype, so I would give away one of the other 2. But I'm just saying I can.
Don't give away the prototype. I would say that the other copy you have is an excellent 2nd place prize because that's a fantastic game, and they'll get a real version of it. So if you're willing.
It is one of my favorite worker placement games. I think it is. People need to know more about it. It's really good.
Okay, so we're going to do that, Dan. You're the man. So I'm going to roll. I'm back to a D6 because I've got Avery, Jim, and Dave left. So Avery's a 1 and a 2. Jim is a 3 and a 4. And Dave is a 5 and a 6, right?
Okay.
Sound good?
Well, you haven't said what you're giving away.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, because I got 3.
You have 1 more.
Machikoro 2.
Okay. I haven't played 2. I like the first one quite a bit.
I like the first one quite a bit too. I haven't played 2 either. Okay, let's go. Here
Who gave you this one, Tim?
I might have bought it. I don't remember. 4. That is Jim. Jim's our big winner for Machikoro 2. Jim, contain your excitement, sir. Machikoro 2. I'm gonna need your address.
I enjoyed the first one. I didn't even know there was a second. So
I knew there was, because I knew there was the legacy version. I didn't know there was just a straight up 2.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, I like the way that Machikoro player interaction happened more than in Space. I liked the fact that I haven't played Machikoro in a long time, but I just remember there being stuff like when you like had a bank, you could take the gold from another player and stuff like that, rather than in Space where there was just like no player interaction. I liked that quite a bit.
Yeah,
Bye,
no,
Tim.
let's be mean about it.
Have you? So yeah, like I played Space once. Some friends were like, "Oh, it's so great," and I was like, for that type of game, like yeah, because I played like Machikoro a couple of times, and I was just like, I don't know, Space was just it didn't work. But there's another. It was Valeria Card Kingdoms.
Oh, I want to play that. Yeah.
And that one is, I loved that one.
Okay.
That's, I think, probably my favorite of that kind of like get the cards, roll the die, like
right.
That style, whatever game. But it has that fantasy thing, and you're like, do you build up these different characters? Do you fight monsters? Do you do like? There's some neat stuff to that one. But
so, David, since you're here, do you want to do either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or do you want to do evens or odds? I'll give you high or low, or evens or odds for Castles of Burgundy. The consolation prize is a copy of a fantastic game called Shadow Network. You're winning either way, David. Your pick. Choose your poison. You want high or low, or evens or odds?
High and low is good. Assign me to
high and
one
low.
or the other.
All right. So Avery's going to be 1, 2, or 3. And David is going to be 4, 5, and 6. I will then now induce seasickness as I move the camera back down. It is a 2. So Avery is going to win Castles of Burgundy, but David, you are winning Shadow Network. So you need to PM us or publicly state your address so everyone knows where you're at.
Yeah, or just publicly state your address, social security number, anything like that would be nice.
All those things.
Yeah, Shadow Network is, if anyone just hasn't seen, because I really like sharing this game. It's a worker placement game that also has a lot of resource conversion, like Sentry type of stuff, where you are basically putting workers out, getting resources, and then like 80% of the game time takes place not on your turn. Like on your turn, you put a worker out, you have some actions, you do some stuff. But then whenever it's not on your turn, you're configuring your player board and you're transferring all your resources into other things, and you're activating your engine basically so that when it comes back around to you again, you can put out another worker. And you are completing contracts. It's like a Cold War spy themed game. You're completing contracts by putting intel together. That is the main resource. And at the end of the game, whoever's the most points wins, obviously. And it's a very, very good worker placement game.
Oh, it's super good. It's really good. It's really good. And it's so good that like, I really like that game. I think everybody that we played it in our group really liked that game, but Dan loved that game so much that we were like, Dan, clearly you are the guy that needs to take the prototype of this game home because you love this game so much. And we were right, because he played the shit out of that game. He's had that game and played it a ton. I'm really glad. Like, I mean, that's the fun thing, right, about being in the hobby is sometimes you get into the, you find these games you would have never found before.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally, I don't even know who reached out to who there, but I had never seen anything from the company before or anything, and Talent Strike Studios sent us that game, and I think last year it was in my top 10 of all time. Like I really, really liked it. Of course, Dave, no problem, and also happy Thanksgiving, Nix. I didn't say it earlier because we were in the middle of something, but
Yeah. Well, let's do like one last thing, and then we can, I guess, sign off because it's almost 2 a.m.
Almost 2.
Holy shit! It's almost 3. Whoops.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What do I know? Joel, hello. There, my watch went off, Dan.
Oh, it's an episode. Look at that.
Yeah. Joel, where are you at? What part of the country are you in?
I'm actually not too far from you guys. I'm in Indiana.
I was going to say, you've come to see us before, have you not?
No.
At some conventions, yeah.
At some conventions. I was going to say, because I've seen you before. Like, when I saw you in the stream, I was like, I know this guy.
I know I talked to you guys at Origins.
Okay.
Just this last year, I played Heat and Earth with Bob.
Gotcha.
Damn it. I missed that.
And then I was gonna. I swung by the booth a time or two at Gen Con, but there was always different things going on, filming some different stuff, so I didn't really get the chance to say anything. But
yeah, that's how you do miles in Indiana, David.
Yeah, it's how much corn is between everybody.
But no, I live. If you know Indiana Beach, that's
yeah, Monticello. There's more than corn in Indiana.
No, that's Thomas Jefferson.
Oh, my bad.
Monticello. Hey, history jokes.
Boo.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm actually from the same area Tim's from. It's weird.
That's terrible. Okay. Let's do like a couple random trivia questions, and then I will let you guys go. And enjoy your Thanksgiving. Okay, this is shit for brains. First one to answer wins nothing but my respect.
Cool. Okay.
Which SNL funny man had a short stint as a Wells Fargo bank teller in the early 90s, but lost nearly $600 in his first 2 days?
Oh, I fucking know this.
It's Steve Martin.
Nope. No
idea.
No, Steve Martin would not have been a bank teller in the early 90s.
You said early 90s. I was just naming a guy.
John Candy.
He was my pay grade.
He was famous for doing a president. He was a cheerleader.
Oh, it's Will Ferrell.
Yay! Jim's got it. It was Will Ferrell.
Nice. The fact that cheerleader gave it away is interesting. I like that.
No, I needed one little bit to giant. I got it before cheerleader, but yeah. He did make a sexy cheerleader.
He was pretty good with Sherry O'Teary. I found out is the proper way to say her name. All right. How about this one? What 1990s Dan 90s
Steve Martin
sitcom star and Pixar voice actor said, "I've been on food stamps and welfare. Anybody help me out? No," while complaining about government funding being provided to the poor during a 2009 interview on Fox News.
Tim Allen.
It's not Tim Allen. 90s sitcom star and Pixar voice actor. I get why we'd say Tim Allen. But he's
or Raymond.
But he said he's been on food stamps and welfare and nobody helped him out. He was complaining on a 2009 interview on Fox News. There was a dude on his show. What, Dan?
I was just saying, what was the thing other than Pixar voice that you said?
90s sitcom star.
Sitcom star. Okay, continue.
He's also in an early 80s horror movie that I 1,000,000% love that was not directed by Steven Spielberg, but was directed by Toby Hooper, but there's some controversy around that. Aaron, no, it's not Billy Crystal, but you look marvelous. No. His co-star in the show in this 90s sitcom that he was in, famously voiced a character on SpongeBob?
Tim, you're doing way too many 6 degrees of connection there.
Okay. So this actor, let's see, he was in a movie called Poltergeist.
That ought to help. It doesn't.
When he goes by his name, middle initial, and last name. Blank, blank, blank.
Got it. Lee Harvey Oswald.
Very close. Not really. The Incredibles.
Samuel L. Jackson.
The Incredibles. Keep going.
Billy T. Crystal. I just said Billy Crystal again.
Who was Mr. Incredible? That was his
Mr.
Pixar.
Incredible. I don't know who Mr. Incredible is. Yeah.
His co-star was Dauber. He was also in The Stand. Moon. That spells moon. The TV show was called Coach. Does anybody remember who was the lead actor in Coach?
The Coach?
He was
Craig
the coach.
T. Nelson?
Craig T. Nelson.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Did you have to look it up or did you guess
I
it?
did, but I could picture him and I could.
That's actually funny. I almost said that earlier when I was just naming people with 3 names, but I don't know who that is. I just know that's a Craig T. Nelson's a name. I don't know who that is.
His name. So yeah, I was screwed on that one.
All right, let me find one last one. I'll send you all off on something where I think it's a name everybody will know. After Mel Gibson's 2006 DUI arrest and anti-Semitic rant, what half-Jewish SNL 90s alum penned an open letter to the Hollywood community, vowing never to work with Mel Gibson?
Adam Sandler.
No, but you're not far off. Same time period.
Damn. Adam Sandler's full Jewish. Is that what the problem was?
Right.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll give you a clue. He was making copies.
Oh, Rob Schneider.
Yeah, Dan got it. You can do it.
He's
that was gonna be
copy.
That was gonna be my next clue. Is you can do it. Oh no, we suck again. Yeah, Rob Schneider apparently did that.
These are hard.
Oh, how about this last one? We'll do one more.
I don't care.
Which famous movie?
7 hours.
Which famous movie director has been thanked at the Academy Awards more times than God?
What actor has been thanked?
Nope. Which famous movie director?
Director has been thanked more than God.
Thanked more than God.
What's his name from Titanic and Terminator?
Cameron?
Yeah.
It is not James Cameron, but I would have given you the point if it
there's
was.
no way it's like Spielberg. Yeah, I would have said Scorsese as well, Bob. I'll say Scorsese.
It is not Scorsese.
Okay, that would have been my guess, yeah.
James Whale.
James Whale. Wow. No.
Oh, okay.
Director of Frankenstein.
Hitchcock? Yeah, I was gonna say Hitchcock would make sense.
Nope, newer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sure. It's not hard to limit the list of newer than Hitchcock. So.
Joel's like, I'm out of here. I can't even handle this kid.
This question's ridiculous.
I don't blame him.
Man,
he did get his copy of Oh Fruck. I don't even know why he was hanging out anymore. He's like, I'm out of here.
I'm out.
There's no way it's Tarantino. Who's thinking Tarantino?
No.
Well, Bob's thinking Tarantino, but he's wrong.
No, I said who's thanking Tarantino?
Starred in his movies.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. More than God. Like this is someone who's
Kevin Smith.
Well,
there we go.
This is
I like Kevin
wouldn't
Smith,
expect
but
God
no.
to get much press at all.
People just always say like, I want to thank my family. I want to thank God. Like people just always say that it's like on a script. So.
Ooh. I got it.
I mean, sure. I'll say Spielberg. I'll say.
Nope, stop right there. It is Steven Spielberg.
Okay, see, it felt way too obvious to be Spielberg, so I was never gonna say that.
It was
It had to
Spielberg.
be somebody that gave jobs to lots of other people, basically.
Right.
Right. Right.
Basically started like genres is the wrong word, but like you can tell a Spielberg film when you see it, and it has inspired a lot for sure. So.
For sure. For sure. All right, guys. Well, I guess it is 3 a.m, so we should stop.
Yeah, we broke 7 hours. That's got to be
dumb.
the longest one now, right?
It is,
7
Dan.
hours.
It is officially the longest one.
It's not like this
and
was
so-
a work day or anything.
Hell no.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, we're quitting shift an hour early. That's pretty douchey. we might as well do the full 8-hour shift.
I mean, we didn't even take off for lunch.
Yeah. Well, I
You
took
idiot.
2 pee breaks. Mike took 1, at least.
Do you just say that your pee break was lunch? Is that what you just said?
Well, you know.
Like a 5-hour D&D break. Does that count?
Mhm. I brought snacks because I knew this was going to go.
Good night, Nix.
Yeah, Jim actually played earlier. He was on to start the show, left, and then popped back on because he's a crazy bastard. He's great. I love him.
A bookend the show. That's all.
Exactly.
That's it, man.
Heaven shirt ended as well as it started.
And then we upgraded hosts when we ditched Mike and got Dan.
Damn. Yeah, but you downgraded when you lost Bob and the sounded like he was sitting inside of a giant water bong at work.
He
No,
probably was.
It sounds like you know Bob pretty well.
I'm not saying anything officially. I'm saying his workplace sounded like that.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
No, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Dan, thanks for popping on, man. I really appreciate it. It's always good to see you when you can make it.
I usually get home from work right when you guys are stopping. So
Well, not this time. Surprise.
Yo.
If we could arrange a few more heads, like Dan's screenshot there, we could get a good Queen album going.
No doubt. I'd have to turn off all the lights around me. And then we could all Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
Right?
Oh, hold on. Can we make this happen?
It's not like I'm gonna flip on my camera though. So
Oh wait, I don't have enough light. I need more light. Dang. How do I get more light? Here we go.
it's the light on the face that sells it.
Mamma mia.
Whoa, dude, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, not too bad.
Pretty good
It
lighting.
actually-
Hey,
it
here we
ac-
go. Okay.
I actually look a lot better with this, as dark as it can be. Okay, so somebody screen cap this. Yeah, Jim's looking good there. Thanks, Dave. Thanks to David, we have officially made a Queen album.
Right.
You guys fucking rock. Thank you so much for being on. This has been great. I'm really glad that we get to do this kind of thing with you guys. It's awesome. And we look forward to doing more of this kind of stuff. So not that y'all wouldn't, but next week come back. Jim's going to be on again, where we are having our 1-year anniversary of Whiskey Wednesday and of our live stream. And we're going to have a ton of previous guests on to do stuff and hang out with us. And I look forward to it. It's going to be a really good time. So y'all are the best. Thank you so much for watching. Jim, peace out.
Yeah.
David, thanks for being on, man. And album covers do not reproduce in IRL. Well, you know.
Thinking like maybe the one with the baby smoking the thing.
Yeah. Well, I've got a picture of Dan when he went skinny dipping in a pool from inside the pool. So I think we were going to use that for our next for the next podcast thumbnail.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then I'm trying to think of like a really good controversial
Anything that's blackmail material.
Right.
Yeah, well, we've also got like pictures of Jim and Dan on the what is that Led Zeppelin album, Houses of the Holy, where they're like on the stones going up.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've got.
I wanted to tell you, thanks for coming along, Jim. That was a fun time.
Yeah, right. Well, I thought he got the pics when we were on the teeter-totter, so, but I guess not. That'll just have to be between the two of us.
Yeah,
as a memory.
Yeah, good memories.
That's going to be a whole new thing where we're now recreating album covers and then awkward pictures that may or may not have happened between us and friends of the show.
We're recreating photos that might have happened to us. That doesn't make any sense.
Isn't there a board game, Awkward Family Photos, or something like that?
There is, but we don't want to talk about that.
Oh God,
it's not good.
Yeah, it's probably not good.
Tim's giving that away next week. That's why he doesn't want to talk about it.
Spoilers. No, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being good sports. I know there's so many people that are going to say like a 7-hour show. There's no way in hell I'm watching that. But
yeah, we're definitely going to get that comment quite a bit.
I mean, because we get it when it's 3 hours.
Sorry,
it is 100% for us and the people that like stuck around and did it. So yeah,
I mean, I suppose you could always re-watch the whole thing and stick in a bunch of timestamps to help other people, but you're talking about spending another day of your life to do so.
You can't redo this.
No. This is magic, baby. You can't recreate this. This happens naturally.
Oh, that's just lightning in a bottle.
Oh, my gummy's kicking in, man. Come on.
Oh shit! Here we go. All right, we're gonna do the typical board game rundown sign off, but I'm gonna point down to Jim, and then we'll go to Dan, and then we'll go to David. So thank you so much thank you so much. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
For the board game rundown, I've been Tim.
I've been Jim.
Yes.
I've been Dan.
Yeah. Come on, David. You can do it. Yes. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you guys next time.
Woo.